Hello, anyone talking in here? Anyone think they live on a spinning ball and want to tell me why? Alrighty then, I'll shut up. Earth not a ball, just a fact.
Hey, anybody on here?
Hello, I'm on here if you can hear me. What's going on,
Yeah,
Clarity Pearl?
I'm here too.
How you doing today?
Oh, I'm in a lot of pain.
It's not good, but do you
Mm,
think the Earth is a spinning ball?
oh hell no. Do you?
No, I haven't thought that for about 10 years now. I used to think
Can
that when they taught me that in the second grade, and there was a globe in the corner of the classroom. So until I actually checked it, I believed that. But anyway,
yeah, there's a globe in the corner of every TV show too, you know.
all there's globes everywhere every day. Globe,
There's a,
globe, everything's global. It's a global crisis. I'm in the
well, you
middle of a
know what?
global snowstorm right now. Go ahead. Sorry.
I
Hello,
know.
everyone.
I've got snow right now. Who's got snow?
I've got
How are you?
snow in Kentucky by the
Hey,
foot. Hello. Who's saying hello?
Clarity
Welcome to the
Pearl.
channel.
Oh, I
No, I
don't
mean
know.
there's somebody else talking. Who just said hello? Sorry, Pearl, just a second. Somebody else said hello. Say it again.
I did.
I don't know who.
Hello,
Hey
hello.
Dave. Hey Dave.
I hear you, Clarity Pearl. There's somebody else trying to talk. Do you hear them?
I think it's Dave.
My name
I'm
is
Dave.
Black Iron.
I'm Dave. There's somebody else
Oh.
talking. Let's see.
Oh.
How are you? How are you?
I'm good. What do I call you? I don't see your name on the panel here.
My name is Black. Uh,
Blink,
Blank,
Blake,
Blank.
Black
Black
iron?
Iron. I see you now. You finally showed up. Okay. Welcome
Yo,
to the channel. Do you think the Earth is a spinning ball in the middle of the vacuum of space? Go ahead.
bro, I think Earth is a donut.
A
Earth is a
donut.
donut. So you're here.
I have a
You're here
theory
to
about it. I have a theory about it.
Like a
do you
toroid?
join?
Like a
Hold on. Let's
toroid.
nip
Listen,
this in the bud. Clarity. Let's nip this in the bud. You came on here to troll, or do you want to be serious and have a conversation?
I'm
I'm
serious,
serious.
bro.
I'm serious.
Do
I'm
you think the
sorry.
Earth's a donut? So show me the curvature of the donut. Go ahead. If you want to talk to him, Pearl, go ahead. This
I
might be
have a
I'm
entertaining.
theory. I have a theory
black
about
iron. Black
Earth.
iron. Just one
Yes,
little thing. Are as a donut, are you talking about like a toroid shape?
yes, yes.
Okay. Go ahead.
Can I tell why I think about it?
Well, I think that there's a lot of truth to that energetically.
Yes, that's why I think it. Also, the magnetic field uh, makes the Earth us want to stand. Yes, the gravity.
Say that
If
again.
I meant that Earth has gravity. Yes,
Gravity? I
yes,
think it's density and buoyancy.
and also if Earth would be circle, the ball shaped. then Earth wouldn't be able to get the gravity, the magnetic field. You know?
Right, right. So you're saying gravity is electromagnetic?
Uh, quite like it, yes. And I think I have two opinions about Earth. It is flat or it is donut shaped. This is
Yes.
two theory about how I think about Earth.
Okay.
What do you think
Okay.
about Earth?
Okay, if it's a toroid, then it would be more like a dome with a center coming down with like a central hole coming
Yes,
through.
that's true.
Yes. So what's the above the outside of the toroid, do you think, black iron?
I think it's just some clouds, maybe.
It's what?
The like Saturn, the things going around it, the ring. I think it's like it.
You think it's space outside of the toroid?
Yes,
Oh,
outside of the Earth, the toroid shape. Yes,
I don't think that.
of course we have different opinions. I respect your opinion. I
I
respect
don't.
how you think.
Yes, but I don't know what's outside of the dome.
I don't know
Eh,
either. I think. I just think. I don't know either.
I think that God sits on top of the firmament. That may upset somebody, but
I believe in God. I believe in Jesus.
good.
Are you Christian?
Yes,
Me too. God bless you.
you too.
Where are you from?
Illinois,
Oh, good, good. I am from Georgia. It's a country.
Georgia. Georgia, the country? Oh,
Yes.
that's cool. How do you like it in Georgia?
I don't know. I just live in here. I don't go to school because first time I was in 11th grade when I punched somebody and they kicked me out of school.
So you don't go to school?
No, I am 18 years old.
Oh, so
I
you're
want
quite
to. Yes, I quit school, but I play rugby professionally. I am in the National Georgian Rugby Club. The
oh,
the whole country uh, group.
oh, that sounds interesting.
Yes, I wanted to learn English. I am very bad.
Oh, I'm trying to learn. I'm learning Spanish.
Oh, Spanish. Spanish very good.
See, hey Dave, you still there?
I think he left.
No, he called me a troll. He hurt my feelings. I don't know why he called me a troll. Is anybody else out there? Hey, Black Iron,
Yes,
you still there?
yes, I'm still here.
Okay, have you ever heard about this guy named Kenny Kenny? Oh shoot, I can't remember his last name. He's from
Oh no.
Africa. He's from Africa. I can't remember what country. It's in like Central Africa, and he's a little short guy. African guy, Kenny. He talks about the toroid shape and the electromagnetic toroid shape of the dome, as you might call it. He believes in the cosmic egg model. Kenny,
Can
I
you hear
can't
me,
remember.
Clarity Pearl? Sorry.
Yeah, I
Can
can
you
hear
hear me?
you. I can
I
hear you. Is
wasn't
this
calling you.
Dave?
I wanted to give you some clarity. Use your name. I wasn't calling you a troll. I thought the guy calling the Earth a donut was a troll. I
Oh, I'm
wasn't.
sorry.
You sound legit. So, and you're talking about Martin Kenny. He's
Yeah,
got
that's
the egg.
him.
He's got the
Yeah.
egg universe or whatever.
Yeah,
So,
he's got the toroid idea.
yeah, I mean, who knows? He might be onto something with it. Just from my point of view, anything in the sky is totally speculation. I mean, it's nice to have ideas about it, but we can't prove any of it. You agree with that?
Oh
Yes,
yeah.
I agree, bro. I agree. We can't prove.
That
It's just
stuff in
it's
the
just my
sky is
opinion.
basically up to God, basically, is my opinion on it. If y'all want to continue, I wanted to make sure Clarity didn't think I was calling her a troll. Welcome to the channel and come as often as you want. Go ahead, guys.
Thank you.
I thought you guys were talking. Do you want to keep talking, or is anybody else new on here?
I'm just listening.
Know me? Hello? You want to talk? Do you think the Earth is a ball, spinning and orbiting and chasing the sun, several different vectors and directions in the vacuum of space?
If it is, how do we see the same stars all the time?
Yeah, good question. That's one of many questions that poke holes in the globe model because the globe model does not exist. Go ahead.
They think that's a gotcha. That's a gotcha for them. They think they've got the math all worked out. But the math works out both ways the same way. How's that happen, huh?
Well, the thing is, Clarity, to actually maintain your belief in the globe model and heliocentrism and all you need are two words, gravity and refraction, and you're good to go. You don't know what they mean. You don't know how they apply to that you're on a spinning ball, but you know that somehow it works because some smart guy figured it out. There you go.
They use refraction against you when you point out that you can see the Chicago skyline from 60 miles away. They say that's just refraction.
Yep, that's all you need, gravity and refraction. You don't go below that surface level of knowledge and you're good to go. You're on a spinning ball the rest of your life. Enjoy
Oh,
that.
oh, I got it. You were being
Yeah.
sarcastic. You're right.
Anyone
Gravity
that
and
doesn't want to go below that surface level, there's not much we can do for them. We're just trying to, at least I'm here, just trying to share information and, hopefully wake people up. Just go outside and actually look at your reality and what do you experience, and why you believe in men or whoever told you this exact opposite. It's crazy.
Yeah, I
Anyway.
read an article in Omni magazine in 1983 that suggested that we're on the inside of a sphere instead of on the outside of it, and space is all on the inside, and it appears to get smaller and smaller the closer to the center you get, but you never really get to the center. And I thought that was a fascinating idea, so that made me question cosmology from there on out. And then about 2015, I figured out what it really was.
Well, I can't tell you that I know what it is. I know what it's not. It's not what
Well,
they taught
yeah,
us in
right.
school. Yeah. That's the only claim I make is people call me a flat earther or whatever. That's fine. You can call me whatever, but I know that that globe and that whole idea behind that globe and the vacuum of space, just the fact that we're breathing air, that's too simple for people to grasp. But, having air pressure to breathe, we're in some kind of containment. I don't claim to know what it
Sure.
is, but
Exactly. It's
our air is
enclosed.
being contained. It's enclosed somehow, yes. Whether it's a dome or a donut in the sky, I don't know. Like I said, stuff in the sky is basically up to God. And I feel like I've got a
Blockchain, retarded, or something, or what are you even talking about?
what? Who said that?
Retarded.
You're coming in very garbled, Token de Vogel. Can you try again?
Are you retarded?
You sound a little bit demonic. Just kidding, but there's something wrong with your microphone. Can you make out anything he's saying there, Pearl?
No.
Try one more time, Token. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Your microphone sucks, man. I cannot understand anything you're saying. I hope you can understand me.
You're a big fat fucking retard.
I'm a big fat fucking retard, okay? Thank you for your valuable contribution to the conversation. What else do you got to say?
The earth is not flat.
It's not flat, okay? Go ahead and prove that. Prove that you live on a ball.
It just is. Everything proves it. Like
Gravity
the
proved
curvature
it.
of the earth. Like
You don't believe the
did it?
Bible? You not believe the Bible?
No,
Do you want
of
to try to
course
talk
not.
to this guy, Pearl?
I
Go
was
ahead.
asking if he believes in the Bible.
Of course not.
Oh.
It was just a way to get money from people. Like, people had to pay money to get in heaven, bro. That's fucked up.
People pay money to have to get into heaven? Who does?
Have you ever never heard of it from the churches that ask money for tickets to heaven?
Well,
Like,
I believe that the church age was over in 70 AD, and the churches that you're referring to are not true churches.
Christianity is a cult.
Yeah, I guess you do.
Huh? Shut your bitch ass up.
So go ahead, Token. Give us the number one proof that you live on a spinning ball in the middle of nothing. Go ahead. Did my mic come through? Did you hear the question, Token?
Wait.
Yeah, I heard you.
Right, Token,
My
go for it.
yeah, my
Spinning ball
number
in the
one
middle of nothing.
proof. Oh, you want to hear my
Yeah.
number one proof?
Yeah, gravity and refraction. Go ahead.
No. There's a box. There's a box. You can you plug it into the wall, and they show spinning balls on it. Yeah, that one.
That's a pretty good one, Indio. I have to give you credit for that one.
It's called the idiot box.
Looks like Token doesn't want to defend his globe. Are you trying to talk now, Token?
Yeah, and it's called on the. It was called the paying of indulgences that they would pay to have their sins admonished, and that's what started Protestantism, allegedly.
If she's still here, Indio, we got a legit flat earther. As far as I've been talking to her the last 20 minutes. Her name's Clarity. Pearl.
Clarity?
Are you still?
Yeah, I'm
You still
still
there?
Yeah,
here.
Yeah,
I'm still here.
I can tell she's a legit flat earther. I can tell. You give off that vibe.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah. See, if you were a fake, you wouldn't have said that. See, like it's easy. It's funny because people come in here trying to fake it, and they don't understand that they stick out like a sore thumb. Yeah, I'm a flat earther. What's up, fellow flat earthers?
Yo, I'll
Yeah.
do a
So
short
is Earth a
video.
disc in space? And they're like,
Yo, shut your bitch ass up. I'll do a short video.
yo,
Show my
get
secret.
rid of your reverb, dude. It's annoying.
What?
Yeah, your mic sucks, man. You're gonna get banned if you don't fix your mic. Go ahead
Nah,
and
my mic is perfect.
Your mic is perfect.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Hold on,
Maybe if
hold
you
on.
have ADHD, it's perfect.
Is it better? Huh?
Oh God, fix your mic, and when I need to do, I'll mute you. Congratulations. This ain't your mom's Discord.
if they can't figure out how to use Discord, how are they gonna figure out they're on a spinning ball?
It's a good question. These are the geniuses that are gonna set us straight.
Maybe
Dave.
he can use his math.
You know, Southern Israelites used to say
So,
because used to
how much
debate
snow you
ballers.
got it? Sorry, India.
Nah.
How much snow you got? I got like a foot down here in Kentucky.
Oh, bro, I'll post a frickin' picture.
We got about 12 inches in Illinois.
That's the same. Yeah, but that's the same as me. I got lucky. I was right on the line of ice and snow, and I got mostly snow. But I feel sorry for the people that got ice. Y'all know what I mean.
Yeah, I got family down there. They didn't get much ice either. They're from Kentucky.
And it's scary when the Arctic air sweeps down into Georgia and Florida. Then people are not used to this stuff, and then they get ice, and I'm just saying prayers for everybody down there. I've got some family down that way too. So
Mm-hmm.
What's up?
The topic is Earth is not a planet.
Earth is not a planet, okay.
Do you think Earth is a planet?
Yeah, I think it's a
Can,
planet.
can you ask me, other than them just saying Earth is a planet, what evidence from the natural world tells you that Earth is a planet?
Earth is a planet because people are living and survive in the planet with the help of roots.
Yeah, what evidence from the natural world? You know, science is based upon empirical evidence, right? Actual observations, measurements. Like if you have a theory or hypothesis, you have to go out into the natural world and demonstrate that that's actually true. So what evidence from the natural world? Not
Okay.
theories, not hypotheses, not ideas, not definitions, not dictionary bullshit, not shit made up in people's heads. Actual evidence in the natural world.
Like
You know what I mean
fruits.
by that, right? The natural world, you go outside. When you go outside, you look around. What evidence do you have that Earth is a planet?
Earth is a planet because rather than other planets like Mars, Jupiter, nobody people are living. So that's why in the Earth, human beings are living like you are speaking from the Earth. You are eating in the Earth.
Yeah, but how do I know the Earth is like Mars?
Did you hear what he
Because
said? He said we're living in the earth. He has a sense.
Inside?
He said he has a sense already that we're living in the earth. He didn't say on the earth.
living on living, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, this is an English service, so these guys sometimes they don't
Yeah, I know.
get
I'm sorry.
inflections. Yeah, yeah, it's cool. It's just he might not know what he meant. Dave, look in the chat.
wow.
You see that snow? See that gate? That gate is a little bit. I think it's a 40 inches off the ground. The top of that gate.
Somehow that picture proves the globe. Let me figure out how, and I'll tell you.
Hey, you
Because the
have
snow isn't exactly level, right? It's slightly depressed. It has a slight curvature to the snow top.
Yeah, it's concave. Look, it's concave Earth right there. What you got, like 2 feet there? 3 feet?
Yeah, it's like 18 inches, 20 inches. But it's fluffy,
Yeah,
dude. It's not like wet like it usually is.
Yeah.
it's mostly. As long as you got mostly snow, it's dangerous when you get that ice and shit, you know. So at least you
Yeah,
got
the
mostly
ice is the
snow.
danger, man. I don't know if you remember, like, it's probably 20 years back now. Like in Quebec and like that side of Canada, it was like freezing rain for like 2 months straight, like literally 2 months straight. All their power lines were destroyed, like everything was destroyed in Quebec.
Yeah, that's the
in
thing that
Canada.
instantly knocks out power is when the ice starts forming on the power lines, obviously. Duh.
Yeah. Oh,
A lot
sorry,
of
buddy. Go ahead. Go ahead.
a lot of snow in Canada. You already mentioned. I was listened from in your conversation. You were
Yeah.
asked about Canada.
No, we're talking about freezing rain. When
Yeah,
when it rains and it hits the surface and then turns to ice instantly.
yeah. Already.
Yeah, I was in the big ice storm of '09. We didn't have electricity or even gas for well, yeah, actually we did have gas. We didn't have electricity for a week and a half.
Dang.
It was
Weather is very
freezing.
cold.
And the trees were all over the road and the lines were down and you couldn't get around, especially at first. The trees were cracking all over the place, all over everybody's houses. It was horrible.
Had a lot
Yeah,
of
that's
snow
probably
also
what
on
people in the South are dealing with right now down in Georgia and Tennessee.
Oh yeah.
So.
Yep.
You're talking all over our guest here. Go ahead, guest. What's your name anyway? What's this dude's name?
Lance?
Say something, dude, so we can get your name. I didn't get it either.
I'm just asking a lot of snow on the car in Canada also.
Are you in Canada?
No, I'm not just in Canada. Because I am just daily searched about Canada. That's why I know about this country.
Have you ever seen snow where you are?
Yeah, already.
Okay.
Okay, that's
Unlike
Code Aura. Hello, Code Aura. Do you think the Earth is a spinning ball? You're telling Indio about it. Go ahead.
Yeah, we're trying to figure out how we know Earth is a planet. Like, how did we figure that out?
if
I'm,
you have
go ahead.
if
Go.
yeah, go.
No, go ahead.
And
Speak. Sorry. There's a little bit of a time delay, so you have to
I have not evidence, so if you have evidence, you can explain me.
Oh, well, the evidence the Earth is flat is how flat it is, because the most of the Earth is ocean water, right? That's most of the Earth is ocean, and water at rest in large bodies is flat and level.
And real quick, the evidence that the Earth is flat is that there is no evidence that the Earth is a globe. Go ahead, Indio.
That's right.
Exactly.
Yeah, Earth is also globe.
Well, if I said, "Hey, buddy, if nobody told you the Earth was a globe, would you have thought of it yourself? If nobody told you."
Okay.
No, I'm asking if in school they didn't tell you the Earth was anything, and they just let you come up with it yourself, would you have thought the Earth was a globe, or would you think it's flat?
Because I already know this is a globe.
Yeah, you don't want to answer that shit. Of course you don't. Because the only reason people think Earth is a globe is because they think everybody else thinks Earth is a globe. And they don't want to be different.
Yeah, it's kind of like a mass delusion that most people don't want to go below the surface level to actually accept that they live on a flat level plane. I'll shut up.
Okay.
I think they want to make God seem far, far away when God is not far, far away. Anybody agree?
What you can repeat your opinion?
Agree speculatively. I can't prove what God is, but he's not trillions of miles in a distant galaxy and all that crap. All that story is just a story. Speculation.
Yeah, there was a Star Trek movie where they went billions or millions of miles, billions of miles out into space and they found God. Can you believe that?
Yeah.
I think I remember that episode vaguely. Go ahead.
Well, it was programming us to think that
Yeah,
God is.
the whole intent, behind the evil part of this part is just separate us from our actual creator, whatever that is in your mind. To me, it's a personal thing, but they want to keep us as distant from the source as possible, if that makes any sense. Anyway.
Right, right. If heaven is just above, then it's a lot more real to us.
Yeah.
That's why they had to put the sun 93 million miles away and all the stars are light years away and blah, blah, blah. It's all got to be so distant.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Well, what they really want you to think is that the universe is of some mechanical clockwork, and that there is no intent, there is no anything like that, and that you're just the result of physics and chemical reactions, and this materialist atheist worldview that there is nothing but the bare physics of reality, and you're just the result of that.
Yeah.
Yep, that's why that one girl said our cousins are rocks. When she's sitting there looking at rocks, that I used to be a rock. Makes sense.
Just a complicated rock, man.
Yeah.
Do you think you're a complicated rock, Kador?
Yeah.
You think you're just matter, and like your consciousness is just some accident of evolution?
Mm-hmm.
You do? You just think that like you're just like there was a big bang, a bunch of stuff like molecules and chemical reactions, and strong force, weak force, electromagnetic force, gravity, all combined in chaotic ways to make you, and now you're on Discord, thinking the Earth is a spinning ball.
Yeah. Yeah. It's the gravity is the evidence. Yeah.
The gravity's the evidence.
I think because gravity is on the earth.
All right,
Yeah.
you're halfway there. All you need to maintain your globe belief is add refraction, and you're good to go, man. Go ahead, Indio. Sorry.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah. So that's fine. There's gravity on the Earth. Things.
Yeah.
Do you mean like if I drop something, it falls gravity, or mass attracts mass gravity?
Falling gravity, like
Oh,
people can.
falling. So how do I drop something and then go, Eureka, Earth's a ball? Like,
People
how does that work?
people cannot like fly
Yeah,
on
I
the earth
didn't know that until you just told me that people can't fucking fly. Jesus Christ, dude. Of course they can't fly.
instead of moon. So that's why this
Why
is
would
all.
you fly?
No, I'm not just right.
But why would people fly if Earth was not a ball?
Because I don't know about that, why people are fighting here.
No, nobody's fighting. Listen, we're here just giving you information. Okay, that's it. There is no debate about Earth or globe. That debate is over. We won. People just haven't caught on. It's already over. Because we
Yeah.
have the measurements that the surface of the Earth is flat.
Yeah.
And you can come up with all. If you had a listen, Codera, remember I was telling you about that science is based upon observations of the natural world? So, has anybody observed gravity forming things into balls? The answer is no. So, the idea that gravity forms things into balls actually doesn't have any evidence. It's purely an idea. It's an idea people made up in their freaking heads.
Mhm.
I mean, nobody's ever seen a planet form, right? And even if they did simply see it, they would have no idea how it formed. They would not know what caused it to form. You would need to do an experiment, right? That's what science does. You'd have to actually go out and do an experiment and form a ball from gravity, which nobody has ever done.
Yeah.
Because that's how, if you want to claim you have a scientific certainty of something, the only way to do that, to say that, is to do an experiment. That's the only way. That's how we decide. We decide with the experiment.
Like experiments is like example of gravity.
Do you have an experiment where gravity forms things into a ball?
Yeah, like when we throw the ball and when we shoot the
No, no,
ball, like
no. That's different. That's different. That's falling. See, there's two ideas of gravity, right? There's drop something, it falls. You know, Newton and the apple hit him in the head, right? There's that one. And then there's the one where everything comes together, smushes together into a ball.
it means enter in the ball.
Yeah, like all the dust or liquid or molten whatever, right? The formation of the solar system, right? It was a big dust cloud spinning in a big disk dust cloud, ironically, and then
Yeah, so dust
planets
and
formed
water.
from gravity, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so you think Earth is a planet? That's the topic. Earth is not a planet. We don't actually have evidence for that. It's just an idea.
Yeah, it's just idea, not evidence.
Yeah, I mean, what's the evidence that Earth formed from gravity into a ball? It's nothing. It's just an idea.
Yeah, it's just an idea.
Well, nobody saw it happen, right?
Yeah, already.
Okay, so fine. Nobody saw the Earth do it. Has anybody seen anything else ever do it? No. That answer is also no. It's never been observed in nature. How can we say
Okay.
that's what nature does?
Okay, so why Earth is not a planet? So why, if you have any evidence?
That Earth is not a planet? There's no evidence that Earth is a planet. And listen, yes, we do have evidence Earth is not a planet, okay? We take a telescope, we look at the planets in the sky, and we observe things. Nothing we observe about those objects, planets, do we observe about the Earth. Nothing.
Yeah.
There's no clouds, there's no water, there's no life, there's no freaking, there's no day-night cycle, there's none of these things. We don't observe any of these things.
Yeah, some things which is
Everything's
not
different.
observed by Earth. Yeah, it's right.
So we should think, if we're, being honest with ourselves, that Earth is unique and it's not like anything else. Because
Yeah.
when we look out into the
Alright.
cosmos, there's nothing like the Earth.
Yeah, you're correct.
And they've been searching, right? How long have they been searching? 2,000 years to look into the sky and to see something that's like the Earth. And even if you believe in satellites and space and giant telescopes floating in space, they're still looking out of the trillions of little dots of lights in the sky and still looking. And still have not found anything like the Earth.
Okay.
Well, have you heard of Copernicus? Copernicus?
Mhm.
He came up with the heliocentric model revolving around the sun. He invented it. So he had this idea that the Earth was not unique. It has no unique place in the universe.
Okay, which one idea?
He's wrong. Ever think of that? He's wrong. The Earth is unique.
Okay.
And I know, like, there's probably atheists listening on the live stream, and this is really hurting their feelings that the Earth is unique and that you're unique. And that all this whole experience of reality is unique and not like anything else. There isn't two of these.
In which part of the Earth you are living now?
Boston, Massachusetts, United
Which
States.
Okay,
Bo-
USA.
USA, yes.
You know, for the
Boston,
atheists out there,
USA.
real quick, Indio, like you were saying, that it's almost they don't want to accept that there may be intentional creation. There may be a reason that everybody's here, and we're not just some random accident. Anyway,
Mhm.
Everybody is special and they have a purpose. You might not comprehend it. You probably definitely don't comprehend it. I don't comprehend it. And
Yeah.
but you're not a freaking widget, dude. You're not a stamped factory robot, dude. You're a human being. And you're unique. And
Mhm.
because you're in a unique place, having a unique experience.
Yeah. That's right.
And you're not like you know, basically a speck of dust in a giant freaking universe that's, nearly infinite, filled with other things that are just like the Earth. And, there's aliens just like you. What if there's alien flat earthers? You think there's aliens on other planets that think they live on a flat planet?
Yeah.
And there's freaking, no, we're going to space. And
Okay.
they're like beep beep boop, and like, which means they're freaking, no, the Earth is flat, or whatever their planet's name is.
thing I want to know, Indio, is how come every time they come over here, they seem to want to anally probe people? That's kind of weird. Anyway,
That's actually the wish list. That's the people. That's the Earthlings. That's their wish list. They're hoping, because it's always the same weird people, right? It's the same people we deal with, right? The freaking moral degenerates that like really, really promote this alien weirdness. We had somebody say that, like, listen, this is how people are crazy about aliens. We had someone tell us that aliens aren't coming here because there's still flat earthers here. And they're not visiting us because
that's
there's flat
hilarious.
earthers. When all the flat earthers are gone, then they'll come here.
Mhm.
It's supposed to be like a sign of advancement, that if you've advanced far enough, you've gotten rid of all your flat planet people, and and then the other aliens will come see you. Anyway, Earth is not a planet. Planet means to wander, the wanderer, wandering star. It means all those things. No one's ever seen the Earth to be that, so doesn't fit the categorical definition.
Yeah. Yeah, it means you were seeing the monkeys in your city or not at any time.
Well, that's racist. No, just kidding.
You know, Kodar, sorry, Indio, I just want to throw in real quick. If you're actually engaging with Indio here and listening to what he's saying, we have a server, our home server, full of information you can do extra research on. Anyway, go ahead, Indio.
Yeah, you could probably
Yeah,
spend
bro,
2
I
years looking in there.
understand. I already understand. Yes, it's not the meaning. I am already graduate from India. I know about that. It's not linked with the talking with other community people and other overseas country people. It helps to make more confidence to talk with other overseas country people to me. So I'm also preparing for to come in international area after completing my graduation. So that's why I am joining the conversation in the Discord.
Well, you do understand that this topic, the thing we're talking about, is hard for people that are not advanced in English because what we're talking about, right? So when you learn
Mm,
English, you learn, the basic stuff, right? You know, how to
yeah,
say stuff in normal conversation. Earth being a planet doesn't come up in normal conversation. So when we talk about
yeah.
the
I
subject, it's more complicated than a normal subject. I'm just telling you. So if you don't understand some words, or maybe we understand, we know this is a complicated subject, so don't be embarrassed.
yeah. So I am here for that because the subject is International English Language Test System. I am preparing for this skill also. So that's I am talking to with you in the topic of Earth is not a planet. This is also helps me to improve my speaking module section.
Yeah, I
So
agree.
which helps me to speak my 3% speaking section area.
Yeah. You went. I'm assuming you went to university, wherever you went. Are you in a scientific field, engineering?
No, I already completed my Bachelor of Computer Application, and
Okay,
now still I am doing diploma in artificial intelligence and machine learning.
nice. Are you going to
Yeah.
program AI, or are you going to train an AI to figure out whether the Earth is flat or a globe, or whether Earth is a planet? Do you think the AI can figure it out whether Earth is a planet or not? If we feed it a
No,
bunch
no,
of information?
no. AI is already developed by humans.
No, it has not.
Yeah, I
No,
you don't
this
know.
is well. This is the funny thing is, like, we do this all the time, right? So, someone like you comes in here, and you think there's some guy out there, not you, somebody that
Yeah,
figured out the Earth is a ball, is a globe, but there's no guy out there. There's nobody out there. If you brought a scientist, physicist, astronomer, astrophysics, any of these people in this chat right now, and we would say the same things to them we're saying to you, and they would give us the same answers you give. They don't know that the Earth is a planet. They just think it is. They have no way to know
yeah,
because none of them have been in a little rocket ship and flown high in the sky, right? Have they? If I go to your top university and find the top scientist in your university and go, "Hey, how do you know Earth is a planet?" What is he going to tell me? Oh, it says it right here in a book. He isn't going to say, "Oh yeah, we know. I did this experiment, and this is how I figured out Earth is a planet." He's not going to say that. He's going to say, "I read it in a book." So the people that you think proved it, they don't know any more than you do. They know nothing. Not everything written in books is true, you know.
mm-hmm.
You could take the entire astronomy section and put it in the nonfiction section of the library.
Okay.
But I mean, they're cool stories. Anybody else think Earth is a planet?
No, Earth is not a planet.
I agree. It is definitely not a planet.
Yeah, now I also agree about that. Because in our town, all monkeys are also flying and jumping on the house.
What's that song go? Can't remember. Was the monkeys jumping on the bed song? Shit.
And some people's closing the doors of our houses when they were seen this monkey. That's why.
Three little monkeys jumping on the bed. One fell off and bumped his head. He went to the doctor, and the doctor said, "No more monkeys jumping on the bed." You're not a monkey, dude. You didn't evolve from apes.
Mm-hmm.
You're a being of light.
Yeah, Earth is not a planet. Not a planet. Are you a graduated from USA?
Yes, a long time ago. I'm old.
In which field?
Computer science.
Okay, you already completed your Bachelor of
Yeah,
Computer
in the
Science
90s. Yes, in the 90s, early 90s.
in 1990s.
Early 90s, yes. I'm not going to
Oh
say the
my
exact, I don't
God.
dox myself. So, in the early 90s.
Oh my God, in 1990s, you're elder.
Yeah, I
Means
know. I
you
just told you I'm an old person. Look at my
okay,
PFP, man. I'm 1,000 years old.
you are older
The CS
person.
degree was like my 10,000th degree.
Oh my God.
I'm kidding, man. Fucking with you.
Yeah, I understand. 1,000 years ago, when you were said about like you are 1,000 year olds, then after I will understand.
So, let me try to think. The most powerful computer, well, home computer back then was a Intel i386, and it didn't even have like a math part of that chip, so you had to buy an extra
M4
i387 math coprocessor. I
M4
remember
chip.
I had 2 megabytes of RAM, and buying two more cost me $150 back
Oh my
then when money
God.
was worth a lot more money. This 2 megabytes, not gigabytes. My hard drive was a 40 megabyte hard drive. I was running Windows 3.1, and had a 16-bit sound card. Video cards weren't even invented yet. TCP/IP was in its fucking infancy.
Transmission Control Internet Protocol. I know about that.
Yeah, but I mean, it had just started. So like even like the internet back then, there was no web browser. It didn't exist yet. HTML was just invented. You could use HTML, but it was like a text window. You'd have to. So what you would do is connect to the
Uh,
internet. You connect to the internet, but you would use a text. You'd use a program like something like it was called Telex, and then like HTML would appear as like a menu So with like the links would be like, www.ibm.com. That'd be 1, and then 2 would be say Microsoft.com, and 3, and then you would hit 1, 2, or 3, and it would take you to that, and it would just be a text page. The images, if you wanted to see an image, you'd have to hit the corresponding number, and then it would download the image. There was no such thing as like there was no web browsers that were like a user interface. They were completely text driven. Yeah, I'm old.
Okay.
Yeah, we
But
didn't
I
have
know.
Привет, как дела, друзья?
What? I didn't understand you. Say that again.
Привет. You can speak
Mm.
Russia? Or can
Can I
Russian?
speak Russian? До свидания.
I can't understand.
До свидания.
What?
Yeah, do you
My English. Oh,
buddy,
shit.
the problem isn't your English. The problem is you're yelling into the microphone.
Yeah, I can't speak English.
No, you can't control the volume of your microphone.
Yeah.
I
Okay,
don't
go on mute, bro.
understand.
Mute,
So-
bro.
And since you're being rude, I'm sure you're going to understand this. Because I muted you in this channel, you're going to be muted in all the other channels, so you can't be rude there.
Yeah.
Children, what are you going to do?
Yeah. You were just saying about your computer, right?
Yeah, way back then, yeah. It was a Tandy 2000. They used to sell them at a place called Radio Shack, which don't exist anymore.
You are saying about in your computer are not available any web browser, right?
Yeah. The first web browser was a web browser called Lynx. It's Lynx. That was the first web browser.
Linux.
No, Lynx. Lynx was the name of the application.
Yeah.
Lynx, not Linux.
LYNX.
Not Linux, Lynx.
Links. Okay.
Lynx is like a cat. It's like a wild cat. It's got pointy little ears.
Okay, and now because after my graduation, I am also making like websites and that type of the things because we were experienced in the coding. Yeah, I have experience about 3 years of my study in the time of study, and students also make the project from me and give me money, and then after I will make the offline projects for her, 2 girls. These are classmates in the time of my bachelor, and I completed my bachelor in May 2025. And after I still started my diploma, and I also researched about the
رجال انا
laptop.
معلش بس عايز مستر ماتادور
Hey,
بس sorry
wait,
guys to interrupt you but I was
what
calling my friend is
happened? What's happened, bro? And I'm already searched about the laptops and chips, how computer and laptops helps to do and run on the multiple tasking because some laptops have the capability to increase the SSD, RAM, and GB, which helps to increase the speed when someone use the computer. When you will improve your RAM, memory, and SSD, it will help to improve it will help to do work fast and do multiple work. Cannot hang. It will cannot hang anytime. You can increase these things. And currently, the fastest chip is M4 chip in the Apple company laptops instead of Intel Core. Yeah. Yeah. Indy. Dio 007.
Yeah, what's up?
Yeah. You listened to me?
Yeah.
what I was said.
Yeah, I thought you were doing AI though.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're talking about doing web browsers, like not web browsers, websites. What are you gonna do when the AI makes the websites better than you? When
It,
someone when someone with like a 4th grade education goes, "Computer, make me this," and then the computer makes them that.
it helps the trust, and AI helps to support the 24 by 7 customer supports instead of humans. When anybody can make the AI.
You know what I think about AI? I think we're like almost at the peak right now. We're almost at the top. It's only going to get worse from here because the internet's going to get full of AI slop, and then they'll be training the AI on AI. You know, it'll be incomprehensible nonsense.
No, AI is managed by coding. You give the commands to the AI. When you give the which commands which you can enter in the coding, then after AI will work on these commands.
I kind of do. I'm more focused on networking and hardware. I didn't really do software shit, though I did a little at different times, depending. But mostly I
Yeah,
do computer networks and hardware development.
yeah, you are right. Means you are
No, I don't
you
do any
know
of that anymore. I don't do any of that crap. Fucking hate it. Well, I
okay.
mean, I started doing it like when I was like freaking in 3rd grade, which was like back in like fucking 1983 or something. So
Okay,
yeah,
are
so that's
you
when I
are
started
you
messing with computers. Like I did that for like, and then professionally, like I started part time when I was like 18 years old, going all the way to
Mhm.
I don't want so like after 30 something years, I hate that shit. Like I don't want to do that no more. It's boring.
Why? Yeah, I understand you.
I'd rather dig a ditch now, quite honestly. I'd rather take a pickaxe and be like Minecraft and dig ditches. Like it's so simple. You don't have to think about it, and you get in good shape. So you know.
Yeah, I know. So, is the US in US you like to make like hardware, and you are still doing work on the hardware
No,
of
I
the
don't. I don't do
network?
any. I don't work in IT anymore. I haven't in probably 5 years, 6 years. I can. I just don't. I don't like it. I
Okay.
do other stuff
Now,
now.
which work you are doing?
I'm kind of retired.
Okay, from which company you are retired?
I didn't work for a company. I own my own company.
Okay, you have your own company.
Yeah, call it consulting.
Okay, can you give job to me?
Dude. Yeah,
Serious?
here's your job. Prove the Earth is a planet. I'll give you $5. No, I'm
No,
kidding.
no.
No, I can't give a job to you. I don't do that anymore. So I told you I don't do any of that anymore. Retired. Do you know what that means? I don't
It
work.
means
I work when I feel like working.
okay, you are doing field work.
No, I'm an old guy. I don't work. I'm retired. I know maybe in your country they don't retire until they're dead, but you know we have the luxury in America of retiring before we're dead,
Okay.
and I'm not dead yet. I'm
Means
semi-retired. I don't like. It's not that I don't ever work. I just work when I feel like it.
It means you are the one person doing work in your company, and now currently
No,
you are
look. I had an
over.
IT company. Look, listen, IT company, and I worked with other IT companies. So when they had a hard problem that they couldn't figure out, they would call me and say, "Hey, figure this out for us," and I would get paid to figure it out for them.
Okay,
For
okay.
example, I'll give you an example. There's a company, they would buy old computers from other companies, right? So the company's getting all new computers. They take all their old computers. These people, they would auction them off, pallets of computers. So pallets, freaking like a pallet of freaking 20 computers, but they would buy like a whole tractor trailer full of old computers. Now all these computers need their operating systems wiped out and re-imaged and all that shit. So they would pay me to create a system to do that, right? So that they would
Okay,
take the computers in, so they would idiots that could barely freaking tie their shoes could just plug the computer in and hit a button, and then the whole computer would be wiped out and Windows would be reinstalled. Okay. So I would
okay.
make a system for
Yeah, yeah.
idiots so that they could push a button and freaking re-image the computer so it could be sold.
Oh my God, it's talking too much.
Yeah, yeah. You
You
just
understand?
installed. Yeah, yeah. You were
But we're
after.
talking like in a factory at the factory level where there's like they have a fucking loading dock and they're taking in fucking with a forklift 20 computers at a time. Dude, why are you rude, man? What the fuck is up with you people, bro?
What do you mean?
Okay. Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
Hold on a second. So you understand what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah.
so I got that job from another person that worked with this company, but he didn't know how to set up this system, so he called me to do it. Okay, so I get a lot of my stuff was like that, where some IT company would call
Okay.
me to fix some problem that they couldn't fix because they didn't know how to do it. But because I've been in IT for so long, I could work with old systems, new systems, all sorts of different hardware, and just all sorts of crap, dude.
Okay.
There's like saying, what company did you work for? I work for me, but it wasn't like a company. I can't hire you. What can you do anyway? You're fucking new.
Okay.
Can you install drivers on frickin' DOS 3.0?
Okay.
Kodor, can you install drivers on DOS 3.0?
It means you are saying I
Microsoft
can.
DOS 3.0, can you install the device drivers on that operating system?
Currently,
No, you cannot. You don't even know what that shit is.
no, I'm not installed any drivers.
The only way to install drivers then you have to freaking
Because I
added a
already
text
have.
file to point the freaking and the bootloader to the right freaking direction so that the drivers load.
I already have
Talking
drivers
hardware
of
level.
all
We're talking
applications.
hardware level shit, dude. Not freaking, not 3 years of abstraction. Like we're not talking like on top of the. I mean, that's DOS is an operating system. We're talking hardware level operating systems, dude.
Yeah, I understand.
Yeah. So that's type. I don't do fucking.
You are fucking.
I'm not in a call center doing tech support with a fucking ticket center. I gotta take this
Yeah.
call. I got a call, dude. I got a phone call.
Okay, okay. You can take your call.
Hi. Hello. Hello guys, how are you? Yolanda. Is that your stomach?
Hi, I'm Mike. I'm Don, and this is the International Space Station Science Garage. Today we have this is an espresso machine.
Yes, it is.
And it makes, have a cup of espresso.
When's the last time you cleaned this thing out?
Oh, I cleaned it out, about a month or so ago.
You drink this stuff without sugar?
We have,
This is good. This will keep
or
us
we
going.
are soon going to have, an espresso machine on orbit for the crew to use.
Really?
And you think of the technology in this. What about the technology?
Yeah.
You have superheated water, so it's above its normal boiling point. Now, how can you have water above its normal boiling point?
Because you would think it would evaporate.
Yeah.
How do you do this?
You do it under pressure. It's like a little miniature pressure cooker.
Okay.
And so look at that cream, that little foamy stuff on
so you
top.
do the PV equals nRT.
Yes,
Is that what
that
it is?
thing. Yeah.
That equation, kids.
And
as the temperature goes up, you have to bring up the pressure.
That's right.
So that the volume remains the same.
That's right. That's right.
Holy cow! I
See,
figured it out.
you're a mechanical engineer, but you're talking chemistry
Well,
stuff.
I remember PV equals nRT. If there's one thing you need to remember from chemistry, it's PV equals nRT. Pressure times volume equals N, which is the mole constant or something. What is that?
Yeah, the ideal gas constant.
Okay, that constant. And NR, which is another one of those.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And then T is temperature. So as temperature goes up.
Yeah, actually, N's the number of moles, R is the gas constant.
That's right. Okay, the mole number.
Yeah.
And then R is the gas constant.
Yeah.
But as long as you can remember PV equals nRT, you're good for chemistry.
Yeah, you are.
And physics, what do you need to know?
Physics, F equals MA.
F equals MA, that's all you need to know.
Yeah, that's all you need to know.
And in Spanish, what do you need to know?
Como estás?
That's it.
So we are going to have espresso on station. And we've got this chamber to hold superheated water.
Right.
It will run through a little ampule, and then the espresso could come out in one of our zero gravity coffee cups.
You invented that.
This is a zero gravity coffee cup because a cup like this won't work in weightlessness.
Right, 'cause it's going to float.
But this cup will, because the acute angle here will, a contact weighting angle. It's less than 90 degrees.
There you go.
And surface tension will pull the water up like this, and it'll just park itself next to the rim, and then you can drink it in a weightless environment. Now, this doesn't work
How
down
did you
here.
come up with this?
Because I remembered some.
Don invented this. Did this actually fly?
Yeah, this is. I wrote here.
Capped on tape.
Yeah, this is STS 126, and this is one of two.
Hold this up to the camera so they can see it. Right there, and he got a little Velcro thing over there.
Yeah, see, that's so you could stick it on the wall. And so this was a eureka moment, and it's one of these things. Instead of running through the streets naked,
Don.
Right? Isn't that the whole idea of eureka, right? Okay, but in space you'd float through the modules.
There's one word in there that I would find unusual to describe, but that's okay.
So I went screaming through the modules, eureka, or whatever. Actually, I didn't do that. But then I built it in the US Node 2.
You did, all right. And so you use so what I find interesting about that, Don, there's a lot of interesting things about this, but one is the materials you used to build this were obviously there.
On station, yes.
Right.
This
So what
came
did you
out from
use?
the.
Where'd you get that?
Well, we don't have a lot of paper on station anymore, but we have these emergency books. And some of this plastic film was used as extra sheets in the emergency books. And I figured nobody will miss a couple of pages from the emergency procedure.
Yeah,
right?
as long as there's no emergencies. So we know what happens. Do you remember when?
But you see, this is just this is filler.
Rip a page out of, you didn't rip out any.
No, this is just filler.
These guys have a. These guys have a.
Yeah, like a notebook divider, right? So
surprise, you're on your own.
So you take this plastic film and then some capped on tape, and then you understand that this is the special geometry you need in order to have the capillary forces allow you to drink this in a weightless environment. So anyway, so here's a 0G cup.
And then you got your Kapton tape, you got your little marker, and you got your Velcro, all on board space station, made and manufactured there.
Made, manufactured there. And we will soon have this espresso machine, or one like this. It'll be a flight version, and they'll have superheated water, and it's under a moderate pressure with valves and all this stuff, and it takes good engineering to make something like that.
It's because anything. Yeah, because you bring up a lot of good points. One is that anything that you're going to do. Let me ask you this: on the ground, and then I want to get to the spacing. You talked about how this has hot. This is superheated water here.
It does.
So it has the same principle with the high pressure as well.
Yeah.
Okay. So it works the same. The principle works the same.
Yes.
Because pressure and temperature.
Yeah. Ideal gas law works down here. It works in space.
Up there. That's not a difference about space and the way it is here. The other thing you mentioned is that making things to work in space. I mean, it's an engine. It's that's what I tell my students is that. You can build one of these things on the ground. It's tough enough.
Yes.
But now building it for space is
it's even harder.
One of the challenges of having a coffee maker, an espresso maker in space, that you have to think about that makes it more difficult than building one on the ground.
Well, the biggest challenge is you need to do good engineering, which means you can't fall asleep in your classes.
Again with that.
Yeah.
Right,
see,
and this is the problem. All right,
so you don't want to fall asleep in your class. You need to listen to what the professor is saying, so that way you can learn all these pearls of wisdom, and then you can take those and you can say, okay, we're going to have this high pressure superheated boiler, okay, but the gas and the residual air isn't just going to form a nice layer like we have down here. It's going to make this big bubbly mess. So how do you deal with a big bubbly mess?
How did that?
I don't know how the boiler is going to be done on the espresso machine for orbit. I haven't seen that yet. But one way of doing it would be to have a bellows. You have a tank with a bellows.
And to put air inside of there.
Well, you have air on one side of the bellows, and then you don't have any air in with the water. So that's one way of doing it. Okay, and so the bellows just keeps contracting around the water as you dispense it from the high temperature, the high temperature pressure vessel.
That's a great idea. So that's what like engineering in space.
Yeah,
is.
That's what engineering in space. You got to solve problems that are different than solving problems down here.
Right.
Now, where does the water come from that feeds the espresso machine? The toilet. And also sweat and breath and all the other condensate that comes from the atmosphere.
Any disgusting liquid you can think of.
Yeah, any disgusting liquid. Sweat, breath, toilet, gym shorts drying, all that stuff ends up going into this distillation outfit. And then through the purifiers, and then into the galley.
There is some fresh water too that has to come up, right? Because you're going to use some of the water. Eventually.
Some of it, because we can't recover all of the water, so we do have to have some water makeup.
And that comes up on one of the
resupply vehicles. Yeah.
Okay.
So this whole process, the NASA engineers call this.
This isn't your pee, is it? This is not pure.
No, this is Houston. Houston water.
I think I might be better off with what comes out of the toilet.
But at least on station. So
So the
NASA engineers call this a regenerative life support system. I mean, it's a pretty big set of words for all.
You can regenerate the water.
But I like to call this whole set of equipment the coffee machine.
The whole thing, including the toilet.
Yeah, because you think about it. This coffee machine has an uncanny ability to take yesterday's coffee and turn it into today's coffee. And so you're peeing in this machine, and while you're doing that, you can hear it's going whir and chug and all of that. And then you're done with that. Then you float around the corner, and now you're in the galley area, and you make yourself a bag of coffee. But we are soon going to have our espresso machine, and you can make yourself an espresso.
So we had espresso before in space, right? I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, it was freeze-dried espresso.
It would be like instant. So this is actually going to I'm sorry. Go ahead.
This is going to make real coffee, not just instant coffee, not flakes, not granules, real coffee.
Real coffee brewed that you can drink, like you're demonstrating.
And it will add a little bit of civilization into this frontier of space.
I like it.
ਰੱਖਦਾ ਦੱਸ ਦੇ ਲੈਪਟਾਪ ਵੀ ਖੁੱਲਾ ਪਿਆ ਲੱਗ ਗਿਆ ਸਾਰਾ ਲਾ ਦੇਣਾ ਲੈਪਟਾਪ ਤੇ ਲੰਡਿਆ ਕਰਦਾ ਜਵਾਬ ਤੇ ਦੇ ਬੰਦ ਕਰ ਜਾ ਰੋਟੀ ਰੱਖ ਜਾ ਕੁਛ ਵੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਲੱਗਾ ਵਿੱਚ ਰੋਟੀ ਰੱਖ ਜਾ ਤੇਰੀ ਮਰਜ਼ੀ ਦਾ ਲੈ ਜਾ ਵਾਪਸ ਪਲੇਟ ਚੁੱਕ ਕੇ ਲੈ ਜਾ ਵਾਪਸ
To the top of the mountain in the clouds with the angels looking down at the ground. There are cities all around and they're playing with the people, with their pieces, mile by mile. There's a game that's being played that's not ever gonna fade. And the earth is so humongous, they are giants there among us. From a town that's made of stone, that's about the size of Rome. And the map is so humongous, they are giants with a compass and a pen that's drawing on to chart their way to Babylon. A land so grand and full of stone and full of life and full of gold and full of dark and with no soul. A land so grand and full of stone and full of life and full of gold and full of dark and with no soul. And they come and go away at the end of every day with a stone for a foot that's the size of Hollywood. And they come and go away at the end of every day with a stone for a foot that's the size of Hollywood. I was dreaming in my bed with a vision in my head, and I woke and I knew that my vision wasn't true. I was dreaming in my bed with a vision in my head, and I woke and I knew that my vision wasn't true. A land so grand and full of stone and full of life and full of gold and full of dark and full of no soul. A land so grand and full of stone and full of life and full of gold and full of dark and with no soul.
First off, I think I'd better apologize that I'm going to talk more about gravity than electric universe, but I think you can see a few connections as we go along. I didn't know how to organize this. Clearly, I'm going to present it in a way that it wasn't derived, and what I'm trying to do here is simply to show some agreement with facts and ask questions. What's theory say? What does the evidence say? And in what's next, I'm going to talk a little bit about the electric universe. So if I can get through it. I've got too many slides, I'll admit. Okay, we'll go ahead. First of all, I think there's some guiding principles we need to follow. A reliable experiment trumps any theoretical claim, first of all, and rational explanation trumps any magical mechanism. There's quite a bit of magic in special relativity, and that's partly why I say that one. I like this verse from Proverbs that Solomon, he was probably the leading scientist of his day, so I think it's insightful. Here's a few nice quotes that I just couldn't help from putting in. The tendency of a group of human beings to quickly come to believe something that its individual members will later see as obviously false is truly amazing. It is controversy that keeps science alive and keeps it moving. And science is the organized skepticism and the reliability of expert opinion. I tend to agree strongly with those statements. Just a little background. I've written a bunch of papers. I figured I'd put them here. If you have questions, you can probably find them. These are, the last one there hasn't been accepted yet, but I'm fairly confident it will be in the near future now. It's been in the process of 2 years fighting with some of the reviewers. Okay, now into some of the questions and answers. I've tended to put in red things that I disagree with, and I haven't followed that carefully, and green things that are true. And here's some things about GPS that I think they have pictured properly. And one of those is, what effects does gravitational potential have on an atomic clock? Clocks higher in the gravity field run faster, and also in motion, what does kinetic energy, not just velocity, but kinetic energy, speed of movement, have on atomic clock rates, and it slows them down. And there's clear evidence for this. GPS in an elliptic orbit, it's not highly elliptic, but elliptic enough. When it's near perigee, it's going faster and it's lower in the gravity field. The two effects are identically equal and add together. And in fact, the equations in different uses, sometimes we'll compute the velocity and use that and double it, and sometimes they'll compute the potential and double that. Similarly, on the surface of the Earth, because we're spinning, a clock at the equator, for example, is farther away from the center of the Earth. It's got a lower gravitational potential, and that higher gravitational potential, higher up, causes it to run faster. But it's spinning, which causes it to run slower, and they exactly cancel each other, so that if you had a mean sea level all the way around the Earth, all the clocks would run at the same rate. Kind of interesting. The next is the theory equivalence principle. Gravity acts on electromagnetic radiation, and here's what the recognized authorities say. And here is where we run into some real problems. The claims, the frequency energy of electromagnetic radiation which rises in a gravitational field has a redshift, i.e. it decreases. When falling, it has a blue shift, or increases. And I show that 4 people here, Einstein, Feynman, Clifford Will, and Neil Ashby. Will and Ashby are current theorists that are well recognized, and they all claim that this is the case. Well, they use an energy argument from Feynman and Einstein. One of them talks about frequency, one about energy, but it's the same thing. The argument is made by the conservation of energy. It takes energy to move an atom up in a gravity field, and then you let it emit some radiation. You lower the atom back down and let it absorb electromagnetic radiation. Well, the energy of the atom is different, they claim, and therefore you have to have the energy of the radiation that's gone between them has to change, or you wouldn't get back your original energy. Well, what's the problem with that? The critical assumption in the Einstein and Feynman energy argument is that the same amount of energy is required to emit radiation from an atom independent of gravitational potential. Well, this is not obviously true, and I will show that in fact it is obviously not true. First of all, the transit system and GPS both show that, in fact, the frequency as it falls from satellite to ground does not change. In fact, I find it highly interesting that Clifford Will admits on page 50 of his Was Einstein Right that clocks are affected when you move them up and down in the gravity field, but he says we can't really know if it's a clock rate because it's not measured in real time. Yeah, just some real beautiful logic here. So I claim that it is the frequency emitted which changes and not the frequency in transit. For example, the famous experiment at Stanford where they let radiation fall in a tower, it was the fact that the clocks that they measure the frequency with is different, not the fact that the radiation changed. There's direct proof available from GPS to show that this frequency does not change in transit. I think this is the best case that I can make. GPS sends a modulated signal from satellite to ground that's binary encoded, and encoded in it is the time at which the signal left the satellite, and the time at which it reaches the ground and can be measured. The difference in time sent and the time received is multiplied by the speed of light to get the distance. If the frequency or energy increased in transit during the time, the phase reversals would be wrong and the measured distance would be short. Well, maybe it is short, but the integrated carrier frequency would get shorter and shorter because it's all continuously decreasing. And in fact, my old Hatch filter where I smoothed the code measurements with the carrier to get higher accuracy would diverge. It doesn't diverge, therefore the frequency cannot be changing as it falls. And here's that outstanding logic again, I say, from world-famous relativists. Clifford Will, I already mentioned, he says, you don't know whether it happens in real time or not. Neil Ashby, I call this double or nothing quote. Second, the strong equivalence principle implies that light traveling downward in the gravitational field is shifted to a higher frequency, i.e. it is blue shifted and gains energy. As a consequence, atomic clocks at a higher elevation in the gravitational field run faster. I say, what? What kind of logic do these people are trained in? I think, quoting from Peter, just a phrase in the New Testament, they are willingly ignorant. I happen to know, for example, Clifford Will, a graduate student of his, called me once after he read one of my letters and said, I talked to Will about this, and he says you're wrong, and when he gets back from vacation, he'll let you know. Well, that was 2 years ago. I presume he's back from vacation by now. And Ashby recently submitted an article to that same magazine that I had my first paper in on that list, and it essentially addressed the same issue that I addressed 7 years earlier. Well, he came up with a weird explanation for the same thing that I explained, I think, logically. I criticized it back to the editor. Turns out the editor is a friend of mine, or I would never have got the original paper published. But so I sent the criticism back, and that's been 4 or 5 months ago, and the paper still hasn't appeared. So I'm beginning to think that they are, as I said, willingly ignorant. They don't want to look at the facts. Okay, there are a lot of related questions, though, if you follow this logic to its natural conclusions. Incidentally, this is Sheldon Harris. Again, I saw one earlier of this same picture, I think. He hasn't made any progress with his theories, so he's beginning to work on his resemblance to Einstein. Okay. Where does gravitational potential energy come from? How does the gravitational force arise? Do inertial and structural mass diverge? How is the total energy split between structural energy and kinetic energy? Is the matter wave frequency or energy defined by twice the classical kinetic energy? And can black holes exist? So let's look at some of the implications of that fact that the frequency doesn't change as it falls. It has some huge implications. First of all, we can reverse Einstein and Feynman to say, obviously, if the frequency hasn't changed going up and down, then the energy hasn't changed of the particle itself. Well, that means that this energy of falling must have come from the structure itself. In other words, the rest mass energy, I'll show later, I'd prefer to call it structural. The structural mass energy is what has changed and provided us our gravitational energy. Since radiant energy doesn't change, the kinetic energy of fall must come from the decrease of the rest mass energy. And that's a big implication. There's some gravitational force implications. If gravitational energy comes from the rest mass, the spatial gradient derivative of the energy should give us the gravitational force. And it does very closely. If I use a gravitational scale factor for lengths and energy and et cetera, which we'll go into a little more, Einstein has the square root one there. I have instead an isotropic one, it's called in some of the literature, but it's the one I get when I say that matter is made up of resonant spinning ether blobs, if you will, and low. And because it takes reaction time of the ether at c, that's where we get mc squared. In any case, if I use the exponential form, you'll see it differs only out there in the second order. But when I take that potential energy and take the gradient of it, a big difference. In the isotropic form, I get the scale factor in the numerator here, right there. And if I use Einstein's, it goes in the denominator. In other words, the force would increase as I fall, even though I know I'm losing energy, structural energy, which I think is the gravitational potential energy. So the isotropic form has to be the correct form for me to gain energy from the particle itself. Well, this has other interesting implications. In fact, if you pursue it to its logical, the G itself has a scale factor. I almost neutralize that by putting C fourth in the denominator and saying the force is generated by the energy of the rest mass energy or structural energy of the source and acting on the structural energy of the particle, which now is decreasing in energy as it falls. And in fact, this explains Halt-Narp's low energy, I think, because as you add more and more mass, it has less and less effect. Incidentally, that rules out a black hole, among other things, but it also explains quite a bit of Halt-Narp's observations, I believe. Since they measure how much mass there is in a star by the orbiting stars around it or whatever, this decreased force, because of this decreased S, also says that they're measuring the mass too low, which explains why some of the blue stars have a red shift that Halt-Narp explained, and fits together with it being a gravitational shift and works out very nicely. Gravitational scaling and no black holes. Shapiro experiment did radar time delay from Mars as it passes behind the sun and showed that, in fact, the speed of light slows as the square of the gravitational scale factor. Local time intervals get longer by the inverse of S, clock frequency slowing, which implies that lengths shorten by S, and that means the structural energy decreases by S. The mass itself increases as the cube, but the energy decreases because of the speed of light changing. And black holes, the gravitational force is self-limiting. The structure and gravitational energy decrease proportional to S. Gravitational force does not act on electromagnetic radiation, which means that any emissions from if a black hole were there, if it were straight up, it would have no effect. What you're seeing is just simply the lower frequency at which it was emitted. Now, it is true that there's some refraction effects, so if it came out at an angle, it would dim that result. But the major effect is there obviously could not be a black hole. Okay, weak equivalence principle. Gravitational and inertial mass are equal is the claim, and the energy implications of that. The velocity scale factor I give over here, and there's the total energy, the potential energy plus the kinetic. The components of the total energy, I say the structural and the kinetic, are given here, and you'll notice that I've doubled the kinetic energy. And that's because I claim that there's a hidden component, which is evidenced by the fact that a moving particle emits lower radiation. So it has converted part of its structural mass, when it moves, into kinetic mass. And that works out for a number of reasons, and it looks like it's great. The identification of the structural, gravitational, and inertial mass then becomes like this. Inertial mass times the speed of light times S gives the total energy, and then the gravitational energy and the kinetic energy. Okay, problem is the decreased potential energy causes the frequency radiated to decrease and therefore decreased structural energy. Increased kinetic energy also causes it to decrease, and the solution is the same. The structural and inertial mass diverge with velocity. And there's actually been some evidence of that in some other papers that I don't cite here. The theory says the rest mass is invariant with frame and energy conservation. The invariance of the rest mass it's really interesting here. In special relativity, they claim that the rest mass doesn't change. Well, if we work through the equations and we expect energy to be conserved, what we'd expect would be that the energy of the moving planet or whatever would be decreased by kinetic energy. And sure enough, when you plug in that into this equation, you get that the structural mass has apparently decreased by its motion factor, and that in fact resets them so that if I'm going to measure them on the Earth, they'll look like they're the same. We'll go into a little more of that. And note that it's numerical invariance and not physical invariance for both speed of light and inertial mass and a number of other things. Confirmation of structural mass decrease in inertial mass increase with velocity, which is contrary to theory. The frequency of emission absorption increases with potential energy, but decreases with kinetic. Pound-Rebke experiment I mentioned earlier. The frequency energy of matter waves is twice the classical kinetic energy, and I've never seen anybody try to explain why. Direct tests of inertial and gravitational mass divergence with fall have always been performed at the same velocity, so they aren't even really looking for it. In a given frame, the structural gravitational mass and the inertial mass are equal when stationary, because the kinetic energy is reset to 0 in your moving frame. In a given frame, the structural gravitational mass and inertial mass by the same amount as the gravitational potential energy is changed if you're not moving up and down in that potential. Okay, on to the next. GPS and the strong equivalence principle. Theory, here's what the experts say. The effects of acceleration and gravity are completely equivalent. Einstein said it, Feynman said it, Ashby says it in chapter 14 of the Global Positioning Bible, if you will. And let's just go on. What experiment says, gravitational potential causes clock rate changes, but acceleration causes Doppler frequency changes. Well, there's a significant difference there. I can integrate my clock frequency changes and get time. I can't integrate Doppler frequency and get time. By the previous argument from GPS, the frequency does not change when falling, and in the radiated frequency clock reach, which changes the function of the gravitational potential. In GPS, the Doppler frequency can be distinguished from the clock rate by sending the clock reading via the same electromagnetic signal, i.e. modulated on the signal. And tracking millisecond pulsars can distinguish between clock rate and Doppler rate, and clearly shows that they aren't equal. Clock rate integrates into clock time, but Doppler does not. The effects are not equivalent. I do admit there is one minute effect that cancels, and that is with the Earth falling towards the sun as it orbits, and the GPS also falling, it turns out over that 70 milliseconds, there's just enough tiny acceleration of the Earth that it essentially cancels out that clock effect instantaneously. But as we shall see, the integration of it still has good effects. On to theory again. Infinitesimal Lorentz boosts or transformations. The theory claims that they are a valid means of adjusting SRT to accelerated frames, and I give a bunch of references for that. Experiment instead agrees with Goy's hypothesis. He's a prof in Italy, and he says that you can't do Lorentz transformations instantaneously all the way around that, but you can set your clock rate instantaneously to whatever the velocity is at that point. And that's proven by the fact in a muon storage ring, the acceleration has no effect, but the velocity does directly affect it. And here I want to do a couple illustrative experiments to illustrate a little bit of this. If you use GPS and free-running clocks to measure the time and the speed of light in orbit around the Earth, and I'm going to measure the speed of light across this bar, or even perhaps across this bar, if I gravity gradient stabilize it, for example, so that this always points towards the Earth, then these two clocks on the two edges run at exactly the same rate because they're traveling at exactly the same rate and exactly the same potential. Meanwhile, these two are traveling at slightly different speeds, and that speed is just exactly enough to cancel the two the difference in the potential. And so all these clocks will run at the same rate if I'm not rotating this. If I continue, the horizontal leg is just like GRACE, and the GRACE satellites clearly show they use GPS for time, and they clearly show that yes, the clocks run at the same rate. They agree with the GPS time, and GRACE is just two satellites in the same orbit separated by a couple hundred kilometers. But there's some interesting things that we can also learn here. For light traveling between those two satellites, it turns out it will be measured as c minus v, the velocity of the satellites, because of the transit time, how far the satellites have moved in that transit time. We can reduce that to a distance traveled. We can compute a change in clock that would compensate for it. And it turns out that it's exactly that Vx over c squared, negative. And for carrying a clock, if you look at the gamma factor and look at the center part term, which is caused by the orbit, you get that same correction. The first term, this can be made arbitrarily small by moving slowly, and this one is common to anything on the Earth. So you can get exactly the same effect by carrying a clock from one to the other. Slow clock transport introduces a clock bias, and Einstein two-way synchronization introduces that same clock bias. So they will measure the speed of light as c if, in fact, you try to synchronize them. But if you don't synchronize them and it's not rotating, you won't. Well, next 10, what if we rotate it? Or what if we stop the rotation? We were rotating the last one, pointing towards the Earth. This one we not. And one way of doing that would be to spin this thing around its vertical axis, and now it won't rotate as it goes around the Earth. The spin we could use to see that it would create the clock bias between the two that make it looks like the speed of light is c between the two, and the speed of light on these two clocks run at different rates now because of their gravitational potential. But lo and behold, if you integrate those two rates, as this goes around the Earth, this one will wind up being behind it once you've gone a quarter of the way around, and it creates just exactly the right amount of clock bias to measure the speed of light as c again. Well, this is exactly what happens on the Earth. The spin of the Earth keeps the Earth oriented the same way in space, and the spin and the gravitational potential of the sun wind up causing it to make it look like the speed of light is c on the Earth, even though it's not. Okay, I think that's good enough. Next, theoretical claims for a Lorentz transformation, or boosts. If you make two non-collinear Lorentz transformations, they claim it'll create a torque. Nobody knows where the torque comes from, but Thomas gave an original derivation for that on the electron. Lorentz boosts of the Earth cause the cancellation of the sun's gravitational field, according to Ashby. Mueller attempts to explain the torque, and he actually gives a physical explanation, which I think makes sense. The trouble is, if he were right, and if the Thomas precession explanation were right, you'd get twice as much. I do believe that the divergence of structural mass and inertial mass can cause the precession effect. The experiment, gravitational potential of the sun does not affect the clocks. This does affect the clocks, whereas they claimed that it didn't. The frequency effects integrate into the clock biases, and that's exactly by the process I just explained on that spinning thing. The Earth is spinning. As a result, you get some clock biases that wind up making the speed of light look like it is the same in all directions. And when the orbit direction changes, the gravitational potential of the sun is just enough to keep that bias the same amount. So Ashby's claims are wrong. The fall of the Earth does not cancel out any effect on the clocks caused by the gravitational field of the sun. There's another fundamental question we can get back to. What about length contraction? Is it real? If so, what's the mechanism? I claim that the conservation of momentum requires length contraction of an orbit in a moving frame. How do I get this? Well, when you're moving, the inertial mass increases, as the experiments have shown. It turns out that if I'm in orbit around the Earth, for example, up here, when my orbital speed adds to the Earth's speed, I'm going enough faster that my mass is a little higher. Conservation of momentum says I have to move a little bit slower. Therefore, I'm going to wind up closer to the Earth in front. Down here, just the opposite effect. It cancels some of it. I get lower mass, therefore my speed has increase, and I get a little closer to the Earth on the tail end. I believe that exact same thing happens in the atoms and so forth. So that we get length contraction caused by conservation of momentum. Well, there's another amazing fact about it, and that is it's exactly the same clock bias that will counteract that slow, tiny velocity change and make it look like we have uniform momentum in an orbit around the Earth, even when the momentum is not uniform. And the clock times, I could use this as a clock and see that there's clock slowing and so on and so forth. Okay, theory says the speed of light is physically invariant. Wikipedia questions it, and I say the real question is the speed of light physically invariant or simply numerically invariant in a local inertial or local gravitational frame. Shapiro radar time delay shows that the speed of light varies in the gravitational potential, and I say lengths shorten, frequency decreases, speed of light decreases as a square, but it's locally invariant numerically. In other words, it's physically changed, but it has not mathematically changed in terms of a number I would measure locally. Now back to transformations, we get the Celery transformation. Again, a prof in Italy has developed a transformation where he says there's clock slowing and there's length contraction, which is why I've argued for those two. And he gives a simple set of equations for that Celery transformation. It's the same as the Lorentz transformation, except there's a time difference equation. If you manipulate the mathematics of that time difference and simplify it, it turns out it's that same clock bias that you get from Einstein's synchronization. So yes, the Lorentz transformation works, but it's because you've changed the clock, and it turns out you've changed the scale. Over here, we're looking at that clock slowing, and it winds up, when you look at everything, the speed of light is physically decreased by gamma squared if you're going one way. If you're going back the other way, for example, the Earth, I call the Earth a child frame of the Sun and the Sun a parent frame of the Earth, because the speed of light is physically different in the two frames, and from what we've just looked at. And of course, there would be a galactic frame that's parent of the Sun, etc. So numerically C is invariant, but physically it's not. Okay, a little more one-way Sagnac effect on the Earth. The measurement is the result of Earth's rotation around the Earth. I claim that that's absolutely false. Wang has done some experiments with conveyor belts and shown that their circular equation right there is really equivalent to the length and can be put in terms of the length. Well, on one-way path, you'd expect it to be half as big. The GPS experts claim, there's this triangle that it follows, and they put it in the same form for a one-way because of Earth's rotation. But again, if you work it out, it turns out it's just VL over C squared, and when you put it in terms of where the satellite and receiver are, it works out to be exactly the same as that VX distance along the equator. And so there's clock biases that have to be accounted for in GPS to remove the Sagnac effect. Everybody asks why there isn't one for orbits. Well, there isn't one for orbits because they're all affected by the same amount, and you just adjust your clocks. The clocks have been adjusted and are automatically kept that way from the argument we've already given. A little bit more proof of that is GPS has to include all receiver motion in the effect, rotational, and not whether it's just rotational or not. And that's the ICD document that claims that that's the case. So again, it's not a rotation, it's a fact that the receiver and source are moving. Okay, I then come up with what I call the apparent Lorentz transformation, and I say it's a result of the Celery transformation along this axis added with a clock bias or removed from a clock bias. And there is a scale change across this, one way when you're going one way and the other when you're going back the other way. Okay, and that has some implications later on. I say, why call the transformation an alternate Lorentz transformation? Why not call it the Lorentz transformation? And I say that's because the interpretation is dramatically different. Yes, the mathematics is the same, but the physical speed is different. And there is a length contraction, even of the Earth, on the order of a few centimeters, which incidentally, I came across a paper a long time ago, I haven't checked on it recently, when they tried to compute precise orbits with radar of the planets. They did not get the right values, and they tried it with and without Einstein's theories, and it didn't work either way very well. I claim that they're not taking into account this flattening effect and the speed of light changes as a function of direction here. The length contraction is different in different directions. And incidentally, that'll cause a very tiny change in your VLBI measurement of the milliarc seconds. So there's some fun things that they don't account for that I believe we're beginning to see the residual effects of that. The speed difference, the need to distinguish between parent frame and child frame to know whether the scale is changing up or down. It clarifies the need for a specific bias mechanism to account for the clock bias. Special relativity in general seems to think, and as evidenced by the infinitesimal Lorentz transformation claims, that the clocks will automatically be biased under acceleration to still measure the speed of light at c. And that's clearly not the case. They have to be in a gravitational field that's adjusting the clocks properly, or that will not happen. And as just seen by the great satellites, they are not synchronized to measure the speed of light at c because they have not been biased by that proper amount. Okay, so I say it clarifies the need for Einstein resynchronization if the acceleration is linear and not in a gravitational field. Okay, what's next? This is from Sheldon Harris's same Einstein Simplified book. He says, as I mentioned next week in my talk on reversible time. So I'm going to look a little bit here at what's next. Next week or later, to be explained. The anomalous Earth gravity assist, it's my hypothesis that same flattening of the Earth gravitational potential upon a solar orbit. It works fine for any orbit around the Earth because they have the same phenomena effects. But once I use the Earth to send somebody else, I believe, and in fact, the largest Earth gravity assist observed came in directly orthogonal to what that flattening would be. So I think, I haven't worked out the details, but I believe that that will explain the extra acceleration seen on Earth gravity assists. The apparent relativity of gravitational and electromagnetic forces. My last paper that I still haven't had published, I show how a gravitomagnetic effect looks like a gravity effect in a moving system. I intend to try to do the same thing electromagnetically, and I have that outlined, and I believe it'll work. It's a little more complicated than the gravity one. Another interesting thing is that there's a speed kick of millisecond pulsars whenever they collapse down more. And I believe that's just a conservation of momentum effect and the direction of that momentum. They speed up, and therefore I believe it gives them a kinetic kick along axis. Incidentally, in that gravity one, I found that if I have a spinning orbit and I speed it up, I also get part of that spin energy goes into kinetic energy. So again, it indicates it's just like that hidden kinetic energy elsewhere. Spin energy can create hidden kinetic energy when you start moving it. I haven't really done any work on this last point in 20 years, but 20 years ago I did do some work on the relationship between gravitational electric forces. Now this is hypothetical and you may have big objections to it, but nevertheless, my conjecture is that there's a relationship between gravitational and kinetic. Gravitational potential, I believe, arises from compression of the ether, and that's why it exponentially decays as distance from the planet. Gravitational forces arise from compressive ether gradient. Gravitational force is locally generated by the local gradient, no travel time. Kinetic force is due to the shear gradient induced by the motion in the ether. Electric and magnetic, I believe, are simply oscillations of the other two. Not, a lot of people think, and properly so, because there's 40 orders of magnitude difference between it, think that gravity is residual electric. I believe it's just the opposite. And when you look at how concentrated the mass is in an atom, for example, I think this might help explain the effect. But electric potential arises from an oscillation in the ether density, I believe. And the electric force is due to the interaction gradient and direction of flow of that ether oscillation. I believe that an electron, for example, by rotating a phase structure, makes it look like that's coming in, the inward phase motion, because of the rotation. When a positron would rotate in the opposite direction, and it would look like it would be going out. magnetic force is due to the oscillation of the shear induced by the motion, I believe. What is a little bit of supporting evidence for that? Well, for example, in gravity, there's no travel time. In the electromagnetic, the best of my knowledge, and from what I've seen, it travels at the speed of light. And it looks like that next paper I'm working on, that explains one of the differences between the electric and magnetic as well. There's only one sign to the charge, no repulsion, but if I have an oscillation, I can get plus and minus, inward and outward phase motion. Apparent morphing of gravitational and kinetic into a gravity only. Same way, apparent motion of electromagnetic forces with motion into electric only. Earthquakes induce electromagnetic phenomena. The one in Japan recently, they saw the ionosphere bump up right above it. So I believe that motion of mass, oscillation of mass in particular, can create an electric field, a strong electric field. EO was mentioned in the talk before mine. I looked at it again, 20 years ago, and the decameter radiation occurred as EO was in front and behind and had opposite patterns. So I believe that's when you'd get the most oscillation of apparent gravity, because one's following the other in either case. And I believe it's what creates that strong electric field. And of course, spiral galaxies. You saw that electric radiation between the stars. Well, those stars are following one another and create an oscillation. So I believe that this is that it's the gravity or the mass oscillation which causes these huge electric forces. This is the big quote. I'll skip it. We're probably low on time, and I'd like for a little bit of time to ask questions. But one of the famous professors that looked at biochemical processes said, at the tail end of explaining it to people, there's no possibility whatever that this system could have arisen by chance. I tend to think the same thing of physics. There's some remarkable mathematics and remarkable design as evidence. So I say be a king like Solomon, search out a matter. Okay.
Good afternoon, morning, everyone.
Yeah. What's so good about it?
It's beautiful outside right now, even though the roads are iced over. It's still beautiful.
After spending an hour snow blowing snow off my driveway, it's not so beautiful.
That's because you're in Canada. See, America is beautiful.
I just drove over all the snow in my driveway.
How much snow did you get, Rayleigh? Is it still snowing?
Well, we only got about 8 inches, but the blowing snow, so in some parts of my driveway, I had like 12 inches.
Yeah, I get it. That's cool. Did you lay down some salt?
No, there's no real ice, just snow.
Fair enough. All of our snow down here in Texas is like frozen solid, which is nice because they didn't have to ice the roads. And even though you got to drive slow on the road, you still get a little bit of traction.
Yeah, that doesn't work at stop signs though, because all the cars that drive and brake on that hard packed snow will eventually turn that packed snow into ice. So even in my neighborhood, every time I hit a stop sign, it's just like slide, slide, slide.
Yeah, no, there's some parts where like, change in elevation where it goes from downhill to uphill, and you can see the ice under the snow, right? Like there's no doubt about it that there's ice under the snow. But where I'm at, everything's pretty much shut down around here, and so most people aren't out driving, which means that the snow. It looks like Denver. It looks like the mountains. Honestly, it looks like Aspen. Like you could go skiing.
Yeah, all the schools are closed down, and in a large thing, even into Toronto, because Toronto Airport got 18 inches of snow. That's the record it's ever received in 24 hours.
No, that's pretty wild.
So, like, they canceled hundreds of flights.
Yeah, the weird thing about down here is like because like everything got iced out, snowed out, all transportation from commercial vehicles are canceled, right? So like me and my wife went to Walmart yesterday to go get some water and a few other things just because we were a little bit low. There's no water, man.
You know what you got to do? Go to the baby section and look for the distilled water that they have for babies. Nobody tends to know that even exists, so you can get water there.
That's a good emergency thing. Yeah, you're right. You'd think that would be a thing though, but here's the thing about that. A lot of old people use distilled water for their BiPAPs.
Yep. Yeah, but there'll be like 2 sections of distilled water, one near the regular water, and then one over in the baby section, all the baby stuff.
For sure. Yeah, like distilled water provides no electrolyte stuff, but it's hydration water, right? Like you can still hydrate with it.
Well, you can add a pinch of sea salt to it, and that'll give you your electrolytes.
But yeah, I went over to the politics server for a little bit just to see if I could entice anybody in. Nobody came in.
Yeah, I checked there earlier as well and noticed there wasn't anything there.
Yo, Swole,
What's up?
did you survive the weekend? The winter?
Yeah, man. Who is this?
Charlie from Texas.
Yeah, man. We survived out here. A lot of because everything snowed out, like there's no resupply coming in, unfortunately, and so there's no water on the shelves. Well, overall, like the roads are still semi-drivable because nobody's on them, and so, like I was telling Rayleigh, there's it looks like snow on the ground, but the snow is like frozen, and oddly enough, there's still a little bit of traction on the ground because of that snow. Once it turns to ice, though, that's it.
Are you north, east, south, or west?
I'm Dallas area.
Yeah, my water well froze up here, so I'm out here with the hair blower, trying to get this fixed.
Yeah, that stinks. Hopefully, you got stocked up a little bit.
Yeah, semi. I wasn't expecting my my lines to freeze up, so probably got to head out here soon. Might have to rent a hotel a couple days, maybe.
Well, if you in Texas, if you got freezing temperatures, you got to drain everything that has water in it. Because if you lose power and your heat goes out, your lines will burst. You'll your fridges, the ice makers and fridges can burst the lines to them. Your hot water heater, same thing. Got to drain that out.
Yeah, especially if the pilot goes out.
Have you got electric heater? Toilets as well. You got to drain your toilets so they don't freeze and crack.
If I had to guess, if he if he's got a well that is frozen, then there's a good chance that he has a gas pilot.
Propane. something like
But
that.
I get what you're saying though. It's a
Because
good advice.
Yeah, a lot of the damage from the last ice storm that hit Texas was people who didn't shut off their water, so they ended up with busted pipes and flooding.
Yeah, I try to suggest that shutting off the water, but living in a house full of women, they didn't want that. So now we have no choice but to add water. I did notice though, man, the planes are still flying. Contrails are still out there moving.
Which planes? The ones with the contrails?
Yeah, I guess you could say that. Kim, whatever, they're still up there.
No, it's pretty clear skies where I'm at, so there's nothing going on in the sky like that. But I do hear a plane.
Of a gun.
In the distance.
Just amazes me. What is the purpose of that? What is the purpose of them up there spraying?
Well, based off of some documents that I've read, I know it's not speculation Sunday, but I won't go too wild into conspiracy theories. I'm just gonna kind of give a little bit of credence towards the government side, right? Based off of some of the documents that I've read, they spray when there's a storm, before a storm comes, to lighten the storm. Like the storm would have been heavier had they not sprayed. I call it cloud seeding or whatever. Kind of like when you have a fire and you build another fire next to it to steal the oxygen away from both fires. But yeah, I guess while we're waiting for people to pile in, one of the things that we could talk about is, just how to be safe in this current situation. I know it might be a little bit too late for some ideas, like, leaving the water running or covering up pipes with insulation and things like that. But I think you had a great idea, Rayleigh. Probably not, anybody out there that might be struggling to find water, go to the baby food section, grab some distilled water, and then throw like a pinch or two of salt in there, swirl it around. Sea salt.
Yeah, it doesn't take very much salt. Even half a gram would be more than enough to give it the electrolytes. Yeah, the other thing is if you're driving around, you don't have winter tires, drop the air pressure in your tires by at least, for passenger tires, at least 5, maybe 7 pounds. That'll make your tires softer, and the softer the tire, the better a grip it has.
Oh yeah, mine are sitting somewhere around 24, 26 psi. That's probably why I do have grip. I didn't think about that.
Yeah, commercial vehicles are the worst. Some of them got like 60 psi to 100 psi in those tires, and they're so hard that they don't grip nothing. It's meant for longevity, not for grip.
But for those of y'all out there in YouTube land, if you're bored, you're snowed in, you got questions about flat Earth, come on in.
I still have to wonder how the people who lived here 10,000 years ago survived these winters.
That's what I'm saying.
Because even in the Wild West days, you know, we had people building themselves cabins and they built themselves fireplaces and stuff like that, and even they were suffering because they didn't build their cabins correctly.
Bro, if I had to guess, the story we were told about how they survived is completely wrong. Like, there's no way. One winter, any winter that you went without like fur and everything like that, you didn't have anybody to tell you to use fur. There's no way you survived. No way.
Yeah, see, some places of the world they were pretty smart, and the Chinese used to build a little fire that was underneath your bed. Like the bed was made of clay bricks and everything like that. So the fire went underneath the bed, kept your bed warm. Plus the amount of brick there collected all the heat from the fire. So even when the fire went out, it didn't immediately freeze. And some of the Americans that emigrated from like cold Finland and stuff like that, the guy built his wood cabin with like eight tons of rock in one of the walls. And so he spent like 3 days heating up his cabin with the wood, and all that rock absorbed all that heat. And then he only had to burn normal amounts of wood during the day, and the fire could go out at night, and his cabin still stayed warm overnight. He wouldn't have to keep waking up every 2-3 hours and adding more wood to the fire.
Well, I'm sure that they took shifts back then too for things like that. They probably didn't need as much sleep.
Well, they went to sleep early, right? As soon as the sun went down, you're going to go to sleep earlier.
How many years back are we talking?
Hundreds.
And some of the smart ones built their cabins underground. You know, they dug out part of a hill, built their cabin in it, and then covered it in with a little bit of soil and sod on top. Survive that way.
So back in fat. What's up, man? Somebody called me? Anybody know why back in fat is muted?
I know.
Yeah, but if you were muted, you wouldn't be in here muted. You'd just be muted in their room. Yeah, screw it. I got 5 minutes. What's up, back?
Hello.
What's up, man?
This is the
So,
Google meetup, right?
about flat Earth.
Talk to me.
Well, what's up, man? What brings you into this room?
So I gotta
I've
pull
never
up my
met you
evidence.
before. What's up, Cloris?
I had like sustainable evidence. I gotta go find it.
Click Slither.io on it because it's really flat.
I'm sorry, one at a time, y'all, because like y'all are cutting in on each other's mics.
Do you guys have like flat Earth like turf wars?
Turf wars? What does that mean?
Like against like the round earthers?
Not really a turf war, man. Like this is our
Like do you send
room.
like
We have conversations with people who think they know what the Earth is, and then we teach them how they don't know.
do you send like your goals against them?
What? Cool.
I
Do you have
like
any
10 goals
evidence
on
for
it.
the shape of the Earth?
Yeah, so basically
No.
Slither.io exists. And Slither.io is really flat. So that means it must be flat.
I mean, a measure's flat, right?
Yeah.
Because there's no measurable curvature, right?
Yeah, that too. But Slither.io is flat. So everything else must be flat.
Say that again. You're
What
like
did you say?
slurring.
Yeah, you're slurring your one. What? IO? What? He left. What a coward.
Did he?
Yeah. We've got Dire. We've got Amphibious. Little Bunny. Well,
Sidious.
What's up? Is it Cloris? Is that how you say your name?
Yeah, hang on. I'm looking for my evidence.
the evidence would be measurements of curvature on the surface of the Earth where we're all hanging out. That thing's curving, then it's a ball, most likely. I mean, it actually doesn't have to be, but
To the fairness of Chloris, he is a beginner in English, so we'll give you the benefit of the doubt on that. But just know that anything you say, Chloris, we're going to hold you to those words.
Okay, well, I'll be back. I'll be back.
Well, we want you to talk. Sorry, I wasn't trying to make him run away. I just giving him the benefit of the beginner. Did they delete our event?
I don't know.
Voice channel. It's all right. I'll put a new one up, DJ. I won't start it, but I'll put a new one.
Is this illusion of normal? Is that an event that's going on right now that we probably can't interrupt?
I'm just going to set it for 15 minutes. Yeah, that's why I'm just going to leave it as starting soon, but never start it. Just to let it slide down the list for the most part. I know they're holding a book reading right now. Probably got other stage events coming up. I like their stage events. They seem very friendly. I'm happy for the people that go in there and join those conversations. I hope they learn stuff.
Yeah, there's no stage events coming up, and it's only stage events that we're not meant to have an event during. If someone else is running an event in a different VC, that's fair game. We can have multiple events running. So there's no reason anyone should be shutting our event down. So I'll sort it out.
No worries. If they take it down, we'll just put another one up.
Yeah, but that's it's like a principle thing. Oh, I'm gonna have to get Vivek to fix the problem because I don't want to make 10 events every day just to keep our events up. Whoever's doing it needs to be dealt with.
Maybe there's a rule, like after so long, such a time, if it doesn't start, it falls off or something.
No, it's a mod closing our events down. You know, I only just started that event maybe an hour ago or half an hour ago or something.
Yeah, I stayed up for like 15 minutes, maybe.
Yeah. There's some butthurt moderator basically that's come in here, got their ass handed to them, and now they're on a rampage to try to do what they can to hinder us. I know which one it is as well.
No, that's interesting.
Yeah. Yeah, if you'd look through the mod list, find which one has the most degenerate name, that's the one. Always the most degenerate, hates Flat Earth the most.
Was I not right about that, or what?
Oh no, that's a fact. Yeah, that's a straight up, like, fact for sure.
Now, I'm not saying I came up with that idea, but that was just something I noticed over time. I'm like, damn, the more degenerate the person is, the more they hate Flat Earth. And even if they claim to be a good Christian.
Type.
What's that, Larry?
I'm sorry, I was going to say it always seems like, the communist type seems to, the people that say words like sovereign citizen and what do you think you got God-given rights, those types.
Yeah, or the I can't even say it.
Sexual pervert.
Sexually confused perverts. Yeah. That's
Oh, you're talking about the perverts. That's a total different class.
Perverts. That's hilarious.
That might be a new term we use.
Yep, definitely.
Yeah, no, just over time, Larry, like that was something that I always noticed is like the biggest sexual degenerates out there tend to hate Flat Earth the most, even if they claim to be like good Christians and blah 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 blah. They have some kind of secret life that we probably don't know about. And I'm gonna assume that until proven otherwise wrong. But for some reason, I'm batting 1,000. And it just seems to be the ones that aren't sexual degenerates, even though they were brainwashed their entire life, they come in here and they actually listen to what we're saying. They're like, oh shit, that actually kind of makes sense. And then, we'll have like an hour-long, 2-hour-long discussion with them. And then they say, okay, well, I need to go do some more research. And then from there, honestly, I'll probably say I never even hear from them ever again. Probably because they go out and find some things that they didn't think they were going to find. Hey, they just took it down, dude.
You took it down, but you didn't start it, did you?
Nope, I didn't start it. I'm going to go look at the moderators. Do the crewmates have access to the events like that, or they can delete them?
Yeah, I'll find out. I think they do. Yep.
Because I don't think it's the current moderators, or at least not the
What
ones
do you mean
being
by?
shown.
Yeah, I mean anyone.
The ones that
can
show
do it.
online. Yeah, they don't have to be online.
Yeah, exactly.
I know Indio shows offline all the fucking time.
I was in AFK or something because I got a phone call and then I didn't come back. I started fucking around doing other shit. What's up, Cheap?
What's up, Indio?
What up, man? I came back right in time. They transfer you to AFK if you don't do something, so I was in there, I guess. Hey, some AFK channel.
Must be a computer thing. You're always on the computer, right?
Yeah. Usually. Sometimes I'm on the phone.
We're trying to figure out who's deleting the events. Like, I won't start it because they have people on stage right now, so I'm being nice. But like after 5 or 10 minutes, somebody's deleting all of our events.
You
Yeah,
serious?
there's no stage event. Yeah, what I've noticed. What's up, India?
What's up? How you?
Yeah, good, man. Yeah, so
Awesome.
they just keep closing our events down, right? Like we'll start an event, 5 minutes later, it's just being shut down. Or
I
events.
noticed that.
Yeah.
I noticed that. Like you post in the main server, and I look and I see event, and then I come and I look at the title, and there's no event.
Yep. Yeah, so I think some crewmates or mods came in the other day and were kind of butthurt at Flat Earth. Got
What
their
else
ass
is
handed
new?
to them, and now they're on a, I think if they see the event pop up, then they're closing it down. It's kind of annoying. Anyway, I'll have a chat with the owner about that, and we'll try to get it sorted.
I think I see who. Neil.
Well, you know the guy that set up the Professor Blitz debate. He's a big fan of ours, you know.
Oh, yeah.
Even though he said he doesn't take a side, he was arguing in the chat for the Globe during that event and has done it afterwards. So, yeah, he's a mod, right? He's a regular server mod.
I think he
You know
might
what
be
I'm
a
talking about.
crewmate. Yeah, I forget his name, but I know exactly who you're talking about.
Yeah, another phony. So, Sheepdog Man, we need to do a poll. We need to do a poll on X.
Okay.
The poll is going to be this: social media platform that has the most dishonest people in the flat Earth versus globe Earth topic. Is it X? Is it Facebook? Is it YouTube? Is it Discord? Is it TikTok? Is it? It's definitely X, bro. Like X is like hands down. I can't even, bro. Like, yeah, you can't even believe what I dealt with like for 2 days over there. I don't know if you've been following me and what is his name, Roger Hawkins or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
You know who I'm talking about?
I think so. I think I've seen that name.
The most well, not most. I mean,
there's a bunch of them.
X-Foolery, Hapro.
Oh yeah.
What's the other guy? Oh
yeah.
My God, man, bro! I literally post 30 citations that gravity is not a force, and he goes, "Gravity is a fundamental force." None of those people would disagree with me. They wrote down not a force. Like, what are you talking about? Like, you tell us what they really mean, dude.
It's a weak force, right? It's weak because we're able to jump up into the air. That's how stupid it is. But it's so strong that it'll hold something to the surface of the Earth against the 10 to the negative 17 torr vacuum.
Yeah, I saw that dude's reply to you. It's a weak force, but it's not the weakest force. That makes no sense. No, he said it's not it's the weakest force, but it's not a weak force. Like they just say like the dumbest shit. But to say after like I gave him like 10 citations, like 5 citations of, different physicists saying gravity's not a force. I'm like, okay, bet. I'm gonna give freaking 30. 30. Like when they actually say the words, gravity is not a force. Dude's like, none of them would disagree with me that gravity is a fundamental force. Like, bro, you're bricked, man. Like, what are they like? What are you, the physicist whisperer? Oh, they said gravity's not a force, but let me tell you what they really meant. Oh my God, they're just such clowns. You want to hear this latest half-rose? This is hilarious. Here's his scientific method. Hypothesis. Mass attracts mass. Theory. Develop math. Test. No exceptions to theory found. His theory was develop math.
Yeah.
Conclusion. Hypothesis valid. It's the craziest.
That's the funniest part.
And they'll argue with you for days about the dumbest shit, bro. Like these can't be real people. Here's the thing. His bio says astrophysicist. There's no fucking way. There's no way.
Hapro?
Yeah.
He's not.
There's no way, bro.
From the conversations we had with him in the beginning, he's a hobby scientist. Like he's a hobby astrophysicist. He's not a real astrophysicist.
Here's another one. B sharp. In the case of relativity, the null would be the inability to accurately predict observations. That is the dumbest. My hypothesis accurately predict observations. My null hypothesis is not accurately predict observations. It's the fucking stupidest. Dude, it's mind-boggling. Anyway, I didn't mean to come in here and shit in the chat, but I just was just reading X, bro, and I'm like, no way these people are typing this onto the internet publicly. There's no way.
No, you're good, man. That's we were just kind of like shooting the shit anyway. It wasn't really anything going on. Just as you came in, they fucking deleted an event that I had posted. So this time I'm gonna create an event, and I'm just gonna start it. Oh fuck is there? Have you met the Mexican pilot yet?
No.
If I ever come across, he's an airline pilot, a commercial airline pilot. Flies between 30 and 45,000 feet consistently, and he hates flat Earth. Fucking hates it.
I was going to mention the whole thing that you guys were talking about. People that say that gravity is a force. Gravity is not a fundamental force. So you have to remind them that they're fundamentalists.
Y'all ready? I'm starting the event.
Let's go.
What's the event?
It was always flat.
The follow-up event is it always will be flat.
That's what it'll be when it deletes.
Yeah, put it was always flat. Put part 1 and part 2 will be and always will be. We'll do part 2 like later on.
There we go. There's got to be something on the stage. Is psychology a stage thing?
No. If it's on a stage, it'll say stage event.
Psychology is definitely posted at the top.
Yeah, but that's just a VC, psychology VC.
Yeah.
It'll have a different icon. See how it's got like the little speaker next to psychology. It'll have a stage icon there, and it'll say
it'll have that
stage event.
That 3 people icon or whatever it's called.
Yeah.
The illusion of normal. Normal is just like agreed upon terms in society, right? But yeah, I'll put 3 of them up there. I'll say X, TikTok, and I don't know, Discord and YouTube. Most people aren't on there. Maybe I could put Reddit for dishonesty. What do you think? We got to pick 3 that are obviously dishonest, and then the 4th option will be put comment below because you can only do 4. So Indio Travis says Roger Hawkins is a huge Facebook Glober troll.
Yeah. Oh, so that's funny. Yeah, that's right. So we find it. He mentioned. Oh my God! Hold on, let me find it, man. This is gonna blow your mind. So he mentioned me in the 24/7 Discord in a post, like on Facebook, like years ago. He posted on the internet 84 freaking times, copy pasted his same post all over freaking Facebook, all over the internet. 84 times.
That's funny.
I didn't know who he was, and then he he dropped my name on X, and was like, get him to debate frickin' PhD Tony Parks or whatever his fucking name is.
I remember him.
Whatever his name is. I'm like, who the fuck is this guy? I don't know who you are. I knew the name looked familiar.
Matter of fact.
And like, he has some list that he made. So I go, okay, let's go through your freaking stupid list. He made the Google Docs with the list. He couldn't, I said, dude, I bet you can't defend a single thing on your list. And what do you know? I was right. He couldn't even address, he didn't even understand what the things on his list even were. Like Soundly and just all sorts of crap, right? So I was looking to Taylor because I was going to drag her in because I know she did that Pontchartrain observation. But I said, nah, I'm not going to do that to her. I'm not that fucking mean.
She probably knows who he is. Roger Hawkins is the one with the I forget the type of hat that he has, but it's plaid. It's got the little ball on top. He's holding his dog or something like that. Is that who it is?
I don't know.
I have them all muted, man. Like I have probably close to 400 people muted right now. I can't find. I think PhD Tony was hitting me up in the DMs not too long ago. A couple months ago, maybe. Tell me he was the authority because he was a teacher. He must have deleted it. Maybe I did. Anyway, Roger. Yeah, I think I know who you're talking about. I'll find it. You know, the people I have muted, they should show up first. Is it box one, Roger? He's got a picture of the moon.
Hold on. I'll find it real quick, man. I'm just fucking.
He changed his profile. This isn't the same guy.
It's Roger Hawkins. That's his name. Hold on. I'll send you I'll post it in the chat, dude. Frickin', I shouldn't even give this guy any freaking play.
Here, I'll just go to your profile. How about that? I'm sure it was a recent conversation.
Oh, you're gonna go into X. I'll message it to you.
No, I'm not going to give him any cred.
Yeah, I'll just message it. I'll message it to you in X, bro. I'll send you a chat in X.
Is that where you've been the last few days? It was on X?
No, just like a couple days. Not recently. I mean, I've been just doing real life shit lately.
That's
in real life.
That's right.
Been fucking busy.
Usually when we don't hear from you, we know you're getting shit done. And you always come back with a new argument.
Yeah, you're goddamn right. I also needed a break. You know what I mean? You got to refresh the well, man. You got to freaking change the stagnant water.
Yep.
You get mold and algae growing in that shit. You know how it is. Dude, you come back with new shit all the time too, man. Like, give yourself some credit.
I mean, I come back with some things. Like I do take a little bit of pride in the whole like refining the refraction argument, taking refraction back for our argument. Not saying I'm the reason for it, but definitely has. I feel like I kind of brought it back. I know DJ probably looked into it. A few others. What's up, Bon Boy?
Yo, I have a question though.
Yeah, what's up, dude?
Like the pesto, which is like a green sauce, I guess. What is it made of?
It's pine nuts and olive oil.
Oh, pine nuts and olive oil. But why is it
Yeah, I
green
think it's
though?
olive oil. I'm pretty sure. Pretty sure the pesto is pine nuts and olive oil. I know it's pine nuts. I'm
Alright.
not sure about the emulsifier or whatever it is.
Okay, thank you for the information.
I mean, there's other stuff. The seasoning too, or something. It might be garlic.
I think there's like oregano and maybe a little bit of garlic in there.
Oh, and why does it look green though?
Garlic's used in everything. Here, let's Google it. How about that?
I don't know, man.
Yeah. Let's giggle it. Wait.
Yeah, flat earthers know
holy
everything.
shit.
We're fucking also like experts in Italian food.
Yeah, it's fresh. Okay, it's fresh basil
Basil,
leaves,
that's what it
garlic,
was,
pine nuts, Parmesan or pecorino, cheese, olive oil, and little salt.
Yeah,
That's
pecorino. Do the
recipe,
pecorino,
yes.
man.
Yeah,
Parmesan cheese is
we
for
gotta
poor
do that.
people.
Yeah, probably.
You're fucking poor.
By the way, what's broke for you? Like, what's broke and what's not broke for you?
What's broke is the globe.
I mean,
broke.
What's broke for me? I mean, if you're collecting bottles and cans to eat, you're broke. I think we can all agree that if you're collecting scrap metal to eat, you're broke. If you tell somebody you're moving and you move your cardboard box from one side of the street to the other, you're broke. Don't worry, man. I don't judge people by money, so you're safe. I was making a joke, man. It was an Andrew Tate joke.
That's funny. But yeah, I know you're right, Indio. Flat earthers are experts in damn near everything.
You gotta be.
Yo, guys, what's up?
What's up, man?
Yo, why is everyone muted? No one wants to say anything?
Oh, we're waiting for you, man. We've just been we've been waiting for you to talk for like 3 days.
Okay, I just joined the server.
Good
I
thing
don't
you're
know.
here. Thank you, man. Thank you for
Yeah.
coming, man. We wait for you, specifically
We
you.
were waiting.
Thank you so much for waiting. Yeah, I'm honored. Yeah.
We've been silent because we didn't want to interrupt you for when you actually did talk. You know,
Okay.
we were very
So,
patient here.
okay, all right.
We even know the recipe for pesto. That's how freaking smart we are.
Okay, I just joined the server. It's been like 3 minutes. So,
Oh, really? The server's
yeah.
pretty chill.
Yeah.
But based off
So,
of
wait.
the prediction of the motion of the sky, we were waiting for you to come in.
Yeah, obviously. So, who believes the Earth is flat?
We don't believe it. We know it's flat.
Everyone.
It measures that way.
Oh my God. Okay.
Well, do you have measurements for curvature?
Like,
That's a
else
real
believes-
question. Do you have any measurements, real measurements for Earth curvature?
Seriously, how could you believe the Earth is flat? Like,
Well, it measures that way. So if you go out and do an observation over a large distance, right? And we'll use water since water is fluid and the surface of water is flat when it's at rest. If you go out and make a long distance observation using demarcations and measurements, and it turns out that there's lacking curvature, did he just leave? That it's lacking curvature, then if it's not curving, it's flat, right?
if that's what you think, yeah, I respect your opinion. But
It's not what I think, man. It's measurements. If I tell you your table has a big hump in the middle of it, how are you going to determine whether or not it has a hump in the middle?
yeah,
Are you going to measure it?
No, actually, because all these ships, right? They vanish bottom first, and that's enough to prove that the Earth is round.
How far away are they? How far away are they?
And these long distance flights, right? They followed curved paths, like you have heard of great circle routes, right? So, like, if it's flat,
No.
like, how could
No,
you
they're
even
not.
imagine? Like, seriously,
Show me a great circle route.
like there are various ones you can Google it.
No. I've Googled it already. You have not. So show me a great circle route.
I mean, I can say definitely. Yeah, like New York to London, Tokyo to Los Angeles, Dubai to Toronto.
They don't go on a great circle route.
Yeah. Yes,
New
They
York to
don't
London.
go in a great circle route. Where did you get that idea that they did?
I mean, like,
No,
I
where
don't
did you get
follow it.
that idea? Because they don't. It's objectively
you
true
guys-
that they don't. They fly in what's called an international flight corridor.
You guys
And
are
that's not a
trolling,
great
like,
circle
seriously,
route.
you
So I
guys-
want to know where you got the idea. Where did you get the idea?
I can't convince you guys.
No, dude, you can look it up. It's called it. Listen, you can look it up. It's simple. You can go on Google and look up the track. It's called the North Atlantic track. That all the planes that do transatlantic travel, they fly within this track. They don't fly a great circle route. So where did you get the idea that they flew a great circle route, New York to London?
Yes,
Oh, you fucking made it up right now when you came in this chat. You fucking made it up.
Obviously.
They don't go
Yeah,
directly
you made it
east.
up, dude.
There's no point in debating with you
Yeah,
guys.
yeah,
Like, you
because
guys
you're a
believe Earth is
liar.
flat.
Why would we debate with liars?
But now you're going to run and cry.
Okay, I actually told
The
you guys,
North American track. Google it. Actually, going on mute till you Google it. North American
me-
track. North Atlantic track. Sorry.
You guys know about like mass gravity.
Oh yeah, you're gonna
potential
just
energy?
pretend that didn't
Yeah.
happen.
You guys know about.
Yeah, let's move on. Hey, hold on.
Yeah, wait.
No, stop. We're gonna start over, and this time you're gonna be truthful from here on out, or you're gonna get banned.
Yeah, you can ban me. I don't care. I believe there.
Yeah, and I don't. So lie again, and you'll get banned. So go for it.
You can Google nuclear synthesis. Also, you can you can't release potential
You
energy.
can Google how
Earth is-
far is your head up your own ass.
Yeah, you can Google your retard. Obviously, the Google will say yes.
Yeah.
That's
Okay.
that's the
no,
dumbest
it
thing
won't.
ever. Come on, seriously,
you're a liar, bro.
If you guys believe,
No, we
Earth is
don't.
flat,
That was
I
already
don't-
covered. Sheepdog covered that. We don't believe anything. We observe the Earth is flat and motionless. You imagine you live on a ball. You believe.
No
We
way,
don't.
no freaking way. There's
Okay,
no
let me ask you
evidence.
this. Let me ask you this. Be honest. Answer this question honestly. If nobody told you the Earth is a ball, would you have figured it out yourself?
Obviously. Like all these measurements,
Obviously, where would you? What would you have looked at about the Earth that would have been?
You can check the
Where?
proofs.
What would you
can
have
check,
looked at? What would you have looked at about the Earth that would have been obviously a ball? Tell us.
Yeah, the Earth is a planetary disk which rotates around the orbit, and obviously Earth needs gravitational pull.
I said, what would you observe? You're telling me a story. I asked for an observation.
I'm telling you
No
about
flat
the
earther
scientific
believes that.
facts.
Who observed?
No
Who
flat earther
observed a
believes
protoplanetary disk? Who observed
guys.
the Earth orbits the sun? Who observed any of this shit? Nobody.
I mean,
I'm asking you,
freaking
what would
scientists,
you
it's
have?
proved actually.
The
It's proved that there are
scientists?
theories. Yeah.
There are theories, right? But we don't want theories. We want observations.
You guys are retards. Oh my.
Theory, yeah, okay. We're retards, but the Earth is still flat. Whether we're retards or not, don't make the Earth a ball. I asked you, hey, you would have came. How would you have come to the conclusion that the Earth's a ball? And all you did was tell me a fucking story. I want the observation. Did he vault?
No, well, yeah, it looks like he did.
Did you bitch out?
He did.
I'm sorry, sheepdog. But I can't
No,
stand
you're
when you
good,
just
man.
make shit up, bro. It fucking grates me, dude.
You're holding him to the fire. I get it, man.
Well, I mean, because they're making it up to either A, just to win the debate, or B, to deceive people. Either one is bad. But one is worse than the other, you know?
No, you're right. Right. We would have never gotten into any measurements from him anyway. It would have been a lot of philosophical jargon.
Well, yeah, obviously he said the scientists, it's a fact. You're just saying buzzwords. Science, fact, logic.
Well, you notice how he
NASA.
jumped from what did he jump from? What was the first thing we were talking about? We're talking about flight routes, and then he jumped to mass and gravity.
Oh, is that where he was going?
Yeah.
Oh no. That would have been a train wreck. He wouldn't have known what that is either.
No, he wouldn't know. Because I don't know if you've seen me what I do now, Indio. I'm like, okay, great. I'll give you gravity. Now let's go out and measure the surface of the Earth. Like I'll give it to him. I'll be like, so you're telling me that water is being held onto the Earth by gravity, right? Yeah. Okay, cool. Let's go measure the surface of the Earth.
Hey,
What?
Just know the Earth is round.
Yeah, how would I know that? Oh, he came back just to do that? What a weirdo.
Just to do that, yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to say that I'm not going to give him gravity because obviously it's gas pressure holding down the oceans. So.
No,
well,
I
agree.
agree.
He just proved the globe, man. He came in, he said Earth is round, and then he left, man. Obviously, we're just all supposed to like just quit the server and that's it.
Pack it up, start putting everything away.
Aren't you convinced, Larry?
Yeah, I don't put my faith in men. I don't think I ever have.
Good choice. Good choice. So, Larry, do you think, a lot of stuff we do is like based upon observations of the natural world. Do you think any of these people even look at the natural world? Like when they go outside, do they even look at nature, or is it just like they stare at their car door, and then when they when they open their car door and get to where they're going, then they just stare at the building, and then they go in there and look at all their office stuff, and then go back out of the building, look at the car. Like they don't even see like there's trees and water and rain and sunshine and all these things. Like it's like they don't even see the natural world or something.
Yeah, I don't think people are grounded in reality. Often when I debate people, I kind of have to reel them back in, because they all identify as astronauts. We went to the moon and all that jazz. So I don't think that people actually observe reality. I've been trying to go outside as much as possible, meditating, making myself bored on purpose because I hear that's good for you. Just put your butt in the dirt and observe the bugs and everything. Well, not so much this time of year, but you get what I'm saying. Observe the bugs.
Yeah, I personally have been doing my best to not fight wasps and bees when I'm out walking around and stuff like that. Just kind of observe them and see what they're doing and everything. Yeah, it's amazing.
But no, I don't think most people are grounded in reality in the society that we live in. Everything is theoretical. You heard the guy, when you said observations, he was like, ha, observations. We got theories. And last night, there was a guy who's probably trolling, but he said that you can replace experimentation with explanation. And, I flip my shit when people say stuff like that. Just like you, Indio, you don't appreciate a good liar. You really don't appreciate a bad one.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I can appreciate a good lie if it's like plausible and like well thought out. And it's
Yeah,
for
like a
like,
flying spaghetti monster, right?
oh my God, dude, I just try to be live, like cite the flying spaghetti monster like 90 times. I'm like, just tell me you're an
Oh, he was
atheist. I'll
here?
tell me you're an atheist. Not in here on X, dude. It's just
Oh, okay.
pathetic. He is a pathetic person, man.
If that's the guy I'm talking about, that's hilarious.
Probably. My God. Dude, he didn't understand that. Okay. I said, he said he discovered a comet. It was behind the sun, and then he discovered it when it was not behind the sun. But he predicted it would be seen. So I go, how do you know it was a comet? He said, because it has a coma. Well, I said, well, only comets have comas. So when you say it has a coma, you're already deciding it's a comet. How did you know that that's a coma from a comet and not just some other thing? Coma is defined as the diffuse light caused by a comet, and comet is defined as a celestial body with a coma. So it's like that's circular logic. And I gave like the International Astronomical Union their definitions, and it's just what I just said. That's their exact definitions. Just spurging out. It could be the flying spaghetti monster. It doesn't matter what it is. I predicted what it was. Yeah, it was just crazy.
Yeah, that's the guy that said you can replace experimentation with explanation.
Oh, Astronomy Live? He said that?
Oh, it sounds like it, unless they're.
It probably is. I wouldn't doubt
I kind
it.
of have this idea that they kind of all go to the same think tank or something. Because how many times have you heard them say, that's not what I'm talking about? In the middle of you talking and interrupting you with your point, they're saying, that's not what I'm talking about. You heard that before?
Probably, but I never noticed it. But now I'm going to watch out for it.
Oh, yeah. They'll interrupt you. And what they're doing is they're insinuating a straw man, right? And it just throws everything off because these people are not here to argue. They're not here to make a point, to have it be seen and made clearly. They're only here to obfuscate. You're dealing with obfuscation experts. It's stultification, obfuscation, no experimentation, just explanations. And I'm not trying to rhyme. It's just that's what's going on.
No, I'm sure they have a big server that they're all in and they have conversations. They probably have a library of arguments built up for each other.
I always talk about gravity. It's one of my things to talk about. And DMOC, out of all people, he said the best thing because they always like to throw up, there's no density tower when the plane is falling, right? And I'm like, well, of course it's falling. It's the densest thing in the medium, so it's going to go down. And they're like, no, this is what you would expect to see from gravity. And then DeMonk said, you got to wait for weight. And I was like, oh shit, that's what they're doing. Like they're sometimes, you get a gem from somebody.
DeMarc he does like I know it's 1 in 100,000, but occasionally he says some very deep stuff, dude. He does have some insights. Though, like, I mean, there's a lot of madness in there too.
Tell Larry about Barber Dan, Indio.
Barber Dan. What about him?
Have you talked to Barber Dan yet?
Yeah, he's pretty kooky too. I mean,
yeah, he's all shroomed out half the time, but like he says some shit that fucking makes a lot of sense sometimes.
So hey, I gotta get off. By the way, the density tower is falling. It's not on the ground, so that isn't even an equivalent experiment. Just because it's in an airplane and you can't see it falling relative to the airplane, right? But that's it. The airplane is falling. The density tower is falling. You're all falling.
Right, it's seeking equilibrium.
Yeah.
Just as you would predict if, it's
Yeah.
always...
It's like saying I shot a density tower out of a cannon and why didn't it maintain its freaking distribution? I mean, it's silly.
Right. They used to ask, why doesn't it fall sideways? Until I started saying...
Oh, dude, yeah. Why doesn't it fall sideways? Why don't we float away? I like that one. Why can't we fly?
It's like, it's just natural that there's a down. It's part of nature. It's like, well, why is there a down? I don't know. You show me the experiment where you can, prove natural laws as to what's causing it.
Yeah, no, like I always ask them, like, okay, so let's make something else show gravity. They're like, oh yeah, let's just build another planet. I'm like, well, then you're begging the question. If nothing can detract from the gravity of Earth, then you're just begging the question on the gravity of Earth. And you're just saying, oh, things fall, therefore gravity.
Yeah, it doesn't address the cause.
Dad?
Gravity is like one of the most misunderstood subjects in our lifetime. No.
I don't think they'll ever understand it, is the thing. They claim they understand it. All they can do is measure it. It's just like the motion of the sky. They can just measure it, and that's it.
Hello.
Hello.
Yep. I just wanted to Earth is not flat.
Because you saw it on TV?
No.
Why? How do you know?
Okay, so what will happen if you use a balloon and fill that balloon with the hydrogen and tag a camera with that balloon? So
I'm
what do you
sorry.
think? Like
Full
what
balloon
kind
of
of?
what? I'm sorry.
I said if you use a balloon and filled all that air with hydrogen, and you just need to leave that
With
balloon and it will
hydrogen,
go
just
up
so
and up.
With hydrogen, you're saying with hydrogen, right? You have a little bit of an
Yeah,
accent, so I'm just helping Larry.
yeah, it's hydrogen. So
If
do
you
you
fill a
think
balloon
like
up
the
with
video
hydrogen,
is going to come out like the Earth is flat? No, it's going to be sphere.
oh really?
Well, we set one up with helium and it was flat.
Okay, how? Yeah, I can show you the videos.
You
I
want
can
to see?
show you
You
the
want to see the
videos
video?
which proved. Yeah, I've seen the videos even though I done experiment when I was in college, and I have
What kind of camera
the
did you use?
evidence which proved that Earth is not flat.
What kind of camera did you use?
What do you mean? It's a digital camera.
Right, of course, a digital camera, but what kind of lens did it have?
What do you mean by that?
Was it a fisheye lens, a wide-angle lens?
It was the wide angle lens. It was a
It
small
was?
camera. It's like the module. Yep.
So sometimes the Earth is curved and sometimes it's concave with those lenses, right?
No.
You sure about
Same
that?
is just, yeah, let me just show you the video if you want, which
Yeah, show me the
proved.
video. Oh yeah.
Yeah, of course. Let me just tag you the videos in like comment. Okay, the side chat.
Yeah, just post a link.
I went ahead and posted you 120,000 foot observation for you, Prashant.
Did he post it? No.
No, he's probably Google searching the video now.
Right.
Hey, Prashant. I don't want to say your name wrong. Yeah, Prashant. Just out of curiosity, man, when you're what's the word I'm thinking? Standing at the beach. How tall are you, real quick, if you don't mind me asking, Prashant? How tall are you?
If you're talking about me, I'm like 5'11". Tell me.
Okay, so if you're at the beach, right, and you're looking out over the water, how far away is the
Okay.
horizon from your eyes at 5'11"?
I'm not very quite sure like how like far the human eyes can see. So it's depend. So if I'm seeing the horizon, like why if it is not the
On the
flat.
clearest day, there's very little wind. The moisture is not horrible or anything like that. You can see really far. How far away do you think the horizon is?
What do you mean by the horizon? I said Earth is not flat.
Right. The horizon being that the Earth curvature is getting in the way, boats start to disappear bottom up. How far away is that?
Okay, so let me just use the Google map. I will tell you that.
Why are you using Google Map? I just asked you a simple question. Like, you should know these things if you know the Earth is a globe, right?
Yeah.
Like, what's the
So
furthest you've
definitely,
ever
like,
seen? What's the furthest you've ever seen looking out over water?
okay. So let me just ask you the question. So just suppose if you're, standing in the beach and Earth is flat, then why you're not able to see, like when you're just, at like the Atlantic Ocean beach. So why you're not seeing the, like the another continent straightforward, like, while standing on the one
You know,
beach.
you know that as things get further and further away, they get smaller in angular size, right?
Okay. Yeah.
So anything after 50 miles, number one, is going to be really, really small. You can see mountains up to, you can see, I think they say that you can see the Himalayan mountains from 100 miles away. You can see Mount Everest from over 100 miles
Okay.
away.
So
But as far as seeing things over distance, after a while, the air is going to get thicker and thicker as you look through it, right? So that's why we can look up at the sky, and when we
wait
look
a
at the
minute.
sun over our head.
Like, can you just
Hold
give
on,
me some
hold
time?
on,
Like,
hold
my
on,
wife
hold
is
on,
calling me.
hold on.
My wife is
Uh,
calling me. Just give me like 2 minutes.
you're good. Go ahead.
I'm good for debate. Yep.
So it's definitely fish on lens camera here. Looking at like Planet Mountain Range in his video.
I think I even know this guy. I think he's a anti-flat earther on.
Yeah, they don't show you the camera at the ground level. They don't show it till it's up at maybe 1,000 feet or so. But you can tell from that video, just looking at the roads and I guess the rows of crops in the field, that this is definitely a fish on lens camera. That's why I always lead with, oh, it's a globe because you saw it. So I try to ground people back in reality. Like, if you turn off your TV, you go outside, you don't bring anything with you except for your clothes, the globe disappears. And you won't see it again until you pick up some form of media. Magazine, pictures, cell phone, computer, television. That's where the globe exists. Only in your mind.
No, it's true. It's always a video, right? Never somebody went out and saw it for themselves, watched a boat go away, tracked it on the shipping radar. Like, I already have a feeling I know what he's going to do. He's going to Google how far away is the horizon, And he's like, oh, 4.5 kilometers, 4.8 kilometers. But he's never made the observation himself.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Actually, my wife just called me, so yep.
You're good,
Yeah,
man.
yeah.
Just know that no one has ever measured the Earth curve, right? But go ahead, Larry.
I just want to point out there
Who
that
said like being measured? And when you are talking, okay, let me just ask you a logical question. Just suppose you are, okay, just think about the planet, the land that you are going to stand. Okay,
Earth isn't a
if
planet.
it's go,
The definition of a planet, hold on, it's a category error, dude. The definition of a planet is a celestial body, and the Earth is not in the sky. So therefore, the Earth can't be a planet.
Earth can be a planet. Then what? What Earth is? Come on, tell me.
It's Earth. It's the floor.
the dirt outside where earthworms live.
Okay.
Look,
So
in your head, when I
just
say
just tell me I just want to ask the question. Just think about that. That can you stand? Okay, so you guys have imagined that why? Okay, so we walk on the land, and we are not falling. That's why Earth is not flat. But just think about it. If you have the sphere,
No,
okay, you have the
man. You
ball,
have this
which is like
imagination. This is your imagination.
1,000 in. It's not the imagination. I'm just talking about the logic here.
No, this is your imagination. If the Earth was flat, all these things in physics would be wrong. That's your imagination.
No, I never said that Earth is flat. I said Earth is not flat.
Right, but you're assuming that because we think it's flat, therefore you're going to tell us how the Earth is a globe, and if it is flat, then all the physics would be wrong. So it can't be flat. It has to be a ball.
Oh, like you're gonna survive in this. Okay, so how do you think like how the okay? So how you okay? Tell me the concept of a day and night. Actually, according to you guys,
A concept of what?
day and night.
Day and night? Oh, okay. So when the sun is over your head, it's daytime, and when it moves away, the sun is in another location, and so it becomes nighttime where you're at. Have you ever heard of something called the extinction of light through a medium?
Okay, yeah, go on. I just wanted to understand your
Do
side
you
of
agree?
the
Do you
story.
agree? Do you agree that there in a medium, light will not travel forever in a medium? That eventually it will be extinguished because the medium will absorb it as the light
If the
source gets
medium is
further and
thick
further
enough,
away.
if the medium is thick enough, the density of the medium is thick, then of course the light is going to be absorbed after a certain point.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So the air has a thickness to it, right?
Okay. So
Do you agree?
So
Do you agree that the air has a thickness to it?
yeah, but not like that. That sun is going to absorb the all. Okay, so all the light coming from the sun is going to be absorbed by everything. So that's totally like the I don't know where you guys know
It'll
that. So
eventually
tell me
be
the concept.
absorbed in the medium, just like with water. Water has a 200 meter absorption, right? After 200 meters, light gets extinguished.
Tell me the concept of the lunar eclipse and like what it's
Yeah,
called lunar eclipse.
the moon has phases. That's how a lunar eclipse works.
What?
The moon has phases. That's how a lunar eclipse works. The moon is its
Moon
own.
has phases.
The moon is its own thing. The moon is not the Earth.
Okay, so do you really think that moon is also a flat? Moon is not a like a sphere.
I don't know. I don't know. It's round in the sky, in my view. I only ever see the same face. I never see anything different. What the moon is, or what
So
shape it is
just think
beyond.
about the irony. Just think about the irony when you are just telling.
I've already thought
Sun is
about it.
sun is
I had to change my mind when the Earth was measured flat. That's the problem. The Earth was measured flat.
okay. Okay, so just because we are not even able to what it's called calculate or like with calculate the entire distance with 3D.
This isn't a
That's why we have
calculation
to.
thing.
Okay, so that's why we have to
This
do
is
it
this
in
is
the
this
2D
is
plane.
seeing
So
this is
you
seeing
might
things that are
need to understand about the science when you just need to understand
what
that
science.
how they measure.
What science?
Okay, so
What science did you
you
do
cannot.
to prove the Earth was the ball and not flat?
What do you mean by that? Like you have the tons of proof.
Okay, so yeah, so we have long distance observations. We have laser. We shoot lasers horizontally across the Earth, and the Earth remains parallel with the laser. There's been historical radio wave communications where they shoot the radio wave horizontally out over the Earth, not vertically, but horizontally, and it's hitting its destination 3,000 from 3,000 to 10,000 miles away. These are measurements.
Okay. Okay. Do you know like how the electric radio wave communication works?
I understand it well enough. Indio here, if he's still here, he probably understands it a lot better than I do. Larry probably even understands radio wave communications better than I do.
Yeah, you guys bounce radio waves off of something. I think you kids call it the ionosphere, right? You kids can call it whatever you want, but you're bouncing radio waves off
Okay,
of
so
something.
have you ever done the experiment where you just need to fill the balloon with the hydrogen, and you need to like the mount the camera in the with the thread or
I just
something,
showed
and
you.
you just need to,
I just showed you a camera where it was 120,000 feet, and the Earth is flat. If you look right above what you posted, that's
I tried to talk about that a
120,000.
few minutes ago with you, and then you interrupted me and wanted to ask me a logical question. And now that we're talking about whatever you want to talk about, now you interrupt with me back to this.
no, it's totally
So can you just stay
okay.
on one
So
subject for a
it's
second?
logical. Okay, it's your it's your subjectiveness. You are talking what you are talking. You are just thinking that it make logical. Logical. It is only for you. You are just thinking, okay, my talk, whatever the thing I am saying, it's totally logical, but not for others, dude. That is the problem.
Bro, the problem is
So
you posted an image with a fisheye lens camera, and that makes the Earth look flat because it's a wide angle lens. I'm sorry, it makes it look like a globe. Look, I'll pull up your video real fast. Pull up the video that you posted. Can you do that?
yep.
Okay,
Yep.
so do you
Firstly, I can
see
do
at
that.
30 seconds into the video,
Okay.
there may be 1,000 feet off the ground? And if you look at the roads and the crop lines, they're all distorted except for the very center, right? The very center of the frame, it's not distorted. But the further you get away from the center, it looks like a sphere, right?
No.
No? So you're saying these lines are all
Okay.
straight lines?
Okay. So you can just let me just tell you the timestamp actually. So just go on like 114, the video that I sent it over there. Okay,
114?
yeah, and you can see the horizon over there. The edge that you can see, it's not the horizon. It's all about the curvature of the Earth.
Bro,
So if you
that's
can
camera
see,
tricks. You're looking at barrel
it's not about the camera. Okay, it's not about the camera. I can just tell you the thing. Like, okay, so tell me about the ozone layer too. If
The ozone layer. Dude, do me a favor. Look up barrel distortion and fisheye lens camera on any website, whatever you want to look it up, and
so
ask
like
AI
I can give you like
does
one
it distort the
give
image?
you something around I can give you something around 1 million proof that Earth is round, but you only just because of your biasness you just want to believe in the one or two because of your brain understanding. Your brain cannot understand more than that. That's why
Okay, I
you just want to
appreciate
stick on that. Yeah, you just
the
want to
thinly
stick on
veiled
that.
ad hominem, right? You're personally attacking me and my ability to understand. So why don't you explain to me, because maybe I don't understand, how the fisheye
Yeah.
lens does not distort the image? Go ahead and explain it to me.
Okay, so I can give you okay, if you're this thinking this particular image or the video which like you are having the problem to understand that Earth is not Earth is flat, that you are thinking Earth is flat, I can give you 1 million other proofs which proved that Earth is not flat. okay,
Okay,
which
now
can prove
you
the
don't
Earth is not
understand.
flat, it's
Now I'm thinking
spherical.
you don't understand because you're supposed to explain to me how a wide-angle lens does not distort the image because of the fisheye lens effect, also known as barrel distortion. Can you explain that to me?
You
'Cause
just want to
you
you
said
just want to
you
come on the
could.
you just want to come on the point where you know like the image I just told you that I can show you 1 million proofs which
You're
proved
okay,
that
you're
Earth is
repeating
not flat.
yourself. You're repeating yourself.
Hmm?
Okay, you're
Yeah,
supposed to
of course I
explain to
have to
me.
repeat myself just because you are not able, you have the inability to hear me out. That's why I have to repeat myself.
Okay, I can hear you out, but you're not talking about the issue. You keep talking about different subjects. Can we stay focused on one thing, or do you have TikTok brain? We're talking about the barrel distortion of the wide angle lens camera in the video that you're showing here. Can you explain to me, because maybe I don't understand, you're right, maybe I don't understand, how it does not distort the image when you have a wide angle lens?
Okay, so if you're just talking about the wide angle, the wide angle lens, you can just go in the video timestamp like 249. You can see over there it's not the wide angle.
No, but it is, because if you look in the side chat, I posted a
It's showing me
screenshot
credits. Go ahead.
and it's showing the field itself is curved. Like you can see it, you can tell it's curved in this screenshot that I put.
What is it, like Planet Strawberry Fields or some shit? Whatever they're growing there.
Whatever they're growing, yeah.
That's Planet Fields. I mean, even if you go to the part where you can see like the mountain range, they're
Okay,
only
so
what, maybe
tell
20,
me about that.
30,000
Like,
feet up. Hold on, bro. Hold on. If you go to like 130, right? Or maybe a little before that because it cuts out soon after. You can see like there's a mountain range. It's like Planet Mountain Range. You do understand that that's only possible with the fisheye lens. That it
yeah,
looks
so
like
even
that.
in the fish
Because
islands, like,
if you,
let me just
bro,
ask,
I'm
like,
in the middle of speaking. You interrupt me all the time and change the subject right when I'm talking. I
okay,
don't think you're doing it on accident. Please wait for me to finish what I'm saying. Okay, so if you go to what he posted, which was what, 120,000 feet, the video that he posted, it's not flat. Why? Sorry, it's not curved. Why is that this video is much higher and it's flat, the one that Swole Dog posted, but the one that you posted below it, it's much, much lower and it's curved? Is it because you don't understand how the fisheye lens work? Because you didn't explain to me how it doesn't cause distortion of the image. You
you
have
can
to
see this
explain.
thing.
Please
You can
explain
see
it
the
to me.
video. You can see that the video that I posted. If you're having the problem to understand the second one,
I'm
even with the
posting
high
screenshots
altitude.
from your video. I'm posting screenshots from your video right now.
Okay, so high altitude balloons don't use fish lens cameras.
Yeah,
You know that.
this was a lower altitude. This is when they launched the balloon, right? And they're showing you camera views as it's going up, right? Like as it increases in altitude. They're like, here's a little bit of video. Here's a little bit of video. They keep showing you video of their launch, and this is one video where they're like at a lower altitude and it's still curved due to
So
barrel distortion from the lens.
the problem is he said that balloons don't use fisheye lens cameras. Now that's an
High
incredible
altitude
statement.
wait a second.
Okay.
High
Well, why are
altitude
you interrupting
cameras.
me every single time? Did your father not smack you when you did that? I mean, act like your father raised you. Can you do that?
I think
Can you
my
act
father
like
taught
your
me the good
father
manners, but
raised you?
your mother
You're
didn't taught you
interrupting
the
me,
manners.
sir.
The
You're
the
interrupting
logical
me.
understanding in your brain. Does you know
Sir,
that you
would you
born
stop
naturally or
interrupting me?
unnaturally? Just because your brain
Would you stop
have
interrupting?
not even a logical shit.
Stop
You're just like a
interrupting.
like a brat, totally a
Prashant,
brat,
do
who
you
doesn't
know that
even
we all
understanding.
used to believe in the globe? We probably know the globe better than you do,
Well,
dude.
no, we got to address the personal attacks because he keeps attacking me personally instead of the argument, which is making him act like a woman, right? Because women gossip and talk about other people, whereas men, we're supposed to be honorable, right? Aren't we supposed to be honorable and stuff and not talk about each other? So if you could, stop showing everybody that you're losing the argument by making so many nonstop personal attacks and interrupting, I'd appreciate it. So you made the claim that there's no fisheye lens on a camera. Can you explain to me why it's not possible to put a wide-angle lens on a balloon?
Because whenever you want to observe the Earth, they don't use the fisheye lens because it is not very practical for the observation.
Why is it not practical?
Why? Just because they want to capture the more details. Do you have any idea like how the the entire videos and the entire algorithms work when they capture the images?
So we're talking about algorithms and images?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm just talking about the images when you're talking about the high, the fisheye lenses. So if you are going to be imaged or like if they are going to use the fisheye lenses, so it's going to destroy the the details they want to capture.
So
That's why they use non fisheye lenses to capture the more details.
right. So does that distort the image when they capture more details, like what I just posted? Could you take a look at that? Because that's a balloon with a fisheye lens, which is the opposite of what you just said. So are you going to say that, you know what, you were
What the
wrong?
fuck?
Or are you going to say that, this isn't a fisheye lens when you can see that it's a fisheye lens from the launch, that's a fisheye lens? Because the Earth is already curving at like 100 feet. And now, the second image, the Earth is curving the wrong way once it's above the clouds.
Okay.
And like 10 seconds into that video. So is the Earth concave or convex? Did you tell something that was not true? You said they don't use
Yeah.
fisheye lens on balloons?
Yeah, like when you're talking with the NASA and the observatories, they don't use the fisheye lenses. You can go and
So you're gonna double
talk to
down.
so
Are
many
you a liar, sir?
universities.
Are you a liar, sir?
I'm not a liar.
So you said they don't use fisheye lenses, but I just showed you a video of them launching a
So
balloon
like
with a
whenever
single
you're talking
lens.
about like some independence, okay, when you're talking about the independent group, they can use whatever they want, but when you're talking of the observatory, they don't. Did I
So
said the particular? Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Like let me just talk you about your hypocrisy here. So when I told you that they don't use, then you hypothetically think that I'm talking about that particular video. That particular group.
you're the one
I
that made the
can.
blanket statement that they don't
Hmm?
use fisheye lenses on balloons. So who is they
Yeah.
that you're talking about? Now you
They
want to change
don't.
the whole.
They don't actually. If you want, like okay, so how about that? Like, I can call to my even like he's going to be old, but I can talk to my professor, and he has the two PhDs in, like in space exploration, and he works in India, in ISRO. He's a scientist over there.
He's a
His
scientist in
entire work,
Israel.
his entire work dedication is all about to researching the climates and the Earth atmosphere and every single thing. So and they have the the access of the satellite tools. So how
Hey,
you're going to
Prashant,
like, yep.
I'm putting in the side chat. There you go. I asked Google, are fisheye lenses used on balloon observation? There you go. Simple Google search. And if you notice at the very bottom, it says, in summary, they are a common choice for capturing stunning wide angle views of the Earth's curvature, but they do introduce significant barrel distortion.
Not
Now
every
define
balloon
barrel
uses the fisheye
Yeah.
lens.
Okay, so first, none
So
of them
you
used it.
can
Now it's
see
not
you can
every
see
balloon
the
using it.
debunking
Show me a
misconception.
balloon that doesn't use fisheye lens, please.
What's the alternative to a fisheye lens?
They have telephoto, and they have like linear, like rectilinear lens. That's what they
Yeah,
use. I
you
sent you
can
the
see
link.
the second.
You can actually see that picture. It doesn't use the fisheye lens because it's like a high altitude balloon.
Show me.
There's a link there. Not every balloon uses that kind of lens. Like even in university and like high school, they use the high altitude balloons to capture the curvature of it.
Okay, well, I don't want to click on the link. Does anybody else want to click on that link?
It's okay. It's a safe link.
Yeah, I know, but you're using.
Yeah, I'm looking
always,
on it. So hold on just a second.
You can
From
just
what I can
Google it.
tell,
You can
from
type
what I
it
can
like
tell,
high
it doesn't
altitude
say what kind of
balloon
camera.
Earth curvature.
It doesn't say what camera it's using for this image.
But it's a high altitude balloon. High altitude balloon
Right. That's not
uses
what it's saying in question.
non-fisheye lens. You can Google it.
That's not what's in question. What's in question is what kind of lens.
Non-fisheye lens.
Okay, what kind of lens?
Rectilinear lenses.
What about a wide angle lens?
What do you mean wide angle lens? Everything is wide angle
That's
lens.
what
Like
this looks like.
you cannot use your phone
Matter of
camera
fact,
lens. What do you mean
if
wide camera lens?
you look, hold on. If you look on the side where this string, right, this little rope that's on there, that shit looks curved too. Shouldn't gravity be pulling it straight down?
Okay, why don't you Google rectilinear lens?
I have.
That is
I know.
non-fisheye lens because you keep
What does a rectilinear lens
focused on
do?
fisheye lens. Like fisheye lens is not the only thing that you use to capture the Earth curvature.
What does a rectilinear lens do?
So rectilinear lens or fisheye lens? Is that what you're saying?
What? Well, you're saying it's a rectilinear lens. So what does a rectilinear lens do?
It's the same thing. It captures the pictures.
It doesn't capture the curvature of the Earth, it creates the curvature.
No, rectilinear lenses doesn't create the curve. If
No,
there's a line there,
you said fish eyes
no.
and wide angle lenses capture the curvature of
Fish
the Earth,
eyes,
and that is
fish
not true.
eyes
They
curve
create the
the straight
curvature
lines.
and the
No. Fish eye curves the straight line. I'm saying rectilinear doesn't curve the straight line. That's what I'm saying.
You
Yeah.
said
So
wide
show me
angle.
an image.
People actually
Show me
uses
an
that kind
image
of
using
lens.
show me an image using a rectilinear lens.
Just use your brain and just read the article over there.
Show it to me where it's using a rectilinear lens. You're almost always going to have. I have difficulty finding rectilinear lenses from high altitudes, but you're almost always going to have a wide angle lens or a fisheye lens because they want to capture as much of the surrounding as possible, and so that's what they use for their breathtaking images. Quote. Okay, so which one's the rectilinear lens in this image? Are they both the same image?
Give me a minute.
Prashant posted Wikipedia. So which image is a rectilinear image? Silence, man. It's amazing.
Yeah,
We've been down this road. Go ahead.
Yeah, when you ask them to, verify what they claim with what they even post, and they have to go beyond reading the headline, then they kind of realize, oh, wait a minute, this doesn't actually confirm what I said it did.
Right.
I think it's really telling that, the guy said that they can't put them on or they don't put them on balloons. Like, why wouldn't you put a wide angle lens on a balloon? If you're launching a balloon, you want as much information as possible from that footage because it's going to be expensive. What are you spending? 500, couple $1,000 to launch like a simple basic balloon? So you're going to want to put, you're not going to want to put a telescopic lens on there or a rectilinear lens. You're going to want to see as much information as possible. Now, if you're trying to prove that the Earth is a globe, you would definitely want to use that because it'll trick most people. Most people can't understand, without, thinking, critically that it's going to make it look distorted even when it's not. So it's really important for them to come back and say, you know what, I was wrong. Actually, they do put fisheye lenses on balloons, but they're not going to do that, right? Because we know what kind of person we're dealing with. They can't be honest because as soon as they're honest, they lose the debate. And it shouldn't be about winning or losing. Debates is about finding the truth so that everybody
Yeah.
can benefit from that truth.
Yep. True honesty. That's the goal.
So if you look in the side chat, Prashant, I just reposted the image from what what's her name, Max posted. You'll see me putting the arrow towards that piece of rope that's hanging down. You notice how curved that is? It's due to barrel distortion from a fisheye lens.
Oh yeah, the Max just posted a YouTube video. You can just look at that.
I'm sorry?
Oh, I just sent you the link of the YouTube video that is capturing the curvature of the Earth, which doesn't use the fisheye lens.
So what kind of lens is it using?
It's GH5 lenses, and it's
The
rectilinear. It uses
you can read
rectilinear
it
and
over there. It's
telephoto, but it
LAOW
doesn't use the fisheye lens.
lava. Yep.
Anyway, it just says it in this focusing at infinity and shooting from such a great distance gives an incredible sharpness. Wrong. The Laowa lens offers an ultra wide angle, giving 110 degrees field of view, perfect for capturing the immensity of our planet. Again,
Oh.
like you're lying. Why lie?
What is the lie?
It
You
says
said
It
it was
doesn't
a
use the fisheye
rectilinear.
lens.
It
It's not a
says in the
rectilinear.
description it's an ultra wide lens giving 110 degrees. Look, if you play first person shooter games and you put your field of view at 110 degrees, like you can see the whole world. Looks like a globe in your video game as you gain a little altitude. So please do better, Glowers. Don't try to pass off 110 degrees field of view as not a
What do you
fisheye
mean?
lens.
Like
Okay.
ultra wide doesn't? You're arguing about ultra wide. Like ultra wide
We just
doesn't like
told you.
automatically
You
mean
said
fisheye.
no. We didn't say it was fisheye. We said fisheye lenses and wide angle lenses have barrel distortion that give the appearance of Earth curvature.
Okay. So you can see this video, YouTube video, in which you are able to understand like the rectilinear lens using
I want
to capture
you
the.
to see. I want you to see how dishonest this person is too. Says after it says perfect for the ultra wide angle lens giving 110 degrees field of view, perfect for capturing the immensity of our planet. Despite this, the rectilinear lens setup means there is almost no barrel distortion. Flat earthers, take note, this is a true to life capture of the curvature of the Earth. So they're saying that because it's a wide angle lens, it's a true to life capture of the Earth. It's not. Matter. I'm gonna play the video, and I'm gonna look at it from its low version. Oh, it wobbles. This is great. This was if the horizon is in the center of the camera, I'll show you that the Earth is not curved. That's even better.
Wait a minute.
Or
The horizon is in the middle of what you said.
if the horizon goes to the middle of the camera, I'll show you that the Earth is not curved.
Because at 30 seconds, it's way up near the top. So the horizon does actually look like it's curved at 30 seconds, but that's because as you get further away from the center, the barrel distortion increases. So this increased barrel distortion makes things look like they're curved. If you pull out your cell phone, like if you got like an S22, right, and you use the wide angle lens, you can make a pool table look like it's curved. Or it was the S22 Ultra, or the whatever Samsung Galaxy Ultra with a wide angle lens. Let's see if I can do it right now on my desktop. Well, I think this has software that autocorrects, so maybe that might be. I think the cell phone autocorrects. I forgot about that. I've seen them pass off videos before, and they say "seen on a fisheye lens," and then you click on the link in the description, and it takes you to another video that says, "This was fisheye lens corrected," and then you click on the next link in that description, it takes you to the original video, which is fisheye lens. So revelation of the method there, but only for people who can read, right?
It even says flat Earth believers need not reply. This is more than just a GoPro on a weather balloon.
You just look at the damn thing as it's coming down. Click on the website and watch as the package is coming down, getting closer to Earth, and it's curved all the way at the surface. Like, just click on the website. Sentintospace.com. Oh, look, they showed a fisheye lens camera. Oh, this is too good, guys. You guys are awesome. But you could probably do better.
Anyway, I appreciate the effort. Go ahead, Larry.
This is just like the footage playing in the background on the website. Like it's not even a video. It's just like their loading screen, whatever. And you can see the curvature as the package is coming down. The balloon's coming down. Let's see. All right, there it is. It's like the orange suit. Yeah. It's like the orange suitcase. It's so funny. And then the Angry Bird video is definitely, dude. How do you think they actually believe what they're saying, dude? Like, they talk about we don't understand, right? But how do you not understand this concept? If these people never seen like a security camera before, ever in their life, like they don't understand this concept. Like they know how to use a computer, they know how to get on the internet and find a Discord, make an account, but they've never seen like security camera footage. They don't know how wide angle lenses work. I don't know, man. I think that's why India always says they're lying. Because it doesn't seem like they're this dumb, right? But then again, they are awfully confident, so there's the Dunning-Kruger effect. So for all the everybody in the room listening, did you notice how when he said, "You don't understand," I said, "Okay, maybe you're right. Maybe you could explain it to me." Specifically, maybe you could explain how the wide-angle lens doesn't cause barrel distortion, right? So whenever you do that, you're basically putting it on them to explain it correctly. And it kind of reverses the maybe you don't understand thing onto them. And, I normally wouldn't do that. Like, I normally wouldn't say, bro, you don't understand. But if they're going to do it to me, like, why wouldn't I do it to them? Just something I picked up along the way.
Yeah, that's a great point. And that was the perfect thing to do. Because, yeah, honestly, if they know something that we don't, that you don't, have,
Right. Maybe
have it
they're right. Sometimes they
yeah,
might be right,
exactly. And we're seeking the truth. So always open to learn new information. And then it's just funny how like when you pressed him like, hey, how does that prove the globe? He was just like, there's so much evidence. He went from something specific to just saying like there's too much evidence for it to be flat. But it was such a general thing, and you could just see he didn't want to get into the specifics. He just wanted to spam a generality to obfuscate away.
Yeah, that's why he had to keep interrupting me and keep repeating the same thing. I could show you a million reasons, and you're not going to accept them. When really it's about the audience. It isn't about the people who are debating. And I think people should kill their ego while they're debating and understand that the audience is trying to learn, listen to both sides, and come to their own conclusions. And that seems to be like cancer for globe earthers. They don't want that. So instead of them saying, okay, I'll explain it to the audience, they just then start spamming, well, you're not going to understand, so I'm not going to explain it to you anyway.
And where did they go? Weren't they supposed to explain their claim?
Well, that's why Matthew Learns got called in. So I guess he's here to take up for them. Matthew Learns, would you like to help the Globers who just left and explain how wide-angle lenses like 110 degrees or so, how they don't cause like distortion the further you get away from the center of the frame?
Wide-angle lenses do cause distortion the further you get from the center of the frame. And furthermore, it's hard to know which lens somebody's actually using if you just see a video.
Wow, that's why I like Matthew, because he's a Glober and he's going to be honest. Way to go, Matthew. Show these other Globers who it's done.
Much respect.
So Matthew,
anytime we hear Matthew talk.
If you've got the lens on the wrong side of the center line, wouldn't that make the waterline concave?
Right.
So you typed up that a surface of a body of water is slightly convex. That's not true, based off what you've just said. So which one is it?
I'm saying in reality, the surface of water is slightly convex. But if you're talking about looking,
it's never been measured as such.
Right.
So how can you make a statement like that when it's never been measured like that? And you've got nothing to back that up.
Explanation for some observations that we've made.
That's not an explanation. That's just you downright lying. It's never been measured as convex. So where has it been measured as convex to back up your claim?
The surface of the Earth has never been measured to be convex.
So your claim of the surface of a body of water is slightly convex is a downright lie.
No, it's not based on direct measurements. Based on other.
So it's just based on personal opinion.
I would call it explanations rather than measurements.
What explanation?
The explanation.
You're the one that typed it, Matthew, not me.
Yeah, the explanation that the Earth is a globe, that explanation.
Oh, so you're just still clinging on that. So you've openly admitted that there's no measured curvature, yet you just blindly believe. That's all.
Right. There's no direct measurement of the curvature of the Earth. It's too small.
The Earth is too small.
No, the deviation from straight is too small because the Earth is large.
66 foot over 10 mile, I would not consider small. That's a 7-story building that can tuck in there.
Yeah, but the angle is pretty small.
That's a 7-story building you can tuck in there, Matthew. If I was to build a 7-story building next door to your house, I'm quite certain you'd notice it.
I would, you're right.
That's the height that would disappear completely at 10 miles. You'd be shooting a laser over the top of that if you lived on a ball tard.
Yes, if the laser went in a perfectly straight line, that's right.
What do you mean if the laser went in a perfectly straight line? What do you think they do? Loop-de-loops around trees and shit?
No, based on the atmospheric conditions, it's hard to predict exactly how much a laser will deviate from perfectly straight. Sometimes it does and sometimes it doesn't. But without knowing the weather conditions, it's hard to know.
Sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't. Okay, so let's just put weather conditions aside. We'll go with sometimes it doesn't. Unless you can back up your claim. Again. Good call.
So I said sometimes it does and sometimes it doesn't, and you're saying that it doesn't. It always goes in a straight line? Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying unless you can back up your claims of this deviation and the exact amounts of it. So you burn the mathematician. We've also got video of a physicist telling us a maximum of about maybe 10%. Maybe 10%.
Yeah, I don't have exact numbers.
So let's have a look at this. At 20 mile, 266 feet. So maybe 10%. That means I'll openly give you, and I won't even argue about it, I'll give you 26.6 feet. Won't even question it. So where are you going to get your other about 240 foot from?
Well, I don't know, just a tiny deviation in the path of light.
I'm giving it to you. I'm allowing you to have it, mate. You get 26.6 feet, no questions asked. So where are you going to get the other 240 from?
Oh, from the difference in angle, not the difference in the final number.
Difference in angle? What difference in angle? There's no difference in angle. It's horizontal, 0 angle.
Right, but if it's 0.007 degrees per mile deviation, then it could be accounted for.
I just did. 10%, mate. You just got 10% at the end of it. That's the maximum that it's going to be, 10% offset. And I've just handed it to you on a silver platter. I'm not even going to argue about it. I am giving you cold, clean and clear 26.6 feet to allow for your bendy laser light, which is fucking horseshit anyways, and you know that as well as I do.
No comment.
So 10%. What are you going to do with your 10%? Or actually, where are you going to get your other 90% from? That's the real question.
From a slightly curved path of light.
I've given it to you, mate. You've already got that. I'm allowing you to have your bullshit bendy lasers. Where are you going to get the other 90% from? 90%. Where are you getting it from?
Oh, sorry. I reject your 10%, and I get the rest of it from 0.007 degrees per mile.
And where are you getting your 0.007 degrees per mile from? You've just plucked a random number out of the sky because it makes you feel warm and fuzzy?
No, I've reverse engineered it from the radius.
Whoa. No. Stop. We're not reverse engineering anything. We're doing direct tests, taking direct measurements. So unless you're going to step forward and say lasers bend at this given rate from this given temperature, from this given air pressure, and then we go out and confirm that that's happening, you're not reverse engineering any bullshit.
Right. I'm just saying that if it did.
Oh, so it's an
bend
if
that much-
statement. So if I feel like it bends that much, then I can justify my claims and bullshit statements.
Bingo. There you go. If it bends that much, then I can justify the claims. That's
So
it.
you're assuming that. So you've got to now, so this is where the burden of proof now gets laid squarely and solely on your hands. You've got to prove that it actually does bend that much in
I'm not
a
proving it, I'm just
downward
saying it's the best
direction. You probably heard the last bit or not, in a downward direction.
Oh, yeah. I can't
Have you got any proof of that, Matthew?
No.
Interesting. Funny how no one seems to be able to provide bendy lasers going downwards.
So you guys would have to, claim to know the path of light. And, I've heard a lot of explanations, which is, it's just a story, right? But there's never been like any demonstration of like tracing the path of light and knowing exactly what it was. If you guys had this down to a science, sorry, Kiwi. If you had this down to a science, then you'd be able to look at an image, take in all the information, put it in a computer model, and tell us the temperature, etc., all the facts of the photo that day that it was taken, right? But you guys can't do that. So
Right,
once you guys work that model out, and you can demonstrate that, hey, this is how we know, this is the model that we have, and then I just pull like an image from, somebody taken over some bay, right? And the 1960s, and you guys go, okay, this is the time and temp and blah blah blah. Like I don't think you guys can do that. So you don't actually know the path of light. You're just telling a story.
Right. I was saying that if it can bend that much, then that would account for a radius of 3959. I'm not saying that it does. I'm just saying that it might. I don't have a proof of it.
So if you've got nothing to back it up, why say it then? If I win the lotto, I'll be very rich. So fucking what?
Yeah, you could it's just reverse engineering matrix, like you said. Extremely honest. Honest with how he's bullshitting, basically. Interesting, we have an amazing observation now that's been done by a guy named Lanolin. And he bought a $4,000 camera and a $1,000 rectilinear lens, one of the most accurate rectilinear lenses at cutting out distortion. And he was able to get a side view of a 6-mile laser test. And he was able to see the laser from the target at 3-foot height, 6 miles away, and get a full side view of the entire laser transit. Okay, and then when he compressed horizontally the laser, there's actually a slight upward bend. Right? This test alone just destroys the globe, and it destroys your refraction claim as well, because if you can see the laser having a slight upward bend, okay, that means that there's upward refraction happening, not the type of refraction that would cause a laser to bend around the surface of a globe.
Interesting.
Right? So
Yeah, I haven't seen that.
Yeah, so it's like an 8K image that he's got. I've got it
So
here.
you're saying sometimes the laser goes perfectly straight and sometimes there's an upward spin?
Sometimes there's an upward bend. Sometimes you can have a slight downwards bend as well. But in this one, he had weather stations. Okay, and he had the conditions measured that would cause a slight upward bend. Okay, slightly lower, slightly higher temperatures. Slightly cooler temperatures up. But it looks perfectly straight. It's not until you compress the image that you can see a slight upward bend. Okay, but if there's a slight upward bend, that means that there can't be downward refraction. Okay, there can't be light deviating downward, which would be the laser somehow perfectly bending around the curvature of the Earth to hit the target at 3 foot. That's not possible if the laser's bending upward slightly. You know, and he didn't muck around with this test. He put about $40,000 into the test. Huge amount of effort setting it all up, weather stations, everything filmed start to finish. There's a documentary about it, actually.
Yeah, it's interesting.
So when you said the light can bend up and slightly down, I think that would fit the turbulence thing that I'm always talking about. Like if you had a hula girl on the other island, right, and you're looking at her through the binoculars, it's going to look like she's doing the hula dance. But if you FaceTime her, she's actually standing very still. It's just the path of light is deviating slightly off the center path. So if it's spinning slightly up or slightly left or slightly right or down, then it's not really going to make you see the other side of the hill, which is basically what the Globers are claiming in the Black Swan images. When they can see the water all the way up to the pillars, that's the other side of the hill in their imagination. They think they can see the other side of the hill.
It's even more ludicrous of a claim when you bring the laser tests into it, because we have laser tests that have been done over huge distances, varying distances, completely varying weather conditions in all different places all over the world, and the laser's hitting the target all the time. So to claim that this perfect amount of downward refraction is present every time for the laser to perfectly bend around the curvature of the Earth at completely different amounts just to hit the target every single time, that's a completely outlandish claim, and it's absolutely not the best explanation for anything, right? It's the
Right.
worst
No, I
outlandish
agree.
explanation. Yeah.
It would be outlandish to say that it always bends exactly at 0.007 degrees per mile. What I was saying is that if it bends at least that much, it might be more. So it'd be even more visible, might be less where it's not visible. But obviously, it's not always 0.007 degrees per mile.
Right. And yeah, exactly.
Well,
You have,
Matt,
yeah.
can you tell us why when we change distances and it has to have a different rate of curvature, it just happens to fall whatever rate of curvature is parallel to the surface of the Earth? By coincidence,
0.
we test 12.
No.
But listen, but it could be this. But then if we do, so whatever number you said at 30 miles or 25 miles, but if we do when they did 10 miles and when they did 19 miles and when they did 12 miles and when they did 6 miles, all those have different rates of curvature, but it was the same result in all of them. So what is it? Customizable curvature depending on where you are? I know it's a small amount, but that variation, that makes it even more difficult. Do you understand? Because now it's a fine tuning almost.
Right. That's why I gave a rate, not a specific number. It's 0.007 degrees per mile. Not if it's 6 miles
Well, that's
or
a
10
slope,
miles or 2
but that's
miles.
okay. But that's a slope. Right.
Right. So each time you go a mile, it bends another 0.07 miles. If you have at least that much, that's a way of describing the minimum amount of curvature you'd need for a path of light.
Over what distance?
Over any distance, because
for
it's
any
a
distance.
rate. Yeah, per mile. 0.007 per mile.
Isn't that just 8 inches per mile squared?
Yes, that's where I got it from.
Matthew, I know that you're a math guy, but
Dude,
you don't have to double speak, bro.
bro.
You don't have to double speak. You can just say 8 inches per mile squared. It'll be okay.
Yeah, That would be a good way to put it. 8 inches per mile squared. If the light can bend 8 inches per mile squared, then it would bend around a globe of 3959 mile radius.
But it has to, like, when you do the same test, like say FD Core, right? They went out and they did 5 tests and they did a bunch of different distances, and they did horizontal pans of the laser. It had to change while they're doing it. The actual amount. Because they did different distances and the rate of curvature is different for different distances, because it's an exponential and you just gave a slope. Like, how does that like jibe, dude? Because the way they model it, right? So they take the radius of a ray of light comparative to the radius of what they say the Earth is, right? And they compare the two and they come up with their K value. But like each distance, if you got, okay, there's going to be a refraction enough to make it parallel with the surface of the Earth. Those K values will be different depending on the distances. The further the distance, the greater the K value you're going to need. Obviously, right? So if it's 500 miles away, you're going to need mega refraction, right?
Right.
If it's a mile away, you barely need any, right? So like, but it's at every distance, it ends up being the same result. Like DJ said, like, I mean, I believe in coincidence theories as much as the next guy, but come on.
Yeah, that 0.007 degrees per mile or 8 inches per mile squared is just the minimum that it would need to bend. If it bends more, it would still be visible.
Well, what about the other effects that we don't observe? That we should, if there was refraction of this type going on, dispersion, like that dispersion.
Yeah, I don't know much about those effects.
You know what a prism is?
Yes.
You know, creates the rainbow.
Yes,
So we're going
I've
to
heard
have
of it.
different paths. So in astronomy, they make these things called dispersion correctors, right? Because they look at Jupiter, and Jupiter, there'll be like a double image of Jupiter where it's red and blue. And this dispersion corrector is like a mirror, and it creates 2 images, and you merge the double image into one image, so you have a nice clear image of looking at Jupiter. Now, they make these for telescopes, but they don't make them for anything terrestrially, because this super refraction doesn't actually exist. For some reason, it only exists in astronomical bodies, but doesn't exist on Earth. All the chromatic aberration that we see, this dispersion, is at the lens. They make telescopes to correct for this. So there's other properties of refraction that we should be able to observe. If there was this super duper refraction going on, we should see it. Right? Why don't we see it? Why don't we see the other effects? It just happens to do one thing. Lifts shit up over the horizon, moves the horizon back and forth. That's all it does. Doesn't do anything else for some reason. Well, makes mirages, right? Inferior mirages, superior mirages, pentamorgans. I'm just trying to get to the bottom of this, Matt. Like, how do we get to the bottom of this?
I don't know any of those. That's a good question. I don't know the answer to any of those questions.
So I have a paper that I got a while ago, and it's like revisiting refraction based upon measurements of reciprocal zenith angles, and they measured like a concave Earth, but that's actually not a concave Earth because they assumed it was spherical, so a concave surface on a spherical coordinate system is going to be a flat line. And they made careful measurements of, you know, the weather conditions, all the crap, right? So, because there's, you know, ostensibly they're scientists and they know what they're doing. I'm just saying, like, how do we get to the bottom of this? Because there's a bunch of theory running around, dude. But what about if it can't be, what did Newton say? If it can't be decided by experiment, it's not worthy of debate. So how do we decide it by experiment? Do we give up? Should we just give up? We just don't do any observations?
Yeah, that's a good question. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I have a question for you, Matthew, quickly. What was that amount? 0.0007? Was that right?
0.007 degrees per mile.
Yeah, okay. And what distance would that enable us to see the horizon on a globe?
Any distance. What do you mean?
Okay,
It matches the 8 inches per mile squared. So that's what, if light curved and perfectly matched the ball, that's the number it would be.
And so just say we had a 6-foot observer, what distance would the visible horizon be?
Infinitely far.
Infinitely far. So no horizon, or it could be anywhere? What do you mean?
At eye level, you would not see the horizon would be below that. So if you're 6 foot high, you would look out and see sky. Below that, the horizon would be there.
Yeah, at what distance?
I don't know. It's a good question. I'm not sure.
Oh, I can feel some pain coming on.
Some pain? What do you mean?
Yeah, let me think about this a little more, Matthew, because I'm sure you've kind of shot yourself in the foot with this one a bit.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, because you probably got to incorporate horizon dip.
Probably. I'm not too familiar with that.
Oh, you never heard the Glober say when you go up in high air, the horizon dips down?
Of course, I just don't know the numbers.
Well, at 3 miles, it's 0.02 degrees. I know that. I don't think that that's actually a linear relationship either.
Sad part is measuring is 0.007 degrees. The light would have to travel in a perfectly straight line, then bend at 1 mile, travel another mile, then bend, travel another mile, then bend.
I'm sorry, I've got to get going, but nice chatting with you guys.
All right, have a nice day, Matt.
Gotcha.
No, there's no snow there. Jesus Christ. I find Matt's argument completely disingenuous, but obfuscating, like Larry was saying. It's just an obfuscation argument.
Yep, same.
It's almost like, you remember the pressure argument? Like, well, it's only a difference of 14 pounds of pressure. Remember how they used to make that vacuum argument?
Right, but then when you try to go, the lower you go, the harder it gets exponentially. So
yeah,
the
of
vacuum
course.
doesn't become stronger, but the pressure pressing through is relatively stronger.
Look, I've never actually seen I mean, what would it be? All I know is that I think about it in the practical way when it comes to that particular argument. I think, what do they need to actually make a 10 to the -6 vacuum? What does it take? How many joules of energy, right? They want to use that stupid argument, right? Because you can make an equivalent. They say, oh, that's only so many pounds of pressure. Okay, let's convert that into some how much energy it takes. Well, to go from 14 pounds of pressure to 13 pounds of pressure takes very little energy. But to go from, like you said, 0.1 pounds of pressure per square inch down to 0.000001 pounds of pressure per square inch takes an exponentially larger amount of energy. Dude, in fact, 10 to the -6 torr vacuums on Earth, they have their vacuum chambers inside of vacuum chambers. They can't even just like make one exposed to the air. They have to isolate it and make a pre-vacuum before the vacuum. Anybody else get a DM from Kate Celestial Lamore with a heart and with a friend request? So fucking funny, bro. Yo, if you're listening on YouTube, Kate, I'm not into fucking 300-pound freaking 30-year-old men. Okay, trying to catfish me as a woman. I don't think so. Not digging it. In fact, I think it's gay. If you want me to say it.
300 pounds, you'd be digging it, Indio. Don't worry.
God, yeah. I'm available for any kind of fun. Oh, thanks, Kate. I'm sure you're on the up and up.
Actually, you should respond to it and go, you know what? I play chess for fun. Care for a game?
No, I should just ask her, like, what's your Cash App so I can send you money? Just go right to it. I know what you want. What's your Cash App? See if she says, I don't want money. What do you think I am, a whore? Yes, exactly. You're a whore.
Well, she doesn't use Venmo.
Well, Venmo, that'd make her a prostitute.
You guys been noticing the price of gold and silver? You think we're going to war?
Silver has gone through the roof in the last couple of weeks.
I mean, if it wasn't going to affect everybody, here so badly, I'd almost be kind of happy about it because I might have a few silver coins and stuff.
Yeah, I got plenty of junk silver. Not enough, though.
The only thing I'm dirty about is a few years ago I got pretty sick and I wasn't at work and actually sold some of my gold and silver to pay for rent, food, and all the other crap that happens while you're off work. And yeah, let's just say I sold about 1,500 ounces.
Crikey.
Yeah, I'm not a happy camper.
It's about 3,000, 3,500 troy ounces of silver now is worth like $1 million.
So apparently, with the 0.007 degree bending downward of light from a 6-foot observer height, it would change the distance from the horizon being at 3 miles to 3.5 miles, which would be a refraction coefficient of 0.16 or 16% beyond where it would normally be geometrically. So that doesn't work. It doesn't explain any of our observations, if that math's correct.
Scholarly motto. So you got to be honest with us, right? Because if I ask you a question and you're not honest, I'm going to feel like engaging you. I was asking you, what do you see with your eyes? You're thinking that we're talking flat Earth as a sort of object floating in space. I'm not even talking about that. I'm just talking about when your feet are planted on the ground, you're standing outside and you're looking at the world, particularly when you're in front of a large body of water. What do you see? Does it look curved or does it look flat? No, I don't care about the moon. I asked you a question. I don't care about the moon. We're not talking about the moon. Moon's the moon. What's below you? No, you did not ask for. I asked you. Said, what have you seen with your eyes? This is the conversation. I'll read it out. Can anyone tell me that Earth is round or flat? Sad face. I said, what do you see? You said, I haven't seen from my eyes, but what I read, that is round. Yawn face. I said, what do you see with your eyes? You have seen with your eyes unless you are clinically blind. Ever stood at the shore of a lake, ocean? You replied to, what do you see with your eyes? Of course, with a round earth emoji. I said, are you even worth talking to? And you asked, you have seen moon or not? I said, moon is not earth. All right, so I asked you first. We're not talking about the moon, we're talking about the earth. If you can answer me honestly, what you see with your eyes when you're standing in a body of water, like at a lake, right, or at the ocean when it's not too choppy and not too many waves, you're looking out at the horizon, does it look curved or does it look flat? You answer me that. Scholarly, if you want to talk about the moon, you go find a server that's dedicated to talk.
What did I miss? Sorry, I got a phone call and then Come back, it's all silent.
Nothing much, man. Just Matthew being Matthew, and that's about it.
Yeah, because the best explanation, horizontal surface of the horizon, being able to see clear across from one side of a shore to the other across a 20-mile body of water. All these things. The best explanation for all that is the Earth is a globe, right? The best explanation for the Earth appearing to be flat and measuring to be flat is that the Earth is a globe, according to Matthew.
Yeah, I noticed that's his new. Well, it's been his opener for a while.
I was listening to a replay of a show from years and years ago the other day, and Matthew was on there. And it was just all the exact same arguments that he still makes today. Word for word.
I've started appealing to his own belief structure, right? Because he believes in the Bible and Christianity and Jesus and all those things. And so I've started kind of saying what Indio says, like, why would God lie or create an illusion to our reality? Why would he lie in Scripture and say, the earth was created in 7 days? Why would he use that?
Well, he'll just say that he's not lying and that it's not literal.
Right, but that's a lie then, if it's not literal.
Well, why would the Bible be like some sort of cryptic crossword puzzle?
Exactly.
All right, because Jesus didn't really mean to. Right.
Yeah. God sits above the circle of the earth, according to Isaiah, and it's spread out. And Israel will be clumped into a ball and tossed.
Oh yeah, it says the sky's stretched out like the canopy of a tent. Tents have flat foundations.
Isn't that there's a bunch of verses? Someone was reading some verses out, and they were talking about, like, it talks about how the foundations of the firmament, like, got shaken and stuff like that. The structure of the firmament was shaken when there was some crazy earthquake or something that was spoken about in the Bible.
Yeah. Stars will fall to the earth like figs from a tree when it's shaken. Isaiah says it. Jesus says it. It's either Paul or Peter and John. All four of these guys say that the stars will fall to the earth in the last day. It would not be the heliocentric model idea.
Well, it's not just that. They say that every flesh shall see the coming of the Lord, right? Well, or shall see the glory of the Lord, right? So, like, when every flesh sees it, they're all going to be looking to the same direction in the sky, right?
Yeah, it's just ridiculous to try to claim that the Bible, doesn't describe a flat stationary earth with a firmament.
Anyway, that's what I always appeal to. That's what I've been appealing to him lately. It's just like, hey, man, like, do you think God would give you some cryptic message about this, or do you think He would explain it to you plainly as day? Because even in Isaiah chapter 40, verse 21, right, the verse right before 22, where it says, "Have you not known? Have I not told you? Have you not known since the beginning?" Well, it was told in the beginning, right? He hovered over the face of the deep. He told you the story. Like, oh, that's some cryptic message that Moses received. Is it? Like, why would God lie to him about the beginning when he's telling him the story of how everything came to be? Because at the end of the day, none of these people are going to be convinced on physical evidence, right? Like, it's going to have to be some life-changing story.
You can't even convince them to try to understand the fisheye lens, the wide-angle lenses, how they work.
That was pretty funny, wasn't it?
Yeah, especially when I'm the one that doesn't understand. But if you can't explain it correctly, then do you know that I don't understand?
We know it's a rectilinear lens because it's not a fisheye lens. Okay, well, it says it's a wide angle. What does that even mean?
They couldn't even open their mic.
Who couldn't open the mic?
Well, what ended up happening was DJ was like, "All right, that's it. No more chat skanking." They get text muted and they're gone. Shows up to leave.
What is this? A bunch of flat earthers in here? Come on, man. It's 2026. Don't you know it's a globe?
Do you trust Matt?
It's a globe. We know it's a globe.
Okay, you have a globe. You can have it. Do you trust Matt?
Everybody trusts math.
All right. Do you know the radius of the Earth?
What does that have to do with anything?
Because it's a geometric claim. You know the radius value of the Earth? You can calculate how far the distance to the horizon should be, and then you should be able to find that in reality if it is what they say it is.
But what about Jupiter and Mars and Alpha Centauri?
It's all based on the radius value, especially the story. Because otherwise, I can make up my own story.
You have a story?
Yes, I need to rip people's hearts out in the moment of eclipses in order for the sun and the moon to not go away. And I can calculate when the next eclipse will be. And I'm going to use that to fear porn the population into giving me hearts and their gold.
Oh my goodness, that's a crazy story.
Yeah, it's true because I can calculate it.
How was my Glover voice?
Spot on.
It was like a toss up between Northern Mediterranean and Southern Mediterranean.
Mhm.
one of the craziest things that, like, it's kind of offensive in a lot of ways, but I try not to take offense because offense is obviously always taken. But when they try to explain the globe to us as if we didn't understand the story to begin with.
Yeah. It's okay.
You know what, though? If I'm ever in a room where I can just go and go and go and let them talk, like, I'm just going to ask them questions to see how far their story goes before they realize that their story is nonsense. And I know that's difficult to do because we always want to, like, ask them questions to see how they know. But eventually it'll get to a point where it's like, can you prove any of that? No, scientists have already done it. And then that begs the question at that point, like, okay, so you don't think you're smart enough to figure it out?
Well,
Oh, that's nothing. I
okay.
heard someone say yesterday that they weren't even smart enough to, how they say it, go against the grain. In other words, to question the narrative. It's like, oh, okay. Those are your words.
I convinced the guy on one time on X. He said that he was too indoctrinated to change his mind. I was like, well, at least you're honest. Am I the only one here that thinks, since it's just us talking, am I the only one here that thinks that crows are just the coolest birds ever?
No, bro, definitely not. I
Bro,
got
they
bird
are cool,
feeders.
man.
Yeah, I got a bird feeder. I'm trying to make contact.
Like, there's something special, man. They're funny to watch.
So I saw this thing that said when a crow dies, a bunch of crows will come together, and at first glance, it looks like they're holding like a funeral ceremony, but it's actually an investigation as to how this crow died. And if they find out who's responsible for it, they can remember faces and they'll pass down knowledge to like the next generation. I was like, oh shit. Like they're like the
Yeah.
dolphins of the air.
Also, if you're out hunting
I'm a,
and there's a group of them eating the corn on the ground, they'll typically have one up in the trees on lookout. And if you take out one of the crows, they'll freak out for a second and then they'll chase the one who was supposed to be on lookout. It's,
That's true. I've seen that. Like, why are you chasing that bird? Why is everybody attacking?
you should have said something.
والله انا بدي اطبل.
Even the squirrels are getting smarter.
Squirrels are funny too, man. Have y'all ever seen them like sprawled out with all their limbs dangling off the tree, like, just lounging?
Shit.
I've been feeding the squirrels this year, giving them a little bit of nuts and stuff like that. And now they'll come like right up to me. It's like I've never seen a squirrel come within a foot of me ever before in my entire life. And now they're like coming up right to me.
They're amazing if you talk to them. They're pretty cool. Some of y'all may have been in here earlier when I said I would like observe wasps and talk to them. They listen too, believe it or not. You just got to be calm because they're attracted to energy.
Yeah, the last wasps I ran into, they ended up dead. They decided to put their little nest just above the door at my work, and I opened the door, and one of them stung me right in between the eyes. That was the end of that.
Oh yeah, no, I tell them all the time whenever I walk up to doors and they're all parked out there. I'm like, y'all realize this is the worst location for a nest, right? Like you could put a nest anywhere you want, but you're choosing to put it right here. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, because there was, again, tons of space to put their nest somewhere else.
I'll be right back, y'all.
Pretty quiet here in the flatties room.
Ooh, it's Gunslinger's husband. How annoying.
Hello, my friend. How are you?
Hello, Mr. Gunslinger.
Still preaching the flat earth?
Or is it Mrs. Gunslinger?
I don't know. I bet I have larger testosterone than you do.
Yeah, it's his cousin.
So it's a bit more than a missus for you, boy.
Yeah, sure, buddy. All right, so we're just running an event. Did you see the event title?
No.
Yeah, it's called Schooling Globers. The Horizon. Do you know what the Horizon is?
Yeah, I don't care, bro. I
What-
just popped in
what-
here to see how are you guys doing. Still preaching the flat
We're
earth?
doing good, bro. Yeah, just schooling Globers on a daily basis.
Seems like you missed school, but sure,
Oh,
whatever.
really? Yeah, says the guy that thinks moon phases are caused by the shadow of the Earth. Yeah, I'm sure. Yeah, I'm the one that missed it.
Oh,
Definitely.
really?
Yeah, bro. It's good. It's good.
What?
This is like one of the dumber Globers that comes through here with a false sense of confidence and testosterone.
Probably think Katy Perry floated in outer space too.
This is Gunslinger's wife or husband, whatever you want to call him.
Well,
glad to make your acquaintance, ma'am.
Well, shit, man.
What's this accent you guys try to do with the
you ban my
main thing? Like, what's
you ban
what's that?
my free.
Is that meant to be American? You're trying to do an American accent, or what is it? It's kind of
It
annoying.
sounds to me like an American Southern accent.
Okay, yeah, it's pretty bad.
That's like American Jersey or like Jersey, American Jersey, man.
She man, or the black culture accent.
Sounds like Cheech, a bit like Cheech from Cheech and Chong.
Cheech and Chong.
Yeah, Cheech. Something like that. Where you guys from? Italy?
Croatia.
Croatia.
Mm-hmm. And how about you?
Australia.
Mm-hmm. Pretty hot there right now.
Yeah, probably. I don't know. I'm in Europe at the moment. It's pretty cold here.
Yeah. What? Isn't it summer?
In Europe?
Like no, in Australia.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, pretty hot over there, huh? I guess the Illuminati pointed the sun at the
No, that
Australia
means
right
what's actually happening is the sun is closer, right? The transit of the sun's closer to that part of the earth, because it would make sense that if the sun's closer, then it would be hotter. Whereas in the globe model, when the sun's at its furthest point away, that's when it's the hottest. Okay, so when it's summer on the
No, it
globe
doesn't
model,
work like that, bro.
Yeah, it does actually, right? So say you're in America. Okay, when it's summer, the sun's 3 million miles further away. And when it's winter, it's 3 million miles closer. Pretty
3
dumb,
million
right?
miles is nothing, bro.
Yeah, sure it isn't.
Yeah, it's nothing.
Okay, sure.
In
You
the
can't even
space
comprehend.
universe.
You can't even comprehend how far 3 million miles would be.
Well, in comparison with how much the sun is actually the distance from us and the sun, 3 million
Yeah,
miles is
it's
nothing.
still a decent amount, actually.
Yeah, how many laps around the Earth would you have to make for 3 million miles to be experienced?
As I said, it's nothing in the space terms.
No, it's a long way because they say the sun's only 93 million miles away. So that's 3 million miles different, right? Closer during when it's snowing and it's freezing cold. Freezing
Alright.
cold. Yeah, sun's closer. Is that how you get colder if you're standing near a fire? You get a little bit closer?
She, man, if I think about it right now, makes sense, man.
Makes sense. Yeah, yeah. There you go. Globe logic. Global logic.
She.
Yeah.
Got me there, bro.
Yeah. Yeah, you don't need a container for water. You just put it on the outside of the container because that's globe logic.
It won't stick there unless you spin.
Got to spin it. Yeah.
You guys, since I'm not so fond of debating the globe Earth right now, you wanna talk about veganism by any chance?
Hell no.
You don't care about the animals?
Are you? Oh my god. Yeah. All right. It even makes more sense now. No, I will jack an animal and cook it on a barbecue. It'll taste freaking delicious.
You would jack the animal? What the hell?
Yeah,
Did this guy just go from higher testosterone to you don't care
vegan
about the animals?
testosterone.
Soy boy.
Soy testosterone levels negative.
She. Okay. Okay. Let's see.
Bro, you couldn't even tell me why it's wrong. When I asked you why it's wrong,
Let's see.
all
how
you
big,
said was, "Oh, well,
let's
if
see
you
how big
like
your-
killing animals,
let's
living
see how
things."
muscular you are,
That's
boy.
what you said. I said, "Yeah, what's wrong about that?" And you went silent. Couldn't even answer it.
Sorry, what? Can you repeat?
I asked you the other day, "Why is it wrong?" And you said, "Well, if you like killing things." And I said, "What's wrong with that?" And you couldn't answer me. You couldn't give me a reason why it's wrong.
Why it's wrong? What? I don't remember. I don't think you asked
To
me
kill
this.
living animals and eat them.
You asked me why is it wrong to kill a living being and eat it?
I asked you, yeah. You couldn't give me an answer.
I don't think you asked me this, but sure I can answer. I mean, it's wrong.
I did. It's recorded.
Shit, I don't remember. Maybe I didn't hear it. Often I just listen while I game. But it's wrong to kill
You heard
a
it.
being. I'm gonna answer right now. Well, it's my personal opinion is that if it's wrong to kill a living being and eat it because it's sentient. It has the ability to feel pain.
Yeah, and why is that wrong? What's so bad about that? Why is that bad?
Well, for the same reason why it's bad if I hurt or somebody else hurts another human. Do you think?
Yeah. Why is that
another
bad?
human? You don't think killing or harming?
No,
another
don't ask me a question. I asked you, why is that bad?
Well, morality is subjective, so it's my opinion. Is it bad?
Subjective.
Yeah. You don't think killing a human is bad? You gonna answer? Or?
I missed it. What does have an opinion mean? Why are we talking about opinions?
You gonna answer? Why is it? Do you think it's? You don't think killing a human is wrong? T-Dub?
Killing a human is wrong.
Yeah, I think killing me is wrong. Well, actually, you know what? I don't know. If it was painless, I probably wouldn't even care, would I? I didn't even see it coming. But if I experience pain, well, of course, pain hurts. It's like unpleasant. It's not enjoyable. So
well, there you
I don't
go.
like it, and I won't want to experience it.
Well,
I don't
there you
like
go.
pain.
There you go. The animals also can feel pain and can suffer.
But that's me.
The plants can feel pain too.
Plants
when you're
cannot
frying
feel
that
pain, bro.
that plant is screaming at you, bro.
Well, it doesn't surprise me to hear this from a flat earther, to be honest. But animals can feel pain, so that's why you said. That's why I think.
What
it's
about
wrong.
bugs? Do you think bugs can feel pain?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. So, where do you get your food from? Do you grow it all hydroponically inside your house?
Obviously not, but
yeah, right. So you could though, right? You could, but you don't care about bugs,
No,
right? You
I
just billions and
couldn't.
billions. So you're responsible personally,
I couldn't.
right, for just
Sacrifices must be
murdering
made.
all of these ground-dwelling animals in the fields and the bugs,
Obviously, some
billions of bugs that
vertebrates
you're killing.
and insects are gonna die. That's obvious, but
Yeah,
it's
and
not
you
unethical
have the
to
power
protect
to
your
present.
source of
You could
food.
prevent that. You could prevent that, but you're too selfish, right? You could grow everything
How could
hydroponically,
I?
but you're a bug
You were
abuser.
really
Bug
saying I
abuse,
could
bro.
grow everything hydroponically?
You could
Are you
easily,
fucking
yeah. You just get
insane?
you could grow your own food. You can grow mushrooms. You don't even need light for that. You could do that if you really wanted to, right? You could have greenhouses and things like that.
Yeah, you could also just
you
move out of
guys.
the.
All I'm just saying, you guys are hypocrites. That's all.
Well, it's obvious you don't understand what veganism is. Like, it's not unethical
Yeah,
to
it's
protect
a
your
bunch
source
of
of food.
like crazy soy boys. That's what it is. That's the way I view
It's
veganism, bro. It's a bunch of
no.
like crazy soy boys that think they're
Well,
righteous.
well, I'm gonna explain
Hey,
in a second what
hey, DJ,
veganism is.
how many varmints do you think are killed every year to keep them off of the crops so vegans can have
As
their
I said,
wholesome food?
humans are not doing
I don't
a
know.
unethical thing.
Shut up. How many? How many swallowed? Billions, I would say.
At least millions, right? Like
Yeah,
I'm sure, like
billions,
all
man.
the rabbits, all the hogs.
Yeah. There's vegans that abusing, or they're animal abusers. It seems quite
Yeah,
hypocritical.
they're not even repurposing those animals. They're just killing them to keep them off the crops.
Yeah.
What about the runoff?
Check the side chats. You will see. And I don't know why I wasn't being disrespectful or talking over anybody. You were talking
Yeah,
over
you were
me, and I got muted.
you were talking of sheepdog.
What?
And you're off topic as well. Keep the topic on flat Earth. Go to the
Pretty
vegan channel.
disrespectful here.
Yeah, bro. I'm being very nice because you're allowed
don't
to be
think so.
here, even though you're a troll, right? Somehow you're still allowed to come here. Usually we just permaban trolls like your husband, Soy Slinger. But yeah,
So
here we are, being nice, allowing you in here, and then you wanna call us animal abusers or something like that, right? So. And you call us disrespectful. That's what I mean. You guys are kind of like delusional. Go eat some meat or something. Get your brain working efficiently.
So if I said I'm gonna go out, kill a human, and eat it, would you have anything against me doing this?
I don't know. You guys are freaking nutcases. It wouldn't surprise me if you did something like that just to prove a point.
So you think it's wrong to do this, but it's not wrong to kill an animal and eat it.
I didn't make any claims, dude.
I think it is absolutely stupid to argue about a subjective claim. Why is it that you refuse to argue about an objective claim?
What is the claim?
The objective claim is the horizon. Does it prove a sphere or a globe? That's the objective claim, because the truth of the matter will be found in the object,
Well, I don't
not
want
in
to
the
debate
opinion of
this.
the person who holds the opinion in a subjective manner.
Well, I don't want to debate this. I asked
Well,
if
then
you wanna
We'll take a
debate.
hike, bro. Take a hike. Go to the
Okay,
vegan channel.
Okay. I asked before
Bye.
we debated. I just asked if you wanna talk about this.
No one
You
said
yeah,
yes.
sure.
Nobody said yes, bro. You
people
can't prove your globe.
participated, and that's his way of saying, "Oh, you agreed." I don't agree.
Okay. Anyways, build some muscle. Don't be low testosterone men. And educate yourselves.
Yeah,
Goodbye.
subjective claim. Subjective.
See you later. Because I'm pretty sure we've got it on record of him talking it's objective. But anyway, let's move on. Here we go. Fairs.
Yeah, Ferris is here.
Fairs. What's up, Fairs?
Yup. Are you calling me?
Have you spoken with us before?
I don't think so.
What brought you to the
Aren't
room?
you the least? Aren't you the least bit curious, Ferris?
Curious about what?
About why this room exists?
Sorry?
I said, aren't you the least bit curious about why this room exists?
Yeah. Do you guys still believe that Earth is flat?
It's not a belief, it's a known. Just like I've measured my height, I know how tall I am. I know that the Earth is flat because it's measured that way, experienced that way, and people use it as flat.
Yeah, but people use it as
Oh, well.
flat, but that doesn't mean it's flat.
Okay, what's the claim of the radius? Because I'm assuming you believe that the Earth is a sphere, right?
Yeah, sure.
All right, what's the radius value of the Earth you believe in?
Radius?
Yes, radius.
Yeah.
How?
Circumference, diameter, radius.
I don't know.
Okay, so you believe it. Great. Well, they claim that the Earth has a radius value of 3,959 miles. Because this is a geometric claim, I can use geometry to verify if the claim is true or false. If the Earth has a radius of 3,959 miles, then the distance to the horizon can be calculated with 1.2 times the square root of the observation height in feet. This gives me the distance to the horizon in miles. Okay? Find an object off in the distance, verify its distance from your observed location. Okay? And then find your altitude above the water that you're going to look over, because on the sphere you believe in, water perfectly conforms to the shape of the Earth because gravity makes it do that. This would be the perfect place to find curvature. Now look at the horizon and compare it to the object you're looking at with a known distance. Is it beyond or in front of that object? We have cases where people are 1 foot above the water and the horizon is beyond 10 miles. According to geometry, if the horizon is edge of the sphere where objects begin to disappear bottom up because the geometry of the Earth is going away, like your buddy walking down a hill and the hill is causing his legs to disappear, right? The Earth is causing the objects to disappear. So the horizon at 10 miles would make the radius value 264,000 miles. Now, the claim is 3,959. The observation is saying 264,000 miles for a radius, which is true. This or that, which is true.
Right, I'll do my search.
If the horizon is due to a physical nature of the ground, why is the horizon changing distance? Is the ground increasing in size and decreasing in size? Is it doing this while you don't feel that happening? Or is it possible that that horizon is due to something other than the shape of the ground?
try not to make too much sense. You know what? I think we need. Yeah, that's a bit too picky. Look, personally, I like the idea that yes, okay, you can text and you don't have to talk, but to do so, you should be in the VC at least listen rather than text, and then you can hear it what they're saying. You can hear their response. You can have a voice to text communication. I don't like this idea of just people just being allowed to text, chat skank in the text chat, and not be supportive of voice channel, because they could be sitting in some other voice channel and be in our text channel, just trolling us in the text channel. So I think that should be the qualifier, that to use the text chat, you should be in the VC. You don't have to talk, but you got to be in there.
Yeah,
I like that rule.
I like that idea as well. Yeah, yeah, I'm down with that for sure, T-Dub. That's a good idea. Let's you know, let them know next time.
Yeah, awesome. I used to tell them that in politics too. It's like, get in the VC. You don't have at least be on YouTube, even. Like if you can show me channel, then I'm happy with that too. Like that's supporting our streamers. Just I don't know, because you could take it anywhere. You could in DMs, you could chill chat or whatever, text chatting. But they're supposed to go hand in hand with the text. That text chat exists. Right?
Yeah, I guess we don't make it super strict, but if someone's trying to debate against us or something like that, or they're kind of being rude at all, or combative or anything like that, or mocking, ridiculing, then yeah, get in the VC. But I guess if someone, I don't know, yeah, it's a good rule. We'll
Just
enforce
asking
it more
questions.
and more.
Yeah, we can have some discretion about it. I guess
Yeah,
they're just
yeah.
questions, and then if you say, "Well, jump in the VC," oh, I'm sorry, I'm busy on a phone call. Okay.
But yeah, definitely, for example, this guy know me. He was in here the other day. Kind of annoying guy. But yeah, all he's done is just drop a Professor Dave video saying
Right,
that all the scientists would have to be lying about the Earth being a globe and how it's not possible that they could all be in on it.
Yeah, every scientist, every pilot. Right, I guess. Every janitor. The kiosk lady.
Oh, that's kind of cool. All right, and I think people just talking. No, it's almost 20 people just muted or something.
What are you talking about? We're literally just having
No,
a conversation.
because I'm just curious why we have why the English Hub now has some voice channels called it okay, transvigation, it's wormful, politics and religion, okay, I know this, but 24/7 flat earth and it's what?
Yeah, check out this side chat, bro.
Side chat.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh boy.
Yeah, number
Oh,
one
okay.
channel in the entire server.
Bro, why? Reason?
You still think it's a globe in 2026? A spinning ball flying through space?
No, obviously no.
You
Obviously
do.
no.
I think you do, bro.
You-
You're ashamed to
okay.
admit it. I know it does. Sounds it's a crazy thing to admit in 2026, but
Oh, that was interesting, man. That was very interesting. Can I?
yeah.
I think people just, and I'm just thinking there's a lot of people talking something, no, but no, no. I mean, this voice channel is just like a mini game or something.
No, this is a voice channel where we take people's globes away from them.
Oh, there's
Yeah.
something.
I mean, it's an interesting and controversial topic, right? And
certainly
it sparks interest, and it gives people that have learned
honestly,
English a chance to. Yeah, I'm just saying it just gives people a chance to practice their English that they've learned regarding a topic that they might find interesting. It'd be no different to if there was enough people in the service that had an interest in cars and they appealed to the moderators or the admins to make a car channel, right?
Oh, yeah. I mean, I didn't know English Hub just do this voice channels too seriously because, well, independent about the voice channel you are or chatting, you always get the point. It's speak English, or maybe you just have some opportunity to find other people. It's in your native language, as me, for example.
Well, it's a place for people to practice English, essentially, and it's got to have topics for people to discuss as well. Otherwise, it could
Yeah, the
become kind of
topics.
boring. Yeah, and this is an advanced topic when it comes to terminology, like for English. I mean, learning about gas pressure, scientific terms, a lot of things that you don't learn about when you're learning basic English. I mean, we're talking about using a lot of terminology that English learners generally won't encounter in other platforms
Oh,
or
sounds
in other
great.
channels. Yeah.
Sounds great.
But yeah, we're also not claiming to know the shape of the Earth in here. Most people have a misunderstanding of what flat Earth means and what flat Earth is a claim.
I mean, it's not like I just watching this voice channel and say, oh, people probably gonna have an in a word talking about a topic. No, not actually. It's like what I watching now uh, in a chat. People just really talking about the topic, or maybe just do not and try to find some a large group talking each other. It's like here. I mean, we have like what more than 20 people here. Yeah. So that was interesting.
Yeah, man. There's also live streaming. We've usually got 2 live streams, 24 hours a day, running as well.
Yeah, it's interesting, bro.
Yeah, man. It's a pretty popular topic. Any channel, any server that we get a channel in pretty quickly becomes #1 channel in the server. People like to discuss this topic. It's also a very triggering topic for a lot of people because a lot of people are very heavily invested in the globe Earth. So they get extremely emotional if you question their core belief system. Not everyone, but some people.
Yeah, but some.
But yeah, we like to present empirical evidence, long distance observations, laser tests, things that disprove the globe, right? Empirically, things that people can go out and check themselves and repeat. Not just making baseless claims or anything like that. It's about actually presenting evidence to back up your claim.
Oh, okay. So let me try. I never go to this topic honestly because it's not like if I have some opportunity or most of my friends or during to my course people just talking about um maybe everyone just consider it just about a perspective like if we just inside on the earth the world it's we have a perspective, the world is just flat and we just get out to the planet. The planet it's like a global, just yeah,
Yeah,
you know
that's the
what I
story.
mean.
Exactly. That's the story that we're challenging. We were all taught the same thing. Okay. And people think that it's been proven that the Earth's a globe because 20 something astronauts, right? 24 astronauts or something like that apparently went to space over 50 years ago, right? With the Apollo missions. And, and there's some imagery that goes along with that. And people just believe that blindly. But that's actually not something that anyone can validate. Now, if you look into the moon missions, for example, and
Moon
do some,
mission.
yeah, the Apollo missions, America going to the moon,
Oh, okay.
Yeah, if you look into
Sorry,
that.
just thinking it's about something like exercise or activities to motivate people to talking about the topic here. But anyways, go forward.
Yeah. Most people believe it's a globe because that's what they get told. Okay. From a young age, and then it gets reinforced in their education system and in the media. But most people don't really know anything about the history of the globe or anything about specific about like how big is the globe? How do you really know it's a globe? It's just a belief system that people have. Now, we've actually gone out and tested for the curvature probably thousands of times now. Okay. And every single time we're able to see distances that you would never be able to see if the Earth were a globe. Huge distances. Right. And this is consistent. So we're sort of showing people the evidence, okay, and discussing with people, how do you really know that it's a globe? Who proved that it's a globe without having to appeal to something that requires blind faith, okay, like NASA, for example. And it's actually an interesting discussion once you actually learn the arguments surrounding what the flat earthers are saying. Right, everything kind of makes a bit more sense once you get a good idea of it, okay? Because we're not claiming to know the shape of the Earth, right? We're testing the shape claim that the globe side makes, and it fails the test every single time when we check it in reality. Now they tell us that we all experience the Earth as flat and stationary, okay? Because we're so small and the globe's so big, so you would just experience it as flat. But then when we actually go out and test for the curvature and it's not there at all. Right? Like over a certain distance, we can calculate how much curvature there should be. Because most of the surface of the Earth is covered in water, over 70% actually. And then when we go and find a distance over the water, we can calculate, okay, over this 20-mile distance, there should be 266 foot of curvature. That's like a skyscraper building height. And we can test for that using lasers, using high-end equipment, and verify that there's actually zero curvature over these long distances. And that's not possible if the Earth's a globe.
Oh wow, it's something. That's something. Did you what can I say? I forgot the word. The word does go out to my mind. Let me think here. It's like you are in the staff or something, because wow, I'm so impressed that you have so knowledge about it.
Yeah, a lot of people in here have a lot more knowledge than I do about it. A lot of people have been researching this topic for over 10 years. And yeah, they know a lot about the globe, and they know a lot about the flat earth arguments and tests. So it's definitely an interesting channel. There's a lot of smart people in here that know a lot about a lot of things. It's a good place to learn about science, a good place to learn about optics of light, gas laws, right? Gas behavior, natural laws, all sorts of different things. So it's even if you don't believe that the Earth's flat, okay, we're not trying to convince people. We're just showing people information, having discussions about topics related to the Earth, that kind of thing.
Yeah, that was interesting. It's like I always have this theory about the perspective, the angle we have when we are in the planet and when we are out of planet. Even I never study or have an opportunity to go out, but it's something like a kind of can be about logic, But
Yeah,
that's something interesting here.
Yeah, like if the Earth's a globe, there's certain characteristics of a globe that would have to be present in reality for the Earth to be a globe. For example, if you're standing at the beach looking out over the water, the horizon should be at a certain distance away from you if the Earth's a globe. Okay, and that distance is 3 miles away, which is 5 kilometers approximately. Okay, that's the physical limitation on how far you would be able to see from 6-foot height if the Earth were a globe. So the horizon should be, the horizon line, the maximum distance that you can see the ground, and where the ground and the sky appear to meet. Now, anything that goes beyond that horizon should start to disappear behind the horizon because of the curvature of the Earth. It would have to happen if the Earth were a globe. But when we go out and test for that, it doesn't match up. We can actually see huge distances beyond where you should be able to see if the Earth's a globe. And then the more you look into it, you'll find that there's actually no tests, no measurements that have been done throughout all of history that validate that the curvature is actually there. It's more based on calculations and assumptions once you dig into it a bit further. But yeah, that's like the basics from my opinion anyway.
Do you guys talking more topics? What can I say? It's wait a minute. Let me write here. Better. It's better because I'm still having in family, so it's gonna be very strange to talk in English while So it's like this question.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Yeah, we like talking about that kind of thing. Definitely. But we would have, like, we're not claiming that the Earth is a flat planet that's floating in outer space. Okay, this is a completely different way of thinking about the system that we live in. Now, when it comes to a lot of the information about space, right, we don't claim that space exists in the way that everybody's taught, right? That it's a big giant vacuum of space, and you've got all of these round balls floating around and suns and all of the things that they tell us about outer space. Okay, we would push back against that claim, and we would use science and logic and natural laws, right, to argue that outer space, the way we get told, isn't scientifically possible. It's impossible for it to exist the way that they're telling us. And a lot of the so-called space travel and that kind of thing, you're going to find a lot of that it's basically it's faith-based at the end of the day, right? You're not going to be able to check what they're telling you. Okay, they're going to tell you that they've got a rover on Mars, a little helicopter on Mars and things like that. And it's like kind of fake looking footage and violates a bunch of natural laws, and there's a whole bunch of problems when it comes to what we get told about what the government is doing in space.
Essentially saying that we're not denying that the sky is above us. We're just denying the story that we're being told about the
I mean, this is the way I would describe it from my perspective. Okay, I would say that the Earth is a flat topographical plane, right? Meaning that it's flat, but obviously we have hills and valleys and mountains. Most of the known surface area is covered in water, which measures flat across the surface. Water needs a container, and it's flat across the surface, right? Approximately. And then we have the sky, the celestial bodies in the sky. I would say there's a lot of mystery and unknown, and a lot of you know, the information about the sky can't be known, in my opinion. It's too far beyond our grasp to be able to empirically test it. But what we do know is that we all observe the same thing in the sky, and that's that everything in the sky moves in patterns, in cycles, and reset. Okay, it's like a big clock, essentially. We're not trying to have a replacement answer for all of the crazy claims that the heliocentric model makes about outer space. Right? When they tell us something that sounds pretty crazy, like, oh, it rains diamonds on Neptune and Uranus. You know, we're not gonna say crazy things like that. We're not gonna make claims like that. But yeah, we're definitely challenging a lot of the positive claims that are being made by the globe side, starting with the curvature of the Earth. Right? And basically, if that curvature of the Earth isn't there, the entire model is basically destroyed. Okay, that's like the core prerequisite or the core requirement to have a globe and to have the heliocentric model would be that the Earth is a globe with a radius of 3959 miles.
Right. It's like the one thing that they can't confirm actually exists, which absolutely requires to exist.
Back.
Oh, you're here. Yeah. Oh, good,
At the
man.
end of the day, no one has went outside or able to. We do accept the space, which would be skies, would be sky, stars, rendering, stars, planets, and all that. But anything beyond that, we discuss using our speculation someday. Oh, that's something, you know. I mean, bro, it's like a I feel if I unfortunately the country I live not just not talk so deep or just invest a lot about astronomy or astrology. I don't know if it is the same. No, obviously it's not the same thing because well, it's the different names, but the meaning, you know, the purpose about astrology and astronomy.
There's a difference, right? Yeah.
Oh, there's a difference. So it's like I'm feeling
Listen,
impressive.
we challenge the whole entire cosmology, right, and cosmogony.
All right.
The idea that we're on a world, right, in a big surrounded by space, right, that it's this isolated object, and then there's these other objects in that space. We're sharing this space with other objects there, and that they are also worlds, right? That they're places, right? That you could theoretically you could go to and walk around on, experience reality the same as, maybe a little bit differently, like different environment, but essentially a surface that you could stand on, place something on, right? We challenge that idea. We challenge the idea that they are orbiting the sun. We challenge the idea that suns are stars and that stars are suns. We challenge the idea that that there's big giant gas balls in this vacuum of space, right? Not doing what gas does, which would be expand into the available volume. We challenge all these ideas, their sizes, their distances, all that. Everything that you're told, right, by so-called experts about the universe, we challenge it. There's absolutely no evidence for any of their claims regarding the universe and what they think the universe is, what they think galaxies are, all of it.
Yeah, I mean, it's like I'm feel impressive, like how many things we just discover in this planet, and the space is just like the beginning because well, okay, we have some planets, but we have galaxies, and we don't know if it is that some other galaxies we have planets. I think you know what you guys know I'm talking about. It's like the universe is just very complex at the same time incredible, because there's a lot of things to know. Maybe you know our I forgot the name. It's like the religion too. You know, maybe the reason why. This like I enjoy watching Avengers. Yeah, the multiverse. Yeah, I mean maybe multiverse. It's
It is a
probably
religion.
one of the most crazy things the human just starting to put in the comics, and I say, oh, okay, maybe can be real or not, but I mean, yeah, can be,
It is a
but
religion.
in reality,
Because you go up to the average person, right, and you tell them, the universe is not as we've been taught. It's not an ever-expanding vacuum. Worlds, planets. This is the only world. Those things in the sky are not planets. Like, they're not places you could go to. Earth is not a planet. The entire model is wrong. And you just tell the average person that, they will think you're crazy and laugh at you. But if you then asked them to justify any of their beliefs about the universe, they would come very short. They would fail. Yet they'll still laugh at you, right? That is a religion.
yeah, that was something very interesting here about it. I just imagine if it's like a when you grow and to start talking about space travel. So yeah, well, it's
And surprisingly, too, when we approach the so-called experts, the astronomers, the theoretical physicists, all these people, they can't support their claims either. They don't have empirical evidence. They don't have measurements. They don't have logic. They fail in logically. Right? It all falls apart. You'd be surprised just how little they have to support what they think is true. And then, but some of them are honest, like Michio Kaku will tell you, we're off by a factor of 10 to the power of 120. It's the largest mismatch between observation and experiment in history, like about the universe. They are just guessing. They don't know if if what they think the universe is actually correct. So much so that when they applied their mathematics to what they to what they think galaxies are, right, it failed. Right? They had to invent dark matter and dark energy to have to explain what they're observing in the sky. Something that has never been observed. It's purely theoretical. It's never been tested. It's never been validated experimentally. Right? They just patchwork wherever their models fail. They just patchwork, fix it with. They just invent ideas to fix it. It's just an idea. Right? It's not actually something that anybody has ever validated scientifically.
Just to expand on what T-Dubs said about they invented dark matter, right? So they made observations based off of Newtonian mechanics, and they said that doesn't match Newtonian mechanics. And then so what they did was they created this placeholder. We don't know what that is. We're just going to call it dark matter because we can't see it. We can't detect it. So we're just going to call it something.
They did actually say that they know what it is. They say that there should be gravitational effects here, but there's not. So it must be that there's some sort of dark matter that doesn't interact with light. that's causing these gravitational effects. So what they've essentially done is they've passed the doubt for gravity not working onto dark matter. And that's why I always ask Globers, what are you skeptical of? This guy was talking about the multiverse, which was a total first for me, because that's the first time I ever heard that. Most people say that they're skeptical of dark matter, but they don't realize the cleverness of the trick, right? Because if they said dark matter and I explained to them, well, actually, that's the shortcomings of gravity, they would never utter the words that I'm skeptical of Einstein's gravity.
Anyway, sorry, Tito, go ahead.
That's all right. Our interlocutor has left anyway, but wait, and wait for someone else. I mean, it really is like intellectually dishonesty, right? And holding on to that anchor bias, right? Like, because instead of going, okay, we were wrong. What might we be wrong about? Is our foundation wrong? Let's go back to the drawing board and start again. No, they didn't do that, did they? They've got to. They don't want to restructure the entire model and start again. That's sunk cost fallacy, right? Like, can't do that.
So they went from
I mean, it's like,
a space-time continuum to an ad hoc continuum.
no, it's the idea like the mud just keeps getting thicker and thicker and more difficult to get through. And instead of turning around and going back and seeing, where it went wrong, they're just like, let's just keep going through it.
Yeah, I think they hang on to a lot of it's because it can appear like they were on the right track at some, right? Like, because they made predictions, right? It's like, even though they were post-dictions, but the math checks out up to this point, right? Like, but literally their math is just letters and numbers. I mean, like, and they give these letters like a meaning, right? But what if that letter actually doesn't represent what they think it does? So the math could be correct, and sure, the prediction could be good, but what the fundamental reasoning behind it could be absolutely way off, way off.
Well, it's just like with the cesium atom, not to get too far off track, but it has a precise time to it, but its time is slightly off differently compared to the cycle of the sun. And so when, they're like, oh, it's not 24 hours, it's 23 hours and 56 minutes. It couldn't be that the clock is wrong. It's the sky has to be wrong.
Yep. And you see it in geodesy, where they say, well, based on this modeling, we get to this latitude, longitude, and at this particular time, we should go up directly above us should be this particular star. Oh, it's not. It's off by a few degrees. Like, oh, well, that's because of Willy Wonkly density changes in the Earth's crust, blah, 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 blah. Gravity. Let's form a potato model Earth, to explain all this, blah, 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 blah. Like, it just goes on and on. They don't go and check to see if any of it's true. That's crazy.
And people are right.
So I just posted something Go ahead.
No, go ahead, dude. You haven't spoken a
So I
while. Go
just
ahead.
posted something to show you that why you don't see anything on the horizon. You can only see at 15 degrees and above, really 10 degrees. Just like that says. You're not going to see
You get a
anything anyway.
you get a haze.
You're not going to see anything. If you on the ocean, you don't see a star like 1 inch above the water when you're looking out there and the water's still, do you? No.
Yeah, it's like I've said before. Like they say, well, watch the sunset, then climb the Burj Khalifa and watch it again. Okay, now do it with a star.
Yeah, watch the sunset, then take 15 minutes to get to the top of a building. It'll be in the same place it was before. Set.
Right.
How come
Yeah.
people
Now do
aren't?
it with a star. Watch a star set, and then climb a mountain or a building. Watch the star set again.
But yeah, I'll admit there was a coordinated effort by a bunch of smart people to design a model that's different than the reality that presents to us. I'll admit to that. If it sounds complicated, it was made that way on purpose because the devil's in the details.
Yeah. Well, they had to keep adjusting it, didn't they? Right. Because big circles. Right. And Tycho and Kepler that came after him were like, well, that's wrong because it doesn't accept that. Is checking out automatically, geometrically, blah. So let's adjust the center. This is the center, blah 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 blah. Like, you know what I mean? And it just keeps going on and on.
Yes. Yes.
You agree?
Yes.
Oh, very good. How are you today, Brian?
Thank you.
What brings you here? You interested in this topic?
No, I don't speak very well English, but I can understand.
Ah, very good. Have you been learning English for very long?
Yes.
Okay, so your comprehension of English being spoken is better than you being able to speak it. Is that right?
Right. Right.
Well, that's okay. That's okay. You're here to practice and learn, I guess, right? The more you
Yes.
speak it, the better you'll get at speaking it.
Yes. Thank you.
What's up, George?
Oh, not much.
How are you doing?
I'm pretty good. Pretty good.
Right on. It says that you're advanced English. Are you here to learn about the shape of the Earth?
Just interesting in like what are the arguments and learning English a bit. Yeah. I mean,
Well, what do you
what are
think
the
is?
yeah
What do you think the argument is for the globe?
for the globe or against the globe?
For the globe.
I think
We'll do against the globe next, but I want to do for the globe to see what you understand.
yeah. So that's a good question. I've never asked to be like to confirm that it is globe, that the Earth is globe. For example,
That's a very fair answer, by the way.
Yeah. So, for
Well,
example,
let's go with that. You've never been asked to confirm that it is a globe. What do you think is the argument for flat Earth?
I think the curvature, because with some approximation, we can assume that the Earth is flat. Like even if it's a globe, I think that's the place where we can find the common ground. Like if the distance is close enough, it approximates to the flat Earth. But
No. Well, no, that's not true. You were
what?
halfway right, but then you diverted to a locally flat Earth. Even though the Earth is a sphere, locally it measures flat, and that's not what we think. Let me ask
But
you this:
yeah.
How tall are you?
1 meter 87 centimeters. It's like 6'1", 6'2".
Yeah, 6'1", 6'2". Fair enough. From your height, have you ever been to like a large body of water, like an ocean or a sea?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
How far away do you think the horizon is from your eyes at 187 centimeters
I never
to
measured
the
it. I
horizon?
believe it's like probably couple kilometers at most.
A couple of kilometers, just like
Yeah.
2 kilometers.
Yeah, I think maybe 3 or 4. I don't know. We need to measure. It depends on the
That's fair.
atmosphere.
It's at this point, it's not about measurement because they assume you're assuming they already measured the size of the Earth, and no, so from the size of the Earth, you can use the Pythagorean theorem to get the distance to the horizon. Correct?
Yeah, but I need to be higher than 6'2" to see the difference. So I
No,
need to
no,
be
you
higher
don't.
than that.
You don't. You can be any height to see the difference because, like, the closer you are to the Earth, the closer the horizon is. Correct?
Yeah, that's true.
Like if you sit down on your butt and then look out over the water, the horizon's going to be closer than if you're standing up, right?
Yeah, I probably will be overlapped with something, but yeah.
So, I mean, that was a fair guess. A couple of kilometers, right? 2 or 3 kilometers. They actually say from your height that it's about 4.9 kilometers away, so almost 5 kilometers.
Okay.
They might actually say it's 5 kilometers. The only problem is when we actually go out and test for that, we can see a lot further than 5 kilometers, and then the horizon is beyond that. It's not in front of the things that are like if you see an object 10 kilometers away, the horizon's not in front of the thing that's 10 kilometers away. It's behind the thing that's 10 kilometers. And we can tell because when we use high-powered optics, we can zoom into those things and then clearly see that the horizon is behind them.
So basically, with good enough optics, I can see every ship in the water, right? Like every ship, if the water is like,
You would
it's the
have to
only matter.
you would have to remove all the air off of
Yeah,
the
yeah. I mean, in the optimal air condition, if we zoom in.
Oh, you'd have to remove all the air because air has a density at 14 psi. You're looking horizontally. You're not looking vertically.
Yeah, I'm looking horizontally, but if it's flat, then I should see like 10,000 kilometers away. If assuming that we can look through the atmosphere, right? So the
But you
only thing
can't.
that
You can't look through the atmosphere like that.
So do you know any, like, with good optics? I'm pretty sure we can zoom in into like 50 kilometers, right?
Well, I mean, here I'll show you an airplane observation where the guy is 30,000 feet in the sky, and he can see for 1,200 miles. Is that a fair enough observation?
How many from the sky, and how far away?
1,200 miles, about 1,600 kilometers, or 1,700 kilometers.
But it's from the like bird eye view from the plane, something like that.
From 30,000 feet, yeah.
But I mean,
30,000 feet
when
is
I'm
like 10,000 kilometers. Is that 10,000? For 10,000, it's like 10 kilometers. 10 kilometers.
like, but when I'm standing on the beach, why don't I see like every ship within like 50, 100 kilometers with a
Do you
clear
agree
view?
that if I was standing in front of you holding a penny and I walked a mile away, would you still be able to see that penny?
With good enough zoom optics, yeah.
Sure. But I mean, at some point, you're not going to be able to resolve the penny, right?
Yeah, but let's imagine we have a telescope or something, like we can just zoom in.
No, that's
in
incorrect.
front of
You're not going to see that penny from a mile away. So try
Why
something
so?
new.
Why so?
Too
Why?
small. Too small.
I will zoom in. I will
What
zoom
kind?
in.
How big of a telescope you're going to get? You're going to need one with about, I don't know, a 50-foot diameter lens on the front.
For example,
That's my example.
with a really good optics. I'm not saying you can see this just with a human eye.
Well, he's explaining how the
forgot
optics
that you
work.
can't see. You forgot about air and how thick that shit is, and how it distorts stuff, and heat distorts through air. Optics.
I tried to explain that to you, man.
He doesn't understand, I don't think.
Well, he's like, well, if we imagine that we have a big enough zoom camera and we remove all the air from Earth, we
Yeah,
can see
that's the
forever.
one thing you
Then
can't
yeah.
do. You can't use imagination and pretend. It doesn't work on our stuff. We have to actually do it. Using pretend and imagination to prove a point just fails every time.
I'm not trying to prove the point. I'm trying to understand the argument. So what you're
Yeah,
saying is
if
basically
if you could create a lens that could see forever, and you
Yeah.
removed all the air off the Earth, then yes, you could see forever.
Yeah, that's what I was asking. So basically, you're saying that the atmosphere and the density of the air,
Yeah.
Yeah.
The density of the air, there's particulates in the air also. There's dust in the air. There's a lot of things that get in the air that prevent us from seeing horizontally. Not only that, but things just get smaller as they get further away.
Okay, I'm just wondering, like, what is the edge of the flatness? Like, is it infinitely flat, or it's have some?
Well, we're contained. We just don't know where the container is.
We don't know where it ends.
Yeah, we don't know where the container is. There's a container because you can't have gas pressure without a container.
I don't get the argument. So, like, in this our observation, like the flatness of the Earth, do we know the like the radius of this coin? I don't
No,
know.
it doesn't have a
What is it?
radius. It's not floating in
No.
space. It's not floating in space.
But
It's
how
not
it's,
It's
what
not
is the
how-
shape of it
claim.
then?
It's not a shape.
don't.
It's flat on the surface.
Yeah, we're not. It's not a shape claim. It's not dimensional. Like we're not saying it has this length, width, depth, height, etc.
So the math is not applied to it.
What math?
The shape of the perimeter is unknown. So what math
What math are you?
going to
All right, let me see you apply math that you normally would apply. Normally, well, let me see the normal math that you use, that you apply.
If I have a plane, right?
Yep.
So
Yeah.
I
Okay.
can
Perfect. You have a
Yeah.
plane now. I want to see the ball math. Go.
Ball math? What do you mean?
The math that says you're in a plane and you have to fly around a ball.
So on the surface, on the plane surface, if I go high enough, let's say on the when I'm flying, I can measure the distances, the distance I travel, how far I can
No,
see.
you can't.
You can't. You
Why
can
not?
only measure the
What are you
time.
lying to me?
What exactly I cannot measure?
Because you don't have a little wheel on the ground that's flying, that's down on the ground underneath your plane, measuring how far you're moving across the ground.
I have a laser point. What's the problem with
No,
that?
don't be silly.
What's the problem with that?
You have a laser. What's it doing? What's the laser doing?
Measuring the beam of the light.
And
What's it doing?
How fast it will come back. So basically measuring the distance.
No.
Why
Nope.
no?
That was a good guess, though. Try something different. That's not how it works.
Do you don't know how works the laser measurement?
You don't use that to measure distances on the ground.
I'm using it when I'm building a house. I'm using the laser
No,
measurement.
you're not. If you are,
What's
then your
the
shit's
problem?
all wacky off if you're using a
No,
laser tape measure to build things.
it's pretty good, pretty accurate.
Yeah, pretty accurate, except when your one wall's out a half inch and you're wondering why, and they're already putting a drywall up. Well, I just used a laser one like this. Oh, I didn't know there was a piece of dust in the way.
So you're saying we cannot measure a distance in any
No.
way without a wheel, right?
Yeah, you can measure 28
Yes.
feet. That's what mine goes, 28 feet.
No, it's what you see. I mean, can you apply
No,
the
you say you use one from 40,000 feet. You just point it at the ground, and it tells you how far you're gone. According to you, that's some kind of new technology that exists.
the new
That's not how
technology
we
called the
do it.
laser?
That's not how planes do it.
You just point it from the laser, and
That
you
is
see the
not how
distance.
planes do it.
Planes doesn't measure anything. You can just do it yourself.
No, you can't. Stop being silly.
You cannot measure things.
No, you can't measure things from an airplane.
Okay, let's forget about the airplane. Let's
Okay,
go
yeah,
on a
perfect. You
big
finally realize you're
building.
wrong. Say yes, I am wrong. Yeah, I'll go with something different. Say that.
No. So what's
Yes,
wrong?
yes, say that first.
In what wrong? So we cannot measure distances. Let's agree to disagree. I see it in another way that we can measure
Okay, which imaginary way do you see it? Since I'm using reality and you're using imagination.
What's your point? So we cannot measure distance.
My point is that you can't just come on here, say shit, and have people listening on YouTube make them think that you know what you're talking about when you don't. So then I come in and I slap you around a little bit and say, you're totally wrong, dude. So that they understand that you're just making up shit. Now, do you want to go on?
Yeah, I want to understand what's your point. What's your argument?
Tell people that you're just making up shit. You're just making up stuff.
I'm making the laser pointer.
Yes, you're making up a laser pointer from an airplane that shoots 5 miles to the ground. A laser pointer that you chase your cat around with. Because all airplanes let you carry laser pointers on them. What is wrong with you? You never
I'm
even
saying
been
about
on
the
an airplane,
experiment
have
to
you?
you, not the
It's not
actual
an
laser
experiment.
point.
It's not an experiment.
You're not listening. You're just trying
It's
to
not an
argue for nonsense.
experiment. So you just saying, hold a laser pointer out an airplane, that's your experiment? Your arm's going to get cold.
No. Let's go back to initial discussion. Why we're discussing this? I was
Perfect.
asking what is the how to measure this? How do you imagine this flatness of the Earth? How big is it? Do we know that?
Really big.
We know that some points are like, thousands of kilometers apart.
So
we can guess that.
At some point, we can go to the edge, right?
If you want to, you should probably try. If you think there's an edge, you should write a book about it.
I don't know.
Oh, I don't know about any edge. Edge sounds like a cliff that you can fall off of. No, I don't think there's anything like that. That's for sure.
Okay. So we don't know what's on the other side.
On the other side of what?
Of the surface. The surface. Do you have a book or something?
You dig down and you hit dirt. When you dig down, you hit dirt. Where did you think the other side of what? It's not floating in space. Now the other side of what? It's not floating in space. Now tell me the other side of what?
If you can go to the edge, right?
What edge?
Do you have
Are you going to fall off or just be stopped? Are you going to fall off or is it going to be a wall? Since you're making up a flat Earth edge now.
I didn't get your point. So you're saying there's no other side of the.
Is there a wall or is there a cliff that you can fall off of?
Dude, answer the question.
Is
You're
it
the
a
one
question?
who made it up. Yeah, you made that up. There's some kind of edge. Do you fall off of the edge or do you get stopped at a wall?
I didn't make up anything. You said that this is the surface, and I'm trying to understand what's the opposite side.
I don't know why you're worried about an edge. You should be worried why there's no curve measured on a globe. That should be your real question. You should be sitting there right now going, why can't I see any curve on a globe? That's what you should be asking yourself. But you don't. You're asking weird shit like, what color is the edge underneath when you lift it up 3 inches? It's dark brown, black kind of. It's good. It's good farming soil.
I'm just
Can I-
new
There's
to
that sock.
I'm
Can
new
I-
to flat
Under the rug.
Earth understanding of the
quickly
Earth, and I'm
interject,
trying to
guys?
get what is the model. The
Can I
flat
try
Earth model.
explaining something to him real quick? Just this, and I'm gonna mute up again. Here's the thing, my friend. If you're in a lake, right? You're swimming in a lake, just relaxing, enjoying the nice weather during summer, and you swim to the shoreline of the lake, are you going to fall off the lake? No, right? That's stupid. You're going to go to the landmass that is above the lake because it's containing the water, right? That's what's going to happen. It's not an edge, right? As he said it before, it implies that you're on a cliff, you're going to fall off. You're just going to the landmass that is higher above in altitude than the water itself. That's it. I'm gonna mute up again. Hope that clarifies something for him.
So we don't know, right? Like the answer in the chat also said that.
Yeah, he didn't hear anything you said. So
I tried.
Yeah,
Okay.
just one.
Yeah, you just
he doesn't hear nothing.
You just
Go ahead,
showed an
make up.
example.
Yeah, say whatever your made up stuff is. I like it when you make up stuff. It sounds better.
Okay. So I'm not making. I'm just trying to explain what I see. So I was once.
You see a flat and stationary Earth. Okay, we both agree on that. You don't see any curve. There's no curve measured.
I
You should
didn't
be
see
asking.
anything about the curve. I don't really worry about the curve.
No, right, because there is none, right?
Sure.
Okay, so the Earth is flat. Welcome to flat Earth. Congratulations,
Yeah.
you finally made it.
That's what I'm talking about. I'm
Yeah,
trying
you
to
finally made it. You're
understand all
finally
my
here with us.
observations. Yeah.
You're with us now.
So it is flat. Then I'm trying to understand why when I'm in Japan and USA, I have different time. I have.
Oh, the sun moves. Have you probably never noticed because you live in their mom's basement?
Okay.
But if you go outside, the
No.
sun moves during the day. It moves across the sky, and then it gets nighttime when it goes away. Did you ever notice that?
No. So at some point it should cross the plane, right? Or it just go around the plane and
What does that mean? Cross the plane. What does that mean to cross the plane?
I don't know what this means. I'm trying to explain how it
Look, George, when the sun moves across the sky, it looks like it's moving down because of perspective. It moves from one location to another location.
Yes, but at some point we don't see the
I don't
sun,
even
right?
have to bring up the fact that he wants to say down because if we just see it moving away just like an airplane. We don't see when an airplane is pointing down that it's actually going down, is it? No, it's flying away from you. If you could put wings on the sun, it would look like it's going down.
So it never goes down.
No, it just goes over your head, over to the next place, lights that up for 8 seconds, keeps on moving, real slow, all the way.
At night, where it goes, it just stays somewhere. What
Remember when we talked about the air has a thickness?
Well, hold on. Yeah, he's really confused. You guys went way too fast with him. I knew he was going to be confused about this. Go ahead and say that again, George.
My question is, in two different places, I have in one place day, in the other place night.
The sun moves. I knew you were going to get lost with that part.
Yeah, I
knew
agree
you were
with
gonna
that.
get lost.
I agree that.
I knew it. I knew it. You know how you can prove it? Go outside, put a stick in the ground, and take a picture at 8 in the morning, and look at the shadow, and then take a picture at 3, and take the 2 pictures and look at them. You'll see the shadow move. Do you know why?
Because the sun moves. I don't
Thank you. There we go. Yay! Now we know why it gets lighter other places and
that
darker.
doesn't explain all the answers. So
What
I want to
answers?
understand how it moves related to.
Oh, okay. I want to know. I want you to tell me how your globe spins.
Which globe? I don't. What are you talking
The globe,
about?
the globe that you live on
We already agreed that this
No,
is flat.
no,
Which
no,
globe
no.
are you talking
If
about?
you want to know how the sun moves across the sky, I want to know how a globe spins forever and ever and ever, like a perpetual motion machine.
I don't know what you're talking about. Which
So
globe?
we're at an impasse.
I want to understand in mind the real view.
I
Like
want to understand how the globe spins forever.
I wish
If
I
you
know.
can't, if you can't tell
I
me how
don't
the
know.
globe
It's
spins forever, if you can't
somebody.
tell me how the globe spins forever, the Earth is flat.
Let me ask you this: how does the sun burn forever and ever and ever and never
How does-
loses its mass?
Oh yeah, we don't even. It's going off into some other part of the solar system. Hold on. Come on, George, keep up.
What was the question?
Whatever. He wants to talk about the sun. How does the sun burn forever in the universe?
Yeah. Okay. That's pretty complicated topic.
Okay, so how does the Earth spin forever? You want to know how the sun moves? How does the Earth spin in your globe?
I don't want to discuss thermodynamics.
Thermodynamics has nothing to do with a spinning globe.
I was talking about not about the spinning, but about the burning.
I am. I'm talking about the spinning globe. On your globe model, it has to spin to make the sun appear to go up and down, huh? What makes your globe spin forever?
I already said I don't know what you're talking about. What globe?
I don't
I'm
know
talking
what you're
about a
talking
flat
about when you're
Earth.
asking why the sun does what it does. I don't know. So now Earth is still flat. Do you see what I mean? If you can't debunk me, the Earth is still flat because you still have no measured curve.
I'm not trying to debunk you. I'm trying to
I
understand
know.
why
I'm
it is
trying to
flat
understand the Earth
and
why
how
it's
it
flat
corresponds
because
to the
because it was all wet at one time and kind of settled that way probably.
I think he wants us to develop a computer model of flat Earth.
No, we're not going to give him some story and
No,
explanations that
I
he
want to
thinks are
understand
cool.
your
Okay, here's what I
reality.
think. Okay, you want what I think's going on? Earth is flat and stationary and we're contained. The end. That's how much I think about it.
Okay, your model is kind of silly, small, but
Well, hold on. Let's look at my model. I'll post a picture of it for you since you think it's kind of silly. And you tell me what's silly about it, okay? Here's my kind of
Yeah.
silly model for you. Here you go. Here's my kind of silly model. That's how we see the world. So now what?
Okay.
Flat, stationary, and contained. There you go. So what is
So how the sun moves
what
here?
else do I have to explain to you?
So how the sun moves here in
How
this
does the
model?
globe spin forever?
Why are you asking the question with another question?
I don't know, just like you don't know. I shouldn't have to know how the sun moves, just like you don't have to know why and how the globe spins forever. Do you
Okay,
understand
you
the
just don't know.
difference?
Let's take it as an answer.
No.
So then explain how it moves.
You explain
what is
how
the
the globe
trajectory?
spins forever. No, you explain how the globe spins forever first.
Do you know how we launch rockets in the flat Earth?
Not with spinning globes.
I think it will be hard to explain the basic physics within a couple minutes.
So you probably don't even know how to explain it anyway. So I'm not worried about it. You know, you require air pressure to launch a rocket. You know that, right?
You know what? That air pressure. What?
Yeah. Say, you know what? Triggering triangle. You're correct. Say that.
I can say that, but I don't know what was your point.
Because you're not even listening. You need air pressure to launch a rocket, don't you?
Air pressure where?
Oh my goodness.
Basically just bombarding me with different statements.
I thought you were the
I'm
physics
trying
master.
to
I thought you were going to
understand
school me in
the
physics.
correspondence.
I thought you were going to school me in physics. Do I have to? Let's get to basic. Let's get to basics. Do you know what a balloon is?
Okay, I know.
Do you know how to blow up a balloon?
Mm-hmm.
What happens when you let go of the balloon?
So
And
yeah,
you
I
don't
understand
tie
now
it?
what your point. So you're talking about the like reactive movement. I don't know how this in English, but so you're basically trying to point me how the rocket flies, or what?
You wanted to know. I'm telling you how they work. They work from air pressure. You can't, like, if you put like a rocket, a big rocket, like in a gigantic vacuum chamber and pulled all the air out, and you lit it won't light anyway. But if you could somehow get it to ignite, it'll just sit there. Did you know that or no? I thought you were going to teach me about physics. You were coming in here swinging degrees around like they were a set of nunchucks.
Okay, I think you're not really wanted to discuss something, but you just want to prove some points. I don't know which exactly you want to prove. I already agreed with the flatness of the Earth. I want to understand why is that.
I don't know. You're going to have to go investigate, do some research. I don't know why. Nobody knows
Okay,
why.
you don't know why. Okay,
nobody does.
Okay.
Nobody ever. Nobody.
So then I have another question on.
You want to know why the Earth is flat, George? You want to know why?
Yeah.
Because there's no curvature measurable.
That's what I told him. He doesn't believe me.
I know. I don't have to explain everything in the sky.
Yeah, I think we cannot. We already agreed that we cannot measure.
I don't have to explain everything in the sky to know that the Earth is flat. You agree with that?
We can measure distances.
You cannot even measure distances. We already started from then, but this I didn't forget his name. He said that we cannot measure distances from the plane.
You're talking about large distances over countries. So we can measure distances.
10 kilometers is not very large.
So how are you going to measure that with a plane? How do you measure that with an airplane?
You just
do it, don't you?
You just get a laser.
I love your lower logic. That's why you wouldn't get hired in a place where I work when we ask these crazy questions. We expect good answers. Like, you can't. That would be the proper answer. You should go like this. You can't do something like that. That's what we expect to hear.
And where is it? Where do you work?
You have estimates over these large.
You can't even estimate because of all you can do is get close by timing it and hope that you're kind of close on how long it takes and whatever, how fast you think you were going. You're going to get an average that's always roughly the same.
But you know what, George? You could do 10 or 15 kilometers on the surface. You don't have to go fucking 15 kilometers into the sky or 5 kilometers into the sky. You could do it like a couple of feet off the surface.
Do you mean on a high hill or?
Oh god.
No, I'm talking about at sea level. Go ahead, Sensei. I know you want to jump in.
No, earlier he asked a question, why is the Earth flat? I mean, is that more of like an existential question, or are you asking what causes the Earth to be flat? What are you asking?
I'm trying to find explanation on my observation. I see that the Earth is flat, we have no curve. So what can I do with that?
That's it. That's all you get.
Beyond this.
That's all you get, son.
No, I don't want to stop there.
That's all everybody's ever had for the whole history of everything. Nothing. You know nothing about the sky except clouds go by.
Okay, so your point, we don't need to dig it. But I disagree. I want to understand
the sky. All they're doing is looking at lights up there, just making up stories. You know that.
So let me get this straight. You observe the Earth to be flat like we do, and then when everyone goes out to test whether or not the ground is curving, they can't find any curve. I don't understand why that's not satisfactory for you. You don't like that everyone's measuring the Earth flat?
I like that, and I want to go further and explain my other observation with this proven point of view that we have.
What's your other observation?
So first, we agreed that it is flat. Then my second question was, where is the edge of this flatness? We agreed that it's some kind of a wall or a cliff, something like that. Actually, nobody knows.
No, we didn't agree to nothing, man.
No,
We're
we
trying to
didn't
figure
agree
out
to
what you
anything
think it
like
is.
that, dude. You're
We're
just
trying to
making
figure out why you think there's an edge.
we're letting you build your own flat Earth, just like you build your own globe. You're just like kind of
What's in your flat Earth? What is the edge
flat.
then?
Here, I got it. Let's write this down. Ready? You're gonna love this one. It's flat. It's stationary, which means it doesn't move, and it's contained. The end.
And there's topography.
There you go. And topography. So what else do you need to know about flat Earth?
Contained in what? What do you mean? You
Oh,
posted
that's
a
why
picture.
we have air pressure. Yeah, that's why we breathe air pressure. You can't have gas pressure without a container, can you? You're the physics man. You need a container to have air pressure, don't you?
So it's more like a cup, right? Not just.
Good grief!
I know. He thinks you can fill a cup with air pressure. He thinks you can take a cup out of your out of your cabinet in the kitchen, and then you go out in the garage and take your air compressor, and then you fill that cup with like 27 psi, and then you walk around with a glass with no lid, just a glass full of 27 psi air pressure.
You mean fully contained, like with the ceiling, right? So it's basically
yes.
How else would you make air pressure? Would you be able to hold 27?
And what is the shape of
in a
this
glass?
3D form? Like
Oh, I don't know. You guys don't know what your globe looks like. You say it's a sphere. Some say it looks like a potato. Others say it's some kind of weird pear. Some say it's a weird shaped rock. But none of you guys can figure it out. But you want to know our stuff.
Yeah, I don't understand the questions that you're asking, George. You're asking non sequitur questions. The point is that the Earth must be contained because we have the gas pressure. Now, we didn't elaborate or make claims about what it's made of, how high it is, how far away it is, any of that stuff. We're just telling you it's contained. We're not giving you a claim about something that we can't know. I have no idea how to test what it's made of. I'd have to figure out how to find it in the first place.
Or what it tastes like. Does it taste like poop? I mean, that's the questions you are going to have to find out for yourself. Because it's nobody ever asked those questions ever in their life until we told you that the Earth is flat. Now people want to know, why does the sun do this and that? Well, you never asked that before.
You know what's funny is every single person that comes in here too, when they say, "Where's the edge?" Right? They're like, "Why doesn't a flat earther go and find the edge?" Like we don't need to prove that there is one.
It's not the claim.
Whether it's a cliff or a fucking wall, we don't need to prove there is one.
We could ask the same of them.
Not even part of our argument anyway. We just humor people by going along with it. We could tell every single person, non sequitur, goodbye, next.
Yeah, I mean, like, where's the edge of? Oh, wait, you guys have just not made of material, right? It's a magical force that stops gases from expanding into volume. Yet nobody can demonstrate that to be.
You cut in and out, C-Dub. I'm sorry, man.
No, I was just saying that the irony and the hypocrisy where they don't have answers to.
You're cutting out
It's not
still,
physical. Am I still cutting in and out?
You guys in Australia, you guys in Australia buy 3/4 internet. I don't understand why you just don't get the 1 inch.
Doesn't matter if they had a 10-inch, man. It's just because they're on the other side of the globe. You know, Starlink isn't working there.
Starlink doesn't work upside down.
Yeah. Gravity's fucking it up, but I'm not sure which gravity. There's too many to decipher.
And that's another thing. How do you flat earthers explain Starlink then?
So anyway, George, some things we know, some things we don't. You know, but what we do know is the Earth is flat.
Okay, and how about other planets and maybe the sun too?
Wow.
Whoa,
Are
George.
they also flat?
You said
Now he's
whoa,
talking about
George.
the sun again.
Oh, can I
George,
tackle
you
this real
said
quickly?
other. You said other. You understand the problem with using the word other in this particular question?
Say it.
Now that you know that the Earth is not a planet, then the planets themselves are not other planets. They're just planets. And planets means wandering star. So
From
yes,
the
there are
Greek
wandering
planetai.
stars. Yeah. So that's not anything new. There are, lights in the sky, but they're not other planets. If you're imagining some kind of big giant ball of gas like Jupiter's supposed to be, well, you're going to have a problem because you're going to need containment for that gas. The other thing that you're going to have to deal with is that you don't have any evidence that any of these are balls. They're just lights in the sky.
Yeah, that's why I'm asking. Let's
Matter of fact,
talk
George,
about moon, for
real quick,
example. Our
George,
moon.
He's going to ask
the-
us about things in the sky,
planet-
even though we all live on the ground.
The story about Jupiter should automatically be a red flag to you. You know you can't have gas pressure without a container. So you have this
I'm not
giant
talking about
gas
Jupiter.
ball.
I'm talking about
No,
the
no,
moon.
but you said other planets, right? Like Jupiter should be a red flag to you
Red flag, why?
because it's a giant gas ball. You can't have gas pressure without a container. So how the fuck do you have a gas ball in the sky?
So which shape of this container? Also, should
Dude,
we also know flat?
It's shaped like a maple leaf. Shaped like a maple leaf. How's that? It's maple leaf shaped.
I think it's shaped like an octagon. I think the UFC got it right.
Yeah,
The
it's
UFC got
shaped like a maple leaf with cinnamon powder on it.
You're just imagining things. That's good.
George, why are you disrespecting us like that, bro? I already told you we don't know what shape it is, and you asked again. Are you just ignoring us completely and asking dumbass questions constantly?
You didn't answer the question. I was
We
talking
said we don't
about
know. We don't know.
and the moon.
We don't know what the shape is. The surface is flat.
That you were answering about the Earth. I'm talking about the sun
Yeah.
and the moon.
We don't know.
You
We can't
asked
go
what
there.
shape the container was. That's what you
You
just
don't know
asked.
what you see in the telescope.
One more time, I want you to repeat after me. Flat earthers do not fly in outer space. Say that out loud.
I'm asking you to fly.
Okay,
I'm asking you to look with your own eye.
Do not
the
go
big
up
moon,
into
in the
space
full
and
moon.
investigate the sun, and they do not go up and
No.
investigate planets.
Hold on,
I'm not
Triangle.
asking you
Hold
to
on, hold on.
fly. So
George. I'm
just
gonna put
explain
I'm
me
gonna put
what
an
shape
image.
of the moon.
Yeah. Look in the side chat. All right.
Wow.
Tell me what shape. Which one of these are spheres?
What is this?
Here, I'll post a picture of the moon
yeah.
for
So
him too, in
that's
case
what
he's
I'm talking about.
confused. In case
So
he
it's like a coin,
doesn't know
right?
what the moon looks like. Here's a picture of
Oh,
the moon, just so in case you don't know what those look like.
Should be like a coin. It always rotated towards us.
Excuse me, George. Sometimes the moon, I don't know if you've ever seen the moon before yourself. Let me walk you through this. Sometimes the moon looks like a circle and it's got some texture to it. Sometimes the moon looks like a crescent and a real skinny sliver of it. Sometimes you can't see the moon at all. In fact, it's not even detectable with any kind of technology that we have when you can't see it. It's like it completely disappears. So those are the different phases of the shapes of the moon. Are you getting that? Are you picking that up? Have you ever seen that?
Yeah, it looks like a miracle.
Okay. Yeah, right. So why are you asking us what the moon looks like when you see it all the time? Or do you not look up?
With the sun is the same thing, right? But it doesn't.
Wow.
Why the moon is hiding from us? Sometimes we can see.
Wow.
The
You're
small
asking
one,
us
the big
why
one,
does,
but the sun is always circle.
why does your globe spin forever like a perpetual motion?
I don't
You know,
know what is the globe. Why are you asking me? Keep asking me about the globe. We already concluded that the Earth is
no, you
flat.
can't do both. You can't do both. You can't be a flat earther and then
Why? I'm not saying that it is not flat. We already agreed on the Earth. The Earth has no
So
curvature.
let's
I'm
talk.
asking
Let's
about the
talk
moon.
about the sun real quick. Well, that's fine. Let's talk about the sun real quick. Let's see if you ever look up when you're outside. Sometimes the sun looks like a circle. Sometimes when there's a solar eclipse, it does all the things that the moon does. It's like a crescent, and then it completely goes away, and then it's a crescent again, and then it comes all the way back out, and it's a circle again. Have you not seen this?
Exactly. That's how it
Right.
looks.
Circles. Right. So the sun is a circle shape, and the moon is a circle shape. Sometimes, not all the time, but sometimes. Why is this so hard?
Nothing hard here. I agree with that.
Why are you asking the question then? Why are you asking the question when you already know this to be a fact?
The question is, what is the shape of it? Is it circle?
I just told you. It's just. Do you know that a circle is a shape?
It's a circle is a 2D shape. I'm asking about.
Yes, it's a shape. There you go. Now, sometimes, did you know this? A crescent. That's a shape. Did you know that?
Crescent. I'm not sure. I know this word.
Okay, well, it's kind of like in the moon. You almost can't see most of it, and so you see like that hook shape to it. That's like a crescent.
Like
That's
in,
shapes on the site, yeah.
oh, hang on, by the way. Like in Ron H's profile pic.
I put some shapes
So
inside.
Yeah.
these are all shapes, and those are the shapes that the moon and the sun are. I don't understand why you're having a hard time with this.
I'm having a hard time because I'm trying to understand if the Earth should be the same shape.
Why
Are
would
we
the
all-
Earth
are
be
we
the
also-
same shape? Why would it be? Why would it be?
I don't know. I'm
Sorry
trying to. So
to interrupt. Is this for real? Like, are you talking about flat Earth?
Oh yeah, I know the Earth is flat. You didn't know?
But I thought it was like a joke name, just for people to hang out. Are you really? This is so many
Hang out,
people discussing
Alfonso.
this.
Hang out. We're almost done with George. We'll get to you in a second. Hey, George, do you think that the floor in your home should look like the shape of the lights on your ceiling?
Okay.
Like what?
Do you think the floor in your home should look like the shape? Should look like the shape of the lights on your ceiling?
It will be the shape that I will make it. Any shape. I can make a crescent ceiling. I can make any shape of it.
No, like if you're comparing the things in the sky, like the things underneath your feet, and then so what I'm doing is making a similar comparison of the things on your ceiling and comparing them to the floor underneath your feet.
So your
It's not
point
a
is they're
comparison.
totally different, right? The shape of the moon and the sun
It's
and
not a
the Earth
comparison.
is
You're pointing to lights in the sky and saying, "Oh, because the lights in the sky look circular, therefore the thing under my feet should also be circular."
It's
It's a bad
borderline
comparison.
psychotic. I mean, it really is borderline psychotic that you would even think that way.
why so?
Because it's crazy, dude. It's a very good analogy. What shape is the light bulb in your kitchen?
I have LED lights. It's like couple
LED
of them.
lights. Okay.
They're the
A
flat
couple of them.
actually.
They're flat, right? So they're flat, but like, are they like a rectangle or?
Are the LED lights individually spherical?
No,
Not
they don't
sure
look like
about
that
that.
usually. They're little. They look like little chips. They're diodes. So those little diodes, those little squares, right? But there's a ton of them. But let's use a light bulb just so it's easy. Most people use light bulbs, fluorescent. They're cylinders. Sometimes they're like a bulb. So they're all kinds of different shapes. Why do you think, for any reason, that your floor would have to be the same shape as your light bulb? They serve two totally different purposes. They're two totally different things, and they don't look alike at all. So why would you think that a light should also, I mean, the floor should look like the light? Silly.
Okay, it's totally different things. The Earth and the Moon and the Mars and the Jupiter. I got it.
Right.
This
Nothing
all
in the
different.
sky looks like the thing underneath your feet. You don't see
Okay.
no water in the sky. I don't see a McDonald's in the sky. I don't see grass in the sky. I don't see trees in the sky. Nothing in the sky resembles anything on Earth.
You're working off the idea that, or the principle that, like, okay, this place is an object. Those things in the sky are objects, right? They share a similar space, right? It's a cosmology that you have in mind, right? These are
So it is
worlds.
possible that it will be like I don't know, the cylinder planet or something.
You don't
you don't even. Let's move on to the next dude.
You don't even know.
wrong with him. Cylinder planets now.
You don't even know if the
You,
things in the
you just
sky
said
have
you just said it can be
surfaces.
different shapes. I just
You don't even know if the things in the sky have surfaces. You just see light, right? You don't know what they are.
Do you think the moon have no surface? You can see the craters.
Oh my
That's
god!
enough. No, I
That's
don't
good enough.
know.
You can see the craters. You can basically see it.
You don't even know what those marks are from.
We're obviously being told.
Why?
How do you know it's a crater?
Hold on, let's move on to
That's
somebody
the only
else.
thing that got
guy's in
named a
full
crater
spiral.
was the moon. You got that word from them looking at the moon. Nothing else.
Who was the guy that couldn't believe we were talking about flat Earth?
He left.
Is that guy still here? He left.
No, I can't.
Does anybody else have a question?
It wasn't Jubilant?
No.
Jubilant, did you have a question? We got Luke. We got Murr. Anybody, please. We even got Shaggy up in here. Anybody, please,
Hey, Murr's
please,
a flat
please.
earther, so please leave Murr out of this.
Okay, I'm just hoping that there's somebody that has a lick of sense more than George here. And George, I'm not trying to say that as an insult, but you are not grasping the concept. Because, you know, with the cylinder, you'd still have curvature to measure. You know what I'm saying? My goodness gracious, man.
Yeah, what do you disagree with? What was
No,
my
he
point?
wants it to be a shape floating in the sky, and I already told him space is fake, and that went over his head,
I was
and keeps
asking
going
the
over his
question.
head.
What are you disagreeing with? Like what is the point?
I don't even know if you have a point.
Do
Is
you
your
think
point
my questions are offensive, or what? Do you have some?
No, I don't
can we
understand
make
your
a discussion?
problem,
No,
George.
or you don't.
George, I don't understand your problem. How come you think that the floor should be the same shape as the light bulb? Why do you think that?
I don't really get the analogy.
So you're asking about the shape of the Earth, and you're saying, well, if the moon is a circle, shouldn't the Earth be a circle? Why do you think that those two are at all connected? Why?
That's a good point.
Thank you.
That's what
So
I'm asking.
it's
Are they should be the same shape? No, you're saying no. There are two different things.
Yeah.
The moon and the planet. There are different
Listen,
things.
this subject might be too much
basically,
for you,
the Earth
dude.
is not
It
a
might be
planet.
too
Right?
advanced for you.
Right,
We told you it's
right.
not floating
course.
anywhere.
And
I'm
planets
just
aren't what you think
like
they
I'm
are.
first day into this flat Earth. I don't know how to call it, but like first day in here, I've also already agreed that this is the no curvature, flat.
Okay,
So
right.
I'm just asking the questions,
Yeah,
and
understand.
I don't know why are
Yep,
you
yep,
so
yep,
offensive.
yep. Yes, listen. Observably and measurably, the surface we live on is different to things in the sky.
Mm-hmm.
Right. If we were to assume that, let's take Mars for instance. Right. We look at Mars through a telescope, and we see some red light, and we assume that that is a reflection of light off a surface, right? That could be made of rock, dust, gases, who knows what, right? Okay, we make that assumption, and that we assume that it's spherical. That means its surface has curvature. So if we want to think, maybe the Earth's surface is like that, right? Then we can test it. And if it doesn't display that characteristic, then we can rule out that what we live on is like that thing. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Right. So we can observably and measurably determine that what we live on is not like what we are assuming the thing in the sky is. A ball. Why it's different? How it's all arranged? We don't know. We don't have that perspective. We can't get out of reality and look back on it and say, oh, that's how everything is in relation to one another. That's what that light in the sky is or isn't, right? Well, we can determine what certain things that it isn't if people make claims like about Jupiter being a giant gas ball in an infinite vacuum, right? Well, that's a lie. That is physically impossible because gas expands to fill available volume. It doesn't just collect itself into a ball when there's available space for it to fill, right? So we know that we can rule out certain things that they are. It's not a giant gas ball, all right?
But we don't have an answer. What is that, right? So we just.
Well, it's not
You don't
giant
have
gas
an
ball in a
answer
vacuum, that's
anyway.
for
I
sure.
told you never had an answer to begin with. Even before you were a flat earther pretender, you didn't have an answer for what everything is.
Let me ask you this, George. If you don't have an answer, are you going to assume something after that?
No, not really.
Not really, or not at all?
Depends on the explanation. If I see that some really convincing evidences, that I probably change my point of view.
No. What we're going to do is we're going to stop you there with what we can prove with evidence, and then anything that we cannot prove with evidence, we're going to stop with a hard stop and say, I don't know, and then we're not going to assume anything else. So when we say the Earth measures flat, it measures flat. We're not going to talk about the sky.
No.
Okay, so can you?
We're not going to talk about an edge.
What is the main like evidence of this measurement? Like what do you measure? And just to help me to explain other globe earthers why it's flat.
No worries.
I'm glad you asked.
Every day there are surveyors. Do you know what a surveyor is?
It's a thing that flies around the flat Earth.
No, my goodness gracious. A surveyor is a job or a job title. It's a job title for people who go out and measure the Earth each day to create maps. Okay, and they also check for levelness in case they're going to, build something like a large building or a bridge or anything like that, or even if they want to build like a huge reservoir. Do you know what a reservoir? A big lake. Then they need to know the elevations of the valleys that they're about to flood. So they have to measure the surface of the Earth. And they measure it against a horizontal plane, which means that all of the elevation angles or depression angles that they get with the terrain, they're measuring against a flat horizontal datum. They measure the Earth to be flat. That's their baseline. Even the sea level is a big flat horizontal plane. So they measure the Earth flat and all the hills and valleys and everything in relationship to the flat Earth. And then they put it all together and give you topo maps, topographical maps, topography, right? So when they navigate the Earth, they take elevation angles between their position and the ground position of the star, and they make this big, huge triangle. And it's a big flat Earth for sometimes thousands or more miles to where the GP or the ground position of that star is, and it's flat. And so they navigate that way. So everybody on Earth every day measures the Earth, references it, builds on it, navigates it as a flat plane and stationary, by the way. They have documents from NASA that says they treat the Earth as stationary. right? And all of your ground speeds are assuming a stationary Earth, so on and so forth. So the Earth is measured flat, stationary, and enclosed because we measure air pressure. So everybody, every day on the Earth only treats the Earth and measures it as a flat, motionless plane. Nobody measures any curvature. Nobody even knows how to measure curvature or where they would find it because it's all flat. So you can tell all your friends that the way that they experience the Earth, just like you know, where up is up and down is down and side to side is the same for everybody. And you experience air pressure and you experience that the Earth is not moving. And so you can just tell all your friends that they weren't crazy and that all the stuff that they saw in the science textbooks and on Discovery Channel and from NASA was pure propaganda. You can tell them all that. See how it goes.
Okay, I have a question regarding these measurements. Are they like doing it by feet, like this surveyors, how you call it?
They do it by anything. They take distances as best they
even
can because
fly,
distances are tough.
right?
Huh?
They
No,
even
good
can fly.
grief, man. No one's flying. What are you talking about flying? They're measuring on the ground.
Why they're not flying? It will be faster.
Dude, they're taking small sections, really small sections, like, I don't know, quarter mile at most, right?
They're
Because
using
They probably love their
they're
job.
using an optical lens with a crosshair on it, and they're measuring an angle to the object that they're looking at.
but the elevation angles that the nautical, the navigators are using, they're measuring for hundreds, sometimes, thousands of miles to the GPS of the stars. And they're creating circles of equal altitude, which means large flat circles on the surface of the Earth that are tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands, in area, square miles.
We're also looking for the necessary conditions which must exist if we are on a spherical surface, right? With a claimed radius. For example, if we look across a large body of water over a specific amount of a certain distance, we should expect to see a certain amount of surface, right? And if we see more surface than is predicted by that globe geometry, then we can determine that geometry, that claim is false, right? Also, certain other methods, but like light propagation over long distances. You're talking about lasers earlier. You like lasers, do you, George?
Not really like, but I used some of them.
Right. Well, what if you to shine a laser, or shoot a laser over a large body of water at a target in the distance to see if it hits the target or not? Because if the Earth's surface is curving and you shoot a laser across its surface over a certain distance, if it's curving, it should not hit the target, right?
At some distance, yes, let's say 100 kilometers. We don't. I assume if the Earth is flat, we couldn't measure the distance to some object that is like 100 kilometers away. 10 kilometers may be possible, depends on how big height this object.
Well, how much curvature is there over 10 miles or 10 kilometers? Sorry, you said kilometers, right?
Yeah, but we can calculate that. Depending on what the height, we are standing above the.
Let's say 0.
0 height.
Yeah, just from ground level, you draw a straight line out from your feet, and then 10 kilometers away, how much drop should we expect to see over that distance? Vertical drop.
I don't think we can see anything. Like, do you imagine me on the beach, just laying on the ground and looking to the ocean? I probably will see the waves only.
We've done that already. We've already got. Well, I shouldn't say directly at ground level, but we have an observation from 8 inches off the ground, and we can see beyond 10 miles.
Any examples of that? I'm pretty sure you have one. Can you share this? Just wonder where it is, and just what are the measurements?
No problem. We've also got laser tests if you want those. We have those somewhere in the ballpark of what, 40 kilometers? No curve. We can
40
post that
kilometers.
for you as well.
Yeah,
40.
really interesting.
Here's one. These are two distance demarcations. The actual height of that camera is 8 inches, but we put it at 1 foot because it makes the math easier. So we gave you guys a little bit, but 8 inches. And the second oil platform on the left is 10 miles away, 9.41 miles. The horizon is beyond that. And there's another observation just like this where you can see an island in the distance, and I think it's in the ballpark of 20 or 30 miles. So, you know,
We have an exact location, so I can just look. I'm assuming Google Map gives us correct distances, right? Or it's for globe cursors.
no.
Can I use Google Earth for that?
Google Maps is a web Mercator. It's a transverse Mercator. It's a big toilet paper roll of
We
a
can
map.
use that. And anything that I can see as experiment, like this distance, that height, on this place on the Earth.
Well, I just gave you one, but I'll give you the video that goes with
platforms.
this. We have tons of them. We got a whole,
With the platforms, the oil platforms. That wasn't you. Sorry. So, which one are you talking about?
Yeah, you see the names underneath those platform, underneath the oil rigs. It says Platform Habitat and Platform Hill House.
Okay.
If you go to Google Maps and type in Platform Habitat, it'll take you to it.
Which height it was taken? Like the camera, right?
8 inches.
8 inches. I'll post the video for you so you can check the veracity of this. You can go to Santa Barbara if you want to. This is
I can't. I would love to. $20 centimeters. It doesn't look to me it was 20 centimeters, to be honest.
well, watch the video. Watch the video. It's 8 inches. Or I mean, you can call it a foot if you want to. We'll give you a foot. Now it sounds like we have a skeptic on our hands. He thinks that the information that we're giving him, these complete strangers on the internet are giving him bad information. Hey, did you ever check the information that they gave you about the globe like this? Were you this skeptical?
I wasn't really worrying about this too much.
Why not?
I just believed
because you were a
what
little
they
kid.
told me, and yeah, I just believed what they told me in physics school, right?
Do you think it's messed up to tell little kids things that aren't true?
I think it's really bad idea to tell them something and do not provide some truths, some examples, some
Right.
evidence. That's really, I would love to see that more, but as a kid, it's really hard to draw that attention. If you can fit into the mind something simple, that's fine. But I agree that it is better to, like, if the kid asks the questions like, why is it globe? Can we measure the curve or something like that? It is
what they'll
really
tell you?
good. Yeah, but
You know what
I would love
you
to
know
see
what they'll
that.
tell you? You know what they'll tell you, George?
What?
They'll tell you, oh, it's really, really big. It looks flat, but trust us, it's curving. That's what they'll tell you.
Yeah, that's why I think we should study from ChatGPT and AI, not from like the real person who convinced me that the Earth is globe. But
what?
when I was talking
You think,
to
you think
ChatGPT,
AI and ChatGPT are going to give you any straight answers either?
I'm pretty sure he's not have no clue what he's talking about. But the teacher,
ChatGPT?
what I was, yeah, but the teacher was
ChatGPT,
teaching me.
these are learning machines that are they give you prepackaged answers depending on which question that you ask. They are still programmed to give you bad information sometimes. Are you aware of this?
I agree with that. But my
Yeah.
teacher, if you saw my teacher like in ninth grade, when she was talking about the globe Earth and something that I'd better talk to ChatGPT instead. So it's. I think it's we need to have these conversations in school when we like the and the kids
Yeah.
ask the anything, gives us examples. Yeah, that's a good idea.
Right. Yeah. So we shouldn't be teaching kids about things that we can't prove, right? We shouldn't be speculating or just making stuff up and telling kids that this is true if we can't prove it. I agree with you. Now the question is, why is that being done every day across the surface of the earth by most Western owned or Western nations?
I don't know. I think they have the another criteria of this model, this globe Earth model. If it can predict something and
It can't predict anything. There's no predictions that the globe makes.
somehow, right?
All they
They have
did,
some
George.
models. Maybe it's wrong, but
No. All they did was they made a lot of observation. They found a correlation, and then they gave math that was similar to the correlation. That's it, dude.
So you're saying we are not launching rockets, launching the?
Nope, no one said that, George. No
So
one
we
said
somehow
that. You
launched that,
think,
right? We need
George? Dang it, dude! I wasn't done talking. George,
Go ahead.
the globe has nothing to do with how they launch rockets. Zero.
That's what I'm saying. They need to have some simple fake but model that have some predictability to launch rockets.
They don't have one. No,
But
dude,
they launch
launching rockets is engineering. Okay, that doesn't have anything to do with whether or not the Earth is a globe or flat. You're engineers creating a rocket, right, to do a certain thing, go at a certain height, a certain speed, and get to a certain distance or location from them. That's how they engineer things. Doesn't have anything to do with the globe.
Do you know how far away
Chinese didn't
space
need
is?
it.
They have to. They're launching satellites, and somehow it shouldn't
No,
fall
they're
on
not.
others, right? They should have
No,
some
they're not.
fake understanding how to do that.
They're not doing that, George. I'm telling you, they're not doing the thing that you think they're doing. It's
There's
on
no satellite.
TV. No.
Okay. No GPS.
There's things
no
in the
satellite,
sky,
I
but they're
assume.
not in outer space. There's things in the
GPS.
sky. Go ahead.
GPS stands for Ground Positioning System. Somewhere along the line, they changed it over to Global Positioning System. But this technology has existed for at least 50, if not 60 years. It was an old military technology that just pings your location between towers. It's a trilateration.
It's triangulation, but you need to
No,
have a lot of
trilateration.
towers, right?
It's not triangulation because it's not a triangle that it's making.
Then what is this? Say again.
Well, it can be, but it's a trilateration. It's across the surface of the Earth, pinging a signal laterally or horizontally between towers. And the time it takes to get between the towers to your receiver is how they determine your location. They do it from several different towers so that they can, yes, trilaterate it, right? So it's just about time of signals being pinged between towers and a receiver. That's it.
Yeah, but
There's
you need to
no
have.
satellites above the surface of the Earth hurling around a ball tethered by some magical force, non-force space fabric giving you your location. That's not how it works.
How do you do it on the island, for example? Because you need to have the full mesh, right? It's for a cellular,
Yes.
like it's the
Like
cellular.
I said.
In a cellular communication, you can triangulate your position without using
Yes.
GPS, without using satellites. But somehow on the
Yes.
islands, when they trying to communicate with somebody, they can receive their coordinates without being connected to other mesh, right?
Yes, I understand that. It's not necessarily an internet signal. Handheld, standalone GPS has existed long before your cell phones did. The point is that there are towers everywhere. There's even towers on buoys out in the middle of the ocean. So they're still pinging signals across the surface. That's how it works.
How far it should be pretty strength signal. It should.
Sometimes it's dozens, sometimes it's hundreds of miles. Yeah, there's a signal strength involved, but it depends on the frequency, it depends on line of sight, and that's how they determine how much juice they're going to use. If you're out in the ocean with nothing blocking you, it's pretty easy. You don't have to have a whole lot of power.
Especially at night.
Yeah.
So your GPS should not work near in the ocean, right?
No, it should. That's the way it works.
It's just a ping. That's all it is. You send out a signal, you get a ping, and then it sends a signal back that says, "Hey, thanks for sending the signal. You're on track. We track you."
So in any position, I should have some points that they send signals nearby, right? I cannot triangulate my position if I in the island, right?
Can I quickly?
No, you can't. I don't know why you're not listening to me, dude. I told you already. On an island, it's even easier. You have a handful of buoys, a handful of towers out in the ocean. They put these even on oil rigs, right? So these towers are everywhere.
Any examples of what it looks like? What are you talking about? I'm just trying to understand. I'm just curious. Like what is this? Some conspiracy theory? Some hidden?
No.
Projected.
No.
So
What are
is
you
it?
doing, man? Why are you asking these questions? What is this question now? What conspiracy theory?
Can you share like one example? What are you talking about? This like things that triangulate your position that installed in every oil rig.
I said they have them on oil rigs. I didn't say every one of them.
On any oil rig,
okay.
Like, let's on
Okay.
any oil rig, like what it looks
You
like.
you haven't seen towers on oil rigs? These are just repeaters, dude.
I am so sure. What is that? Have you been there?
Oh, so now you're a skeptic. Great. I'm glad that you're a skeptic. You want evidence for these claims, don't you?
Exactly.
Okay, great. I want you to show me the evidence that you have for satellites in outer space. Have you been there? Can you show me a picture of one in outer space?
I don't not talking about satellites. I'm talking about triangulation without satellites.
Hold on. Let's talk about your claim, because you said earlier, right, that the satellites in outer space giving you your ground position. Have you been there? Have you seen these?
I'm not talking about satellites. I'm just.
You did this. The reason that we're on this topic is because you brought it up.
Can I try answering this question again for him? Let's see how it goes.
You go right ahead.
Thank you. Well, to give you a bit of a break. So when it comes to satellites, George, here's the thing, right? NASA will tell you this, and almost every other agency that does send satellites up into atmosphere. You can even Google this right now. They're not satellites, they're satelloons. They send all of their satellites with helium balloons into the atmosphere where they stay up there for a year, 2 years, 3 years before they fall down, right? You can Google this. You can do your own research and double check. Don't believe. That was the first thing. When it comes to ground positioning or GPS, right? In certain areas, right, where there are no antenna coverages, for example, when you're flying in a plane over a dense forest like the Amazon forest, right? You don't have an exact positioning, quote unquote, right? Because there are no towers there to ground position your area. You go into approximation mode for the most part, right? Which means they approximately know where you are, but not exactly. That's why sometimes planes and other craft, right, and that are in the atmosphere aren't necessarily visible. Like they lose the craft, right, on radar. Like, it disappears for a few seconds before it reappears because they have an approximation of where the plane or aircraft is. You can also research this as well. That's all I want.
Kind of like that plane in the
I just
Philippines.
Google
disappeared.
doesn't allow me to Google satelloons. He only correct me as satellites. But okay, it will be settled. Have you seen the Starlink?
Hey George.
Right?
If satellites are real, then how did we lose that flight in the Philippines?
How we lose what?
How did we lose that flight in the Philippines? That flight that just
Which one?
disappeared, nobody can find?
You ask me a specific question how we lose some flight in Philippines. It can be any reason. You think that satellites guarantees your flight will not lose any signal? That's the that's the
Oh, that's
I
your
don't know how
claim,
to.
GPS, man.
No, my claim. Let's get back to
Malaysia.
satellites, right?
Malaysia Airlines Flight 370 just disappeared. Satellites were tracking it and it was gone.
I don't know. It happened.
It's
Probably.
magic.
You,
Gravity, probably.
Your signal can be lost. I don't know what happened. Anything can possible. But
so signals don't prove that the Earth is a ball. So what do you got next?
Signals don't prove that Earth. I didn't mention that signals prove something. We just get back to the satellites and.
Yeah, things in the sky don't prove the thing under your feet. Remember?
Okay. Regarding the satellites, so Starlink uses satellites or not?
Yeah, if they put a repeater in the sky and they dangle it off of a helium balloon, you wouldn't know the difference.
But how these helium balloons? If you in a really bright night, you can actually see how they moves across the globe or across the floatness. Okay.
Okay. So now let's talk about that real quick.
That's just my previous experience. How they talk. Okay.
Hold on. So the moving lights that you see at night, you think that those are satellites, do you?
No. What is it? Then.
Well, you think they're satellites, yeah?
Yes. I think it's satellites.
Okay. Do they look like light?
To me, as a naked eye, yeah, they look like.
Okay.
Just like
it looks like light.
Yes.
Where is that source of light coming from?
From the sun.
So you're on the dark side of the Earth where the sunlight is not reaching. Why are they lit up if it's on the dark side of the Earth?
The sun is underneath you.
They're pretty far away, so I don't think.
No. It's in the shadow of the Earth, and they're not that far away. They're only supposed to be, I don't know what.
What is?
150,
Why do you think in
miles?
the shadow of the Earth? What are you talking about? It's pretty far
shadow?
away. They are pretty far away. They see.
How far away? How far away?
Let's Google it. I don't know how far away. Let's Google it.
Okay.
But you got to remember. So these satellites are in the sky at like 1 o'clock in the morning. The sun is directly nadir to your position, so it's directly underneath you. And then the satellites are in the shadow of the Earth, right? Because underneath you would be high noon where the sun is, but the sun can't be shining on the satellites because it's in the complete darkness of the Earth.
Why do you think it's in the darkness? It's far away. It's like.
Oh my gosh, dude!
Couple thousand kilometers from the Earth.
You can't even reason this one. You can't. Like, you're in the shadow of the Earth. Distance does not matter. There's no. Have you ever made a shadow before?
Yeah, we can do this experiment, and you actually, maybe not you, but somebody proposed here with that we were discussing the moon and why it's sometimes small, sometimes big. So you can. I think you can.
Experiment.
You can do the same experiment in a really black room, like dark room. You can just have a bright light and a couple of coins, or maybe balls, but let's say coins. No, why not?
No, we're talking about distance and shadows. So why don't you get a spotlight and then get something like a ball to block out the light from the spotlight, and then you can get the distance. You can make it up to scale how far away your little satellite is from the ball, in the darkness of the shadow, and you tell me how far away you have to pull that satellite away from the ball to get the spotlight to shine on it. You show me. I'm calling BS on your magical satellite nonsense.
It'd be like you in your car with your headlights turned on, and then you're shining the headlights on a building, and then you ride a bike around the building. You say, "Oh, the lights from your headlights are hitting the fucking building or hitting my bike." Like, no, you can't fucking. You don't have any lights on the bike. You don't have any light on the satellite. The Earth is obstructing the light from the fucking sun to the satellite.
I think with that distance, with the sun and the Earth, you can see the sun as a spotlight. With the
No, you can't. You can barely see the moon when it goes through the lunar eclipse, according to your model. Turns fucking red.
it goes red because of the atmosphere, but I was talking about why it goes smaller and bigger.
Jeez. Okay, George, I want you to demonstrate this for us with scale. Okay, I want you to get a solar system model, okay, that's up to scale, and I'll make it really easy for you. So if we shrunk the size of the sun down to a basketball, you know what a basketball is?
Mm-hmm.
The Earth would be about 2 millimeters in diameter, okay, and then that would be about 30 meters from the basketball. That's where the Earth is supposed to be positioned in proportion to the size of the quote-unquote solar system. So I want you to get me a scale model of the solar system, and then I want you to show me how much light your little, satellite is going to receive. Now, your satellite should be maybe a micron or two. I mean, maybe not even that. So small that you probably can't see it. But you show me how this all works. I'll wait.
So imagine we have one LED light.
I don't want to imagine. I want you to go ahead and demonstrate it for me, George.
You're probably kind of far away from me, but I was talking about the differences in how big this light is. So if this light is a bulb, very big bulb, then yes. But if this light
Just
is small,
demonstrate it. Just demonstrate it, George. I don't care how you do it. You can do it on a video or whatever. You just show me how this works, okay? Because I don't believe you. Number one, I don't believe that the Earth is a ball. Why? Because it's measured flat. So that's going to really mess up your solar system. Now, how are you going to get distances to, lights in the sky?
are you expecting me to prove something?
Yeah, I want you to prove your satellites. I want you to prove those to me.
I could try, but I'm not sure if you're really listening. But yeah.
No, I want you to demonstrate how it works. I want you to go from the beginning to the end, because here's the claim about the satellites that you guys always want to kind of refer to. You think that somehow the satellites are a silver bullet for your globe. Actually, it makes it much worse. But here's the story behind the satellites. These are a piece of machinery made out of all kinds of weird metals and solar panels and lenses and equipment on them that takes all kinds of different readings, maybe temperature, maybe air pressure, all this stuff. And they are orbiting the Earth sometimes at ridiculous speeds, and sometimes they're called geostationary. Either way, it doesn't matter to me. They are tethered to a sphere Earth by a magical force, non-force, time-space fabric, and they are tethered to the ball through this kind of magical, invisible, non-material force, non-force. And the ball itself is 3,959 miles in radius. And that radius dictates that we are going to have a horizon at 1.22 miles for a 1 foot observer. And it also means that everywhere away from your feet, especially if you're out in the middle of the ocean, that this ball is curving away from you in every direction at roughly 8 inches per mile squared. So what I want you to do is to demonstrate to me, number one, that the Earth is a ball for these machines to be orbiting around. And then I want you to demonstrate for me this a scientific experiment where gravity is doing the thing that they're claiming that it does. So when they want something to be tethered to a ball, they use this force, non-force of gravity to do that. And then I want you to show me all of those things working in conjunction for your satellite to work. The first thing you need is the curvature of the Earth.
I'm sorry for interrupting. So since he Googled it and couldn't find it supposedly, here's a link to the official website of NASA that states that you have satelloons, right? There's that. Secondly, give me 1 second. Let me find my tab again. Too many tabs.
They have them, or they use it everywhere.
They just read this. Just read the post, man. I just put it in the link. Secondly, if you go on Wikipedia, right, which is not that hard to do, Echo 1 and Echo 2 balloon satellites. The first flying body of this type was Echo 1, which was launched into a 1,600 kilometer high radius in orbit, right, on August 12, 1960, by the United States. It originally had a spherical shape measuring in about 30 meters. That's about 98 feet, with a thin metal coat plastic shell made of mylar. It served for testing as a passive communication and geodetic satellites, right? You also have the second one, Echo 2, which was done after that, right? All of this is researchable. Either you're really fucking bad, pardon my French, you're really bad at using Google to figure out to find information, or you're not being honest. Because it's
No,
right
you're saying that every satellite that is launched is this balloon.
If you want, I can also pull up a documentary from Flat Earthers that actually talk to NASA employees that say, yeah, we've never sent up a single satellite.
How many balloons they sent? Can you share how many balloons from all of their experience they sent?
Bro, I'm not gonna do that. Do it
Like, is it
yourself.
hundreds, thousands, or 5?
Do you think
10
they'll
of
admit
them?
how many they send out? Do you think they'll admit, or do you think it'll be a matter of national
No,
security?
my point is you're giving some examples that they launched some balloons. I cannot disagree with that. They probably launched some balloons, but
Again, wait, pause, George,
yeah.
pause. As I just said previously, I can also pull up a YouTube a documentary on YouTube done by Flat Earthers, right, where they approach a NASA government, NASA facility, right, where all they do is they send up quote unquote satellites, right? And guess what the employee said when they asked the employee, like, how do you guys like send up the satellites with rocket ships, right, and rockets? He had the face like you asked him, are you sending satellites with unicorn fart dust into space? He was like, I'm sorry, I don't understand what you're saying. We don't do that. We only send satellites up with balloons. I've been here for 3-4 decades. I've never sent up a satellite with a rocket. So if you want, I can also find that video for you, right? Where it's a NASA employee that has spent his whole entire life doing this. Or
If
you
you find
can
it, I will watch you. I can guarantee
right.
that.
So,
but to me, it looks
now that
kind of
we're getting
ridiculous that every balloon is every things that launch from Earth is balloon. I think
No
they
one said
probably
that.
launched somebody some
George,
balloons. Yeah.
You're lying now. No one said every quote unquote satellite is a balloon. But from you, if you are telling us the story about the satellites and what I broke down for you, which I think you do believe that the Earth is a sphere and these machines are hovering or orbiting around the sphere, we'll see if your story is true. Can you show me the curvature of the Earth, please, with measurements?
I don't have any like couple tense folders of the evidences. Maybe that's my problem. But
no, I don't know. Can you find any? You got the internet right there, although you had a hard time finding balloons, which is pretty easy. So, do you think that you could find somewhere on the internet where they have measured the curvature of the Earth, and then that maybe will have, some validity to the argument that you're making about satellites?
Okay, I will try to spend a few minutes to do this.
Yeah.
It's gonna take me a minute to find the exact minute in the documentary, just so you know. But I already found the documentary, so give me just a few minutes, and I'll find the exact minute of where they have the conversation with the NASA employee. This is just ridiculous.
So from now on, I think anybody who comes in making claims about GPS or satellites about the Earth, the first thing that they're going to need for their story to be true is that the Earth must be curving for the story to be true. If the Earth is not curving, then I can disregard any claims of satellites hovering or orbiting, tethered by some magical force, non-force, to the outside of a ball.
I do have a question, George. Are you in America by any chance?
No, but it flatters me. So if you're saying that I'm from America, but no, I'm from
No, no,
Ukraine.
no, no. I was just asking because I remember a few years ago when the president of the United States used military force to shoot down a Satelloon. I don't know if you remember that.
No, I'm not aware.
If you look in the side chat, I'm posting it. I'll let you know when it pops in. There it goes. Should be in there now. This is a video image of that incident when he shot down the satellite that was hovering across the United States at low altitude.
Do you think every satellite is in this height, or it was just launching?
Well, anything with a radio can be like a repeater, right? At any altitude. I mean, even an airplane could be a repeater for that, right?
Yeah, if we have big enough mesh, I think we can triangulate everyone's position. The problem
Yeah.
is
And
how
even
we
there's like
can
high
do
altitude
that.
drones. There's lots of things up in the sky.
Yeah, how we can do that without
Yeah.
falling into conspiracy. Like it should be
Well, we can only go
transparent,
by
right?
what we can prove, right?
Yeah, so if it's mesh and we are triangulating positions, then it should be really big mesh and should be kind of visible. And basically everyone should just launching this or installing it everywhere so we can triangulate everyone. And
So what's
it's
a
really
20-foot
hard.
object look like from 150 miles away?
Say again, what is I didn't
What
follow.
what does a 20-foot tall object look like 150 miles away?
20 foot, how much is that in meters?
Um, say a
All right.
7-meter object from
Here's one video.
from
I'm sorry
200
for
kilometers.
interrupting. I'm sorry for interrupting. I'm putting it in the side chat right now. The link is called Level with Me, right? There's other documentaries. You should probably look at all of them, right, and educate yourself. But this one is roughly around 29 minutes and 37 seconds. That's when the NASA employee comes out and talks to them. Just by chance, right? He was gonna go to do something on terrain. Enjoy.
But yeah, blimps could be a high altitude repeater, like a satellite.
The guy even says, and I quote, "Yeah, unless they have some secret, top secret projects, right, where they're sending off rockets, I'm not aware of that." But yeah, trust the science, bro.
Have you watched all the video? It's like 1 hour long.
Yeah, it's a good documentary. You should check it out, man. Like there's was it Level, On the Level, Level with Me?
This one is, I believe, Level with Me, but for some reason, I have everything now in German titles. I don't know why. It's insane. But he has several movies. He has Level with Me 1, 2, 3. Behind the Curve. There's a whole bunch of documentaries.
Not Behind the Curve.
Yeah.
Behind the Curve is Jaren's.
Is George still here or no? Yeah, he is. Okay, he's probably watching then. I'm not sure.
Yeah,
Like,
let me see. I think he's got them all in here. He's got the next level with me. I think level was one of them.
I'm watching these videos.
It's pretty good, man. They go around interviewing people. In fact, when they're actually recording for the video, some people drive by and like, "Hey, what are you doing, dude? You know you can't film right here." And they're like on public property, like on an island in the middle of a road. There's nothing wrong with filming where they are, but because they were filming, it leads people to say, "Oh, you know, you're spying, right?" I'm glad Hitler's making his movies, man. See the next level. That was in 2021. Anyway, I'll put it to you this way, George. There's more evidence that there's satellites attached to balloons than there are of satellites. Because you can't show me one official picture of a satellite in space. All you see is cartoon images of what a satellite might look like in space. Says who? How
This
many
in a
satellites
space
are there?
in a space station. You saw these videos when somebody plays guitar and doing some cool stuff like in no gravity mode. Do you think they simulate this or something?
Well, you tell me, George, is there any Earth curve measurements? Are those satellites that you're referring to hurling around some kind of ball tethered by a magical force, non-force?
You're switching the topic. That's one I should
No,
just Google.
I'm
It's
talking
kinda
exactly about what you're talking about. So if the claim is that people are filming themselves in what looks to you like zero G, and they are going around the Earth, the ball Earth, at 17,500 miles per hour, that is the reported speed, then the Earth should have curvature. But if the Earth has no curvature, then your idea about what's happening is completely false. So you can answer your own question.
So how they do that? They just simulate it.
I'll just tell you, they fake it. They fake it, George.
They fake it. Okay, that's what I
You
was.
know what a zero G plane is?
Yeah, but it is kind of hard to do for a couple of seconds. You need to. By the way, how do you explain
You
this?
just got to go higher. Did you ever see
Yeah.
the video?
I see how they do that.
Hold on. Did you see the video where Katy Perry went to outer space?
That one I didn't see.
Yeah, see that one. What about Dude Perfect when he went to outer space? See, they just went up a lot higher than just your standard zero G plane, and they just followed a trajectory that allowed them to float with inside the capsule as they were in a free fall. Pretty simple, man. There was actually a video out there. I'll have to look for it again, but they were doing an interview with the NASA astronauts, and they forgot to go to commercial on the news, and they stayed over too long, and you ended up seeing the NASA pilot or the NASA astronauts slam into the wall of inside their container because it took too long for them to go to commercial. So they watched them change altitude.
I remember that one. That was hilarious. I think I actually have a video of a compilation of all the NASA fails from the space station. If you want, I can pull that up and give it to him as well.
Yeah, go ahead, man. Because honestly, I would like to save it in one of my playlists. I have several playlists on my YouTube that I use to basically help find evidence.
Give me a few minutes. Let me finish my meal, and I'll find it.
I appreciate it.
I actually recall one evidence from the university that I was graduated. So in our university, in a really big library, we have a really big pendulum, like the actually a really big one with a huge ball attached to the bottom of it.
How did you start it moving?
It's like it just anyone can.
Did you lift it up and did you lift up one side?
Yeah. You can lift one side.
And then you cut the string to let it start swinging.
No, how you can cut? You can do that theoretically.
Okay, but you made it start swinging, right? It wasn't that it started swinging all by itself. Because that would prove Earth spin right there. If it just started swinging all by itself, rotating 15 degrees per hour.
No, it is impossible. Even if the Earth is globe, if it would be globe, it probably not possible that it will just swing by itself.
Right. So that's more or less like a parlor trick, right?
Just what I saw. That's the evidence that I see as an example. I saw that it's just not like when I swing things. When I create pendulum by myself, it is just swinging from left to right. But it's small pendulum. But in the library we had really big one, and it's just like 7 or 8 flats high. It's probably I don't know, like 30 meters, 40 meters, and it starts swinging with this star trajectory. I'm pretty sure you had you all look like
yeah, we know
you have this specific folder how to how to show an example for that. But I
you have to move it in order for it to move, and then you have to use magnets and use a motor in order to keep it in motion.
No,
it
they
doesn't
don't
just
have
move on
motor.
its
That's
own.
just a simple pendulum. It's just attached to the.
Oh, how long does it swing for?
I don't know, like probably a couple hours. I don't know. It's pretty smooth.
Well, like I would just be curious as to how long it's swinging for.
I don't know, like probably a couple hours.
Would it slow down after about a half hour? Would it start slowing down?
Yeah, it starts because that's it's not ideal. At the pinch point, it have some like.
I don't think it's ideal at all.
Yeah, it's not ideal, but it.
If it starts slowing down, that means it's going to start doing something other than what it was doing to begin with, because it's losing strength, right?
Yeah, but why it is not swinging in one plane? It's just making this star.
I don't know. It's breaking through the wind.
There's no wind. It's inside the library.
I know, but there's air there, right? You didn't suck all the air out of the library.
It's always the same pattern.
Right. There's air conditioning going on, right? There's an HVAC system involved.
So you explain
Air
this
resistance.
So you think without the air it will be just one plane, right?
I have no idea what it would be, but I can tell you that no one's ever sucked the air out of the room to prove it otherwise.
That would be a good experiment.
I wonder why no Glover's ever thought about that. And even if it did swing 15 degrees per hour, what would that prove?
You even know how many degrees it swings. You probably even more aware than me in this experiment.
I'm just asking you to follow the logic. Even if it swings 15 degrees per hour, what does that prove?
It proves that something happening with the flat Earth. At least it should
No.
be spinning.
How would it prove that?
We need to explain it somehow, except the air. Air is not really good explanation. It may be in some case, but I'm pretty sure in this case it's not.
Tension and friction of the rope itself that is holding the ball, right? Air friction as well, or air resistance, if you will.
Yeah, that's why it stops spinning at some point. But till that, it
Hold on.
draws this star pattern.
This has to be actually a conclusive and logical argument. The only thing that pendulums prove is that pendulums swing back and forth when they are started and let go by some kind of outside force or individual. Now, what the pendulum does after it starts swinging, on your part, would be pure conjecture, because how would that ever prove that this Earth itself is spinning? Oh, wait.
In physics, they have these things called Coriolis force, but it's probably
yes.
a bit, yeah.
Yeah, well, if it's the Coriolis force, even though the Coriolis force is a pseudo force, meaning not a real force, kind of like centrifugal force, it's just an effect. The correct term you're looking for is Coriolis effect, and that is just a viewing an apparent deviation from a spinning non-inertial reference frame into an inertial reference frame. It doesn't have anything to do with pendulums.
Let me ask you, George. Can you see what I just posted in the side chat?
Yeah, but why is that? Why should it swing?
Can you make that logically make sense?
I'm just trying to understand the point, like why it should spin the same. It's first if it's globe or if it's flat. Let's start from
Sorry.
that point.
You would have to tell us. We're not making any claims about pendulums today, other than the fact that if someone swings a pendulum, it will swing for a given amount of time. You would have to tell us how it works.
Do you start to see the logic now?
I think, yeah, but I think we have a really big gap between this.
Right. So in your college, they had a library with a pendulum in it, and it would probably process for 15 degrees per hour, whatever they think it's supposed to be. And they said the reason that it's doing that is because the Earth is in motion, and you never even bothered to ask how it works.
If you're asking about the educational system, I agree that it's not perfect. It's very far away from perfect. It's really bad, actually, and we
I
cannot
didn't
really
talk
ask
about
too
the
much.
educational. I didn't talk about the educational system.
I just not following like by faith that is that's true. That
Right.
a lot of things they explain in university, but yeah, I think having such discussion is a great way to discuss and find some evidence.
Now, look, it's not really the university's fault. They told you something, right? you took it on faith that they were telling you the truth, but they didn't bother to tell you really how it works or what even the Coriolis effect is. So when they kind of bedazzled you with the Coriolis effect and a pendulum, and you didn't pay attention to the fact that there was not two different reference frames, there's only one, because the pendulum is attached to the building, which is attached to the earth, which means you only have one reference frame, being the non-inertial spinning reference frame. Then it doesn't matter what the pendulum does, it doesn't have anything to do with the Coriolis effect.
I'm trying to get your logic. So you're saying that is inertial or not non-inertial system?
Yes,
Pendulum in Earth.
with the Coriolis effect is an apparent deviation viewed from a spinning non-inertial reference frame into an inertial reference frame or an object in that reference frame. I'll give you an example. So do you know what a merry-go-round is or about? It's you'll find them in parks a lot, but they're just a carousel essentially. It's this big platform that spins. You know what I'm talking about? Kids play on them.
Yeah.
Yeah, merry-go-round. So let's say you're sitting on a merry-go-round and it's going round in circles, and you have two friends on either side of the merry-go-round, and they're playing catch with a baseball. Okay, so they're throwing the baseball back and forth over the top of the merry-go-round. So when you watch the ball and you are turning, it looks like the ball is taking a curved path, but it only looks that way because you're on something that is spinning, and so it looks like a curve. And in reality, the baseball is traveling straight between each of those guys that are playing catch. That's called the Coriolis effect. It's an effect that you observe when you're on a spinning non-inertial reference frame and you're looking at an object in the inertial reference frame. The baseball is in the inertial reference frame. That's all it is.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay, I had a pretty good discussion. I really love your passion about this topic. Yeah, thanks for that. Really good place to learn English.
Yep.
Yep.
Who wanted the compilation YouTube videos for the NASA fails and stuff?
I thought maybe George did, but I don't know.
No, like for their own archives, so they have more like stuff, research from one of our guys. I said I would find a compilation of NASA fails for to send to somebody.
Yeah, on another point, George, I have an example for you of what Coriolis effect is. There's a little GIF in the side chat, if you're still here. This comes from Wikipedia, by the way. They're explaining to you what actually is going on. Thank you, Indio.
Somebody keeps hot making some kind of vibration noise.
Sounds like a phone or something. Is that you, Flat Earth Cafe? You got a hot mic, bro? There you go.
Says who? Did you always go by that name? Because your voice is very familiar to me.
Well, yeah, I've been Says Who for, oh man, at least 4 years.
Do you have a different name that you use on the politics server by any chance, or no?
Nope.
Okay, okay. And I must be confusing you with another person as well.
Yeah, I do have a voice doppelganger out there somewhere. And I've heard him before, and it does sound a lot like me, but I forget who it is.
All right. So I'm not going insane. That's good to know.
Probably not.
And did George admit to the whole Saddleloons things that he watched the video documentary from Level with me?
I don't know if he did or not.
I put the link inside and I told him at what minute it is. So if not, that's just I don't know, man.
Yeah, usually it's always down to whether or not they have the courage, to challenge the paradigm that they've been living under for decades.
Yeah, it's I just don't. You can't say one thing, right? Even though people who actually work there tell you the exact opposite. That's just kind of firstly disingenuous and cowardly. It is what it is.
Yeah. I've been in enough debate forums and I've seen enough debates on all kinds of different topics where it's actually quite predictable, right? That you get these kinds of reactions because, in my mind, most people want to believe the thing that they're, telling us that they do believe. And if you give them something different, especially if it's true, they really aren't interested. In fact, it kind of freaks them out. You've become an enemy all of a sudden.
Mm-hmm.
And so uh, they start to just kind of tell you all the tenets or all the dogma behind their religious belief, but they don't actually address how they know what they believe is true. They just keep repeating the claim. And if we take the ball away, every claim that they would make that points to a ball is already by default incorrect. Because apparently it's predicated on the Earth being a ball. Well, if the Earth's not a ball, then whatever you say that comes after that is baloney.
Yeah, I don't know. Sometimes I'm still. I don't like that. That infuriates me. So I just try to stay away. I'll tune in for a bit, right? Chime in and say a few things, but I try to stay away from the debates just because I really dislike and I'll use the word dislike. It's a bit softer for people that don't actually have the courage and genuine attitude to say, okay, you know what, I'm actually wrong. I made a mistake, whatever it may be, right?
Yep. I agree with you. It does take probably too much time to wrestle with people intellectually, and then have to get the kickback of their anger or their doubt or their incredulity. It is tedious, although we do get a lot of good sound bites out of it. You're correct. I think it's probably less than 1 out of 100 people that we talk to are humble enough to receive the information, that don't have a very strong preconceived bias that they're okay with hearing new ideas and that they will just listen and not argue and not repeat themselves and chant and get upset. Like it's really, really rare.
Unfortunately, right?
Yeah.
What's that? I heard somebody say this like a while back ago. Common sense isn't common sense; it's uncommon nowadays.
Yeah, that's a true statement. See, I think that the flat Earth is about the most common sense thing that there really is, because our experience is of that, right? Flat, stationary, and closed. That's what we experience. That's common sense, using your senses. But it also proves that the power of suggestion and mind control, indoctrination, hypnosis, force-fed imagery can undo all of your sensual or your sensible, sensual, however you want to call it, of the senses feedback in your real life experience. That can all be just erased by the power of the mind, which I think is pretty incredible.
Most definitely. Um, I see that. You can see that not just in like flat Earth, right? How powerful the mind is. You have, if anything, when it comes to people who are successful or make something out of themselves, there's always one commonality. They had the faith, right, without a shadow of doubt that they would be that. And that just goes to
Yeah.
show you how powerful the mind is. The only limiting factor is the mind and your perspective or belief.
Yep, I would agree. Welcome, Milk. Welcome, Brahim. Any thoughts on the topic, Brahim? Yeah, Indio's got this gif of a plane landing and looks like some pretty hefty winds. It's hard enough to land a plane when the runway ain't moving hundreds of miles an hour in one direction or another.
Yeah, I don't know. I think airplane pilots are like kind of like magicians or sorcerers, right? Like at times, right, depending on how from which side of the earth you're flying, the trackway is actually flying away from you faster than you're coming to it, and you still manage to land it somehow. That's magic, bro.
Yeah. Of course, we had, and I can't remember if it was, it was one of our favorite old globe trolls. We had a guy admit that planes are actually taking off backwards. Um, if they're flying, let's see, what was it? If they were flying to the west, of course, the ground speed is, I think it was Kosho, maybe it wasn't Kosho, but the ground speed is greater than the speed of the airplane taking off. So what he admitted is that airplanes are indeed taking off backwards.
That seems plausible, maybe in some type of other multiverse. I'd have to ask Doctor Strange to check the other multiverses for me, but hey.
Say that one more time.
I said That seems like it's plausible in some other type of multiverse, but I'd have to check with Doctor Strange for him to, do his head banging to see it in which universe that's possible.
Yeah, for sure.
I'm gonna hit the sack. I hope y'all have a pleasant evening/day. Take care.
Peace out.
What's up?